Lin Yi's legs burned as he sprinted, pushing himself beyond any limit he'd ever known. Not even when he'd fled for his life from other freaks had he moved with such desperate speed. He didn't fully grasp the nature of this particular horror, but the slimy, glistening form and its movements on Dean Van Looy's back were unmistakable. It was a parasite, a creature that lived within human flesh. Memory flashed back to the moment he'd severed the silk thread in Chu Kai's mouth, that sickening sensation of something cold and wet trying to slide down his own throat. If only Chu Kai hadn't drained his strength using his ability, he might have detected the approaching monstrosity. But Chu Kai was blind and exhausted, his senses dulled to the point of oblivion. By the time Lin Yi's warning reached him, the creature had already made its leap. Time slowed, every millisecond stretching into an eternity. Lin Yi's face contorted, a primal scream tearing from his lungs. Freeze! Only his power could bridge the gap. Only the absolute halt of time could snatch Chu Kai from the creature's grasp. But the world didn't stop. The threads of time remained unmoving. As the freak arched through the air, ready to envelop Chu Kai's head, a miracle of pure clumsiness occurred. Startled by the shout, Chu Kai tried to pivot and flee, but his spent muscles gave out, sending him tumbling face first into the dirt. It was a stroke of impossible luck. The lunging freak sailed harmlessly over his prone form, missing its mark by inches. Lin Yi couldn't believe his eyes, but he didn't waste a second. He lunged forward, closing the distance to where Chu Kai lay. He whipped out his knife, the blade catching the dim light as he prepared to drive it into the mass on the ground. Yet as he swung, a flash of movement caught his eye, fine, black, hair-like fibers erupting from the creature's translucent body. Had he followed through, his blade might have struck home, but those sinister threads would have surely ensnared him. Pure instinct took over, and Lin Yi wrenched his strike back just in time. The black fibers lashed out, waving in the air like hungry tentacles. Two bulging, worm-like eyes emerged from the soft mass, fixating on the two humans with predatory intent. As the creature began to slither toward them, a cold, calculated plan took shape in Lin Yi's mind. Dropping the blade, he lunged toward the perimeter of the ruined house, his footsteps heavy on the dry earth. He snatched one of the burning torches from the ground, the orange flames flickering wildly as he swung it at the freak. The creature recoiled, the intense heat of the fire forcing it to reconsider its next strike. But Lin Yi wasn't about to let it escape. This was the thing that had tried to steal his friend's body, the same horror that had reduced Dean Van Looy to a hollowed-out husk. The memory of the freaks who had stolen their land and treated his kind as nothing but cattle burned hotter than the torch in his hand. He wanted to see it suffer. He wanted to grind its very essence into the dirt. The freak writhed on the ground, a pitiful thing without a human host to speak through. Stripped of its stolen flesh, its power and speed had vanished, leaving it vulnerable and slow. As the flames drew closer, the black fibers on its body curled and shriveled. The smell of burning biology filled the air as the torch's fire consumed the parasitic threads in an instant. The creature's soft, translucent body convulsed in agony, more slime oozing from its pores in a futile attempt to shield itself from the heat. Luck was on Lin Yi's side. The ground was littered with dry, sun-scorched wood. With the black fibers incinerated, he cast the torch aside and reclaimed his knife. When the freak tried to slither away, he drove the steel deep into its center, pinning it to the hard-packed earth. He gathered handfuls of nearby branches, piling them high over the struggling monster. Finally, he tossed the torch onto the pyre. The dry wood ignited in a roar of orange light, the silhouette of the freak thrashing in the heart of the flames. Only as the stench of char and smoke rose into the night did Lin Yi finally allow himself to exhale.
What happened? I heard sounds.
Lin Yi's eyes remained on the flickering pyre, his heart still racing.
It's done. Nothing to worry about now.
Despite his words, he felt a lingering chill. He reached down, grabbing a handful of dry branches and tossing them into the hungry flames. Only when the fire roared with renewed strength did he walk over to his friend.
That thing, it looked like a slug infested with those double-coiled suction worms, covered in these vile black threads. Truly disgusting.
A parasite. They're always pathetic once they're forced out of their host.
And those fibers, they must be how it jacks into a human's nervous system.
Likely. It uses them to seize control of the body's functions.
Lin Yi sighed, the weight of the night pressing down on him.
But it was so damn strong inside Uncle Dean. Why is its true form so weak?
He paused, a theory beginning to form in the cold clarity of the aftermath.
Maybe they don't just control the body. Maybe they force it, triggering systems to push past human limits. Extraordinary speed, inhuman strength, and the ability to ignore pain entirely. Like your gift, Chukai. If you use too much, it breaks you. Maybe they just burn through their hosts until they fail.
The thought was chilling. It explained why the villagers hadn't simply overwhelmed them. They were trying to preserve their containers.
To them, we're just consumables. Batteries to be drained and discarded.
Exactly. Once the host starts to fall apart, they just jump to the next one.
Memory of the creature's desperate leap toward Chukai confirmed it. It knew Dien Van Looy's body was finished. And the village, they hadn't acted there because they didn't want the scent of blood to draw predators. They were being farmed, kept clean and quiet until it was time to be used. Lin Yi looked at Chukai's pale face, his worry shifting to his friend's condition.
How are your eyes? You aren't going to be permanently blind, are you? Don't worry. I won't leave you behind no matter what. I swear it.
He patted his chest with a forced confidence he didn't quite feel. Chukai's brow furrowed in annoyance.
Could you not be so melodramatic? It's just a temporary side effect. I'm not blind. I just need to rest. It'll clear up.
Despite his sharp tone, a trace of unease flickered in his voice.
It's just unsettling, not being able to see right now. But my other senses are still sharp. I can hear you breathing.
A small, dry chuckle escaped Chukai's lips.
Besides, if I do go blind, I'll just stab you and send you back in time to find a cure.
The joke was dark, but it broke the tension for a moment. Then Chukai's expression turned deadly serious.
We need to move. If everyone in that village is a freak, then little Yun is in danger.
The mention of his sister brought a sharp edge to his words.
I can't stand the thought of her being alone with them. We have to warn the others.
Wait for me here. I need to clean up the mess.
Lin Yi gave a firm nod, his mind already calculating their next moves. He directed Chukai to stay put while he moved with practiced efficiency. He quickly gathered their gear, the blood-stained knife and Chukai's heavy crossbow, and stuffed them into his bag. He didn't forget the bolts. He retrieved them from Dien Van Looy's cold, stiffening remains, wiping them clean before stashing them away. Before they left, Lin Yi knelt beside the body one last time. With deliberate, cold precision, he made several deep gashes across Dien Van Looy's chest and limbs. The fresh scent of blood began to seep into the night air, a dinner bell for the horrors of the forest. The giant rats and the monstrous birds would find this place soon enough. They would do the dirty work of disposing of the evidence. They had to return to the village as if nothing had happened, playing their roles as unsuspecting guests. If Dien Van Looy never came back, the villagers would eventually come looking. And if they found a clean kill, they'd know exactly who to blame. By leaving a feast for the scavengers, Lin Yi hoped to blur the lines of what had truly transpired. It was a necessary cruelty, a tactic born of the need to survive in a world of monsters. With Chu Kai weakened and unable to use his gift, the return journey felt twice as long. Lin Yi took the lead, his every sense heightened as they navigated the winding trail back to the village. He moved with extreme caution, his eyes constantly scanning the air and the ground for any sign of a trap. He checked repeatedly for those invisible glowing threads, the only early warning system he had left in this nightmare. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a potential threat. The relief of reaching the village was short-lived. As Lin Yi rounded the final shack, he saw Chu Yun, but his heart sank when he realized she wasn't alone. Standing over her was the one person Lin Yi had hoped to avoid, a figure whose very presence set his teeth on edge.
Why did we stop?
Chu Kai's sight remained obscured, a milky haze lingering from his temporary blindness. Yet as Lin Yi's hand clamped onto his arm, the sudden stillness spoke louder than words. He could sense the mounting dread.
Keep it together, Chu Kai.
Lin Yi murmured, his voice a ghost of a sound.
Little Yun is all right for the moment. She is right where we left her. No matter what you see or feel, you must remain composed. If those things sense any deviation, we are finished.
Lin Yi knew Chu Kai as a man of iron restraint, careful to a fault. But that restraint had a single, jagged fracture. Chu Yun. The mere mention of her being in peril was enough to dissolve his logic into raw, panicked instinct. Learning she was safe allowed a flicker of relief to soften the hard lines of his sightless face.
Give it to me straight. What is the situation?
It is the Saintess. She is standing right beside her.
What?
The revelation struck Chu Kai like a physical blow. If every inhabitant of this village was a hollowed-out puppet for a parasite, the one they worshipped had to be an apex monstrosity. To have that thing looming over his sister was a nightmare made manifest. The stories of her being a chosen successor, a beacon of hope for humanity, it was all a grotesque fabrication. The creature within the Saintess was simply burning through its current host. It did not want a successor. It wanted a fresh, young vessel. It was hunting Chu Yun, and the only thing keeping Chu Kai from a suicidal charge was Lin Yi's steadying presence.
There are 5 others with her.
Lin Yi whispered, mapping out the battlefield for his blind companion.
One of Brother Lei's men is there, along with 4 who look like the Saintess's personal guard. We walk in there as if we are oblivious. Total ignorance is our only shield.
A direct fight was impossible. They were blind, outnumbered, and surrounded by things that were not human.
Relax. I have been wearing a mask for a decade. I know how to play the part. Just try not to have a repeat of the entrance exam. No sudden outbursts this time.
That was a lifetime ago. Drop it.
Brother?
Chu Yun's eyes widened as she watched them emerge from the gloom. Seeing Lin Yi's steadying grip and her brother's tightly shut eyelids, she knew instantly that their scouting mission had ended in disaster.
What happened? Are you hurt?
She hissed, rushing to their side. Her voice was a mere breath, intended only for their ears. Though she remained ignorant of the parasitic truth, the uncanny behavior of the villagers had already set her nerves on edge.
He will be all right.
Lin Yi announced, his voice projecting clearly for any eavesdroppers.
His night blindness just caught him off guard. It is a complete blackout beyond the perimeter. He lost his footing in the dark and took a hard fall.
Night blindness?
Chu Yun hesitated for a fraction of a second before the realization clicked. Her expression shifted, perfectly mirroring Lin Yi's performative tone.
I warned you about this. You know how dangerous it is for you to be out there after sunset.
The cover story had been hastily assembled on their return trek. Chu Kai's vision had been perfect when they departed. A sudden, unexplained blindness would have invited lethal scrutiny. Given their short time in the village, attributing it to a pre-existing condition made worse by the crushing forest darkness was their best gamble. Lin Yi hadn't anticipated how effortlessly Chu Yun would step into her role.
My head was elsewhere.
Chu Kai admitted, leaning into the deception.
I was so preoccupied with Lin Yi and the others that I simply forgot my own limitations.
Their hushed performance was interrupted by a slow, dragging sound. The saintess emerged from the shadows, leaning heavily on the arm of a vacant-eyed villager.
Saintess, it is past midnight. What brings you out here?
Lin Yi asked, his voice a blend of surprise and feigned respect. Her physical decline was staggering. Her skin was the color of old parchment, pulled tight over a skull-like face. When she spoke, her voice was a thin, wheezing rasp.
Word reached me of a wandering soul in the woods. I could not rest while a life was in peril. Every life here is a precious spark, the very hope of our species' survival.
The hope of humanity? Lin Yi felt a surge of bile. The irony was as thick as the village's rot. Since when did these parasitic monstrosities represent the future of mankind? She was not concerned for their lives. She was a predator assessing the health of her next meal, desperate for a host to replace her failing shell.
And Dean Van Looy? Where is he?
She inquired, her gaze drifting toward the dark tree line. A violent coughing fit seized her, her fragile frame trembling under the strain. She wiped a speck of dark fluid from her lips before continuing.
He was troubled by your absence. He ventured into the night to bring you back safely. Did your paths not cross?
Uncle Dean?
Lin Yi's face crumbled into a mask of confusion. He looked to the forest, then back to the saintess, shaking his head slowly.
We saw no one. I assumed he was already here. You're saying he went looking for us?
The forest is a labyrinth in this darkness.
Chu Kai added, his sightless eyes adding a layer of tragic weight to his words.
He likely took the alternate trail.
Was he alone?
Lin Yi pressed, his tone rising with artificial panic.
If he is out there by himself, God, what if he is in trouble? I cannot just wait here. I have to find him.
He made a frantic show of turning back toward the woods, his movements sharp and desperate, a masterclass in feigned terror.
Wait, Lin Yi, don't go back out there.
Chu Yun did not need to see Lin Yi's face to know he was performing. She knew her brother's voice, and the second Chu Kai had spoken, she had recognized the hollow ring of a lie. She pieced it together instantly. Chu Kai's blindness and Dean Van Looy's disappearance were two sides of the same violent coin. Lin Yi's movements were too staged, his panic too slow to be genuine. Seeing the opening, Chu Yun stepped forward to reinforce the deception.
The forest is pitch black. My brother is already incapacitated. We cannot risk you being lost as well. Searching alone is suicide. We have to be smart about this.
She turned her gaze to the saintess, her expression a mask of pleading innocence.
The saintess surely would not wish for more of her people to be in jeopardy, would she?
The saintess looked down at the girl, a thin, mirthless smile touching her lips as she nodded.
The woods are treacherous for the uninitiated. Your place is here, within the village. Be at peace. Those who are missing will be found.
Lin Yi suppressed a grimace. He knew exactly what kind of finding awaited Dean Van Looy and the parasite that had consumed him. Neither would be returning in any recognizable form. The saintess drew a shallow breath, her mouth opening to speak once more. Before a single word could escape her, the saintess was doubled over by a convulsive, rattling cough. Lin Yi watched in horror as clumps of brittle gray hair slid from her scalp, drifting like dead leaves onto her hunched shoulders. Her skin withered before his eyes, deep fissures carving into her face as if she were aging decades in a matter of seconds. Her hand, trembling against her lips, was a skeletal claw of bone and yellowed skin. The host was spent. The saintess was dying, and the entity within was desperate. Without a word, Lin Yi reached out, his fingers digging into Chu Yun's shoulder as he yanked her back from the decaying woman. In that split second, he saw it, a ghostly, translucent thread snaking from the shadows behind the saintess, its tip inches from Chu Yun's open mouth. He lunged, his hand slicing through the shimmering filament. The connection snapped. A wave of familiar, oily nausea washed over him. The severed end of the thread lashed out, a viscous, foul-smelling slime forcing itself between his lips. It slid down his throat like a living thing, a cold, writhing mass that settled deep within his chest. God damn it! It had not been a guess. The thing really was hunting for a new home in his sister. Lin Yi braced for the agonizing pain of the infestation. But what hit him instead was something far more dangerous. He went rigid, his knees buckling as an overwhelming wave of euphoria crashed over his senses. Every nerve in his body vibrated with a terrifying electric pleasure.
Lin Yi, what is happening? Answer me.
Chu Kai's voice was a dull echo, a sound coming from the far end of a long, dark tunnel. Lin Yi could not spare a single thought for his companion. The sensation was intoxicating. It was an explosive, relentless surge of dopamine that scorched his brain, a blinding white light of pure, addictive ecstasy. His mind fractured. His thoughts, his identity, even his awareness of the village, all of it dissolved into a featureless, shimmering void. The world flickered and died. As his consciousness began to slip away, the last thing he felt was the terrifying, sweet pull of oblivion. The darkness pulled at the edges of Lin Yi's mind, a seductive void that promised an end to all thought. He wanted to surrender to it, to let the sweet, numbing bliss consume him entirely. But the tide of pleasure began to recede, leaving behind a cold, hollow ache. He reached for it desperately, a part of him mourning the loss of that artificial sanctuary.
Lin Yi?
The voice pierced through the fog, grounding him. Chu Kai couldn't see the terror in his eyes, but he could feel the violent tremors racking Lin Yi's frame.
Big brother Lin Yi, you're shaking. What's happening?
Reality slammed back into him with a vengeance. His limbs felt like leaden weights, his energy completely spent. It was as if something had hollowed out his very soul. He remembered Dean Van Looy's frantic reaction when the parasite departed. The truth finally crystallized in his mind. These freaks didn't just inhabit their hosts, they hijacked the brain's reward system. By flooding the host with massive surges of dopamine, they created a state of absolute addiction. The host became a puppet, their consciousness severed while the monster pulled the strings of their nervous system. This overwhelming stimulation burned through the body's resources at a lethal pace. To these creatures, a human was nothing more than a disposable fuel source, a battery to be drained and discarded. When the monster finally left, the withdrawal was so agonizing that the host would do anything to bring it back. They would rather die in that artificial heaven than face the cold reality of their broken body. That was why Dean Van Looy had clawed at his own flesh, begging for the nightmare to continue. He wasn't resisting the monster, he was resisting the end of the high. But the freak moved with its own singular purpose. No amount of human desperation could stall its departure once its vessel was spent. The shared sensation Lin Yi just felt pointed to a singular, terrifying conclusion. The parasite currently inhabiting the Saintess was looking for its next meal, and it had chosen Chu Yun. He looked toward the Saintess. She was a ruin of a woman now, her body twisted and racked by violent hacking coughs. The host was nearing its breaking point. Lin Yi's muscles locked. He knew the signs. When the current shell failed, the freak would strike with lightning speed. It would be just like the slaughter that claimed Dean Van Looy. The odds were impossible, and Chengdao and Lulin Hai were nowhere to be seen. Chu Kai was blind, and Lin Yi himself was barely able to stand. Their only hope was a girl who had no idea what was coming. They were like low-level players who had wandered out of the starting zone, only to find themselves face-to-face with a world boss. A single wrong move would mean total annihilation. If it came to a direct confrontation, their only escape would be the sweet release of a reset. Anything would be better than being consumed alive.
Stop standing around! Get the Saintess to her quarters immediately! She needs her rest!
Lin Yi tightened his grip on Chu Kai's hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. He caught Chu Yun's eye, a silent signal passing between them amidst the suffocating tension.
Are you all blind? Look at her! The Saintess is falling apart. She's our only salvation. If we lose her, we lose everything. Don't just stand there like statues. Move! Get her back to her room before it's too late. If Brother Lei returns to find her in this state, he'll have every one of your heads for this.
The bluff fell on deaf ears. The villagers didn't so much as blink. They stood frozen, their obedience belonging solely to the dying figure in their midst.
Give!
The word was barely a whisper, a dry, rattling sound that seemed to scrape its way out of the Saintess's throat. Lin Yi's fingers brushed the handle of his knife. He drew the blade with a sharp, metallic ring, his knuckles white as he gripped the hilt.
Give her to me!
As if on command, the villagers turned as one. Their eyes, devoid of any human warmth, locked onto Chu Yun with a hunger that chilled the blood.
Xiao Yun, get Chu Kai out of here. Run, now!
Lin Yi stepped forward, placing his own fragile body between the girl and the monsters. He was a barrier of flesh and steel against an oncoming storm. But the freaks had no intention of letting them go. They began to stimulate their hosts' nervous systems, forcing muscles to expand and pulse with unnatural power. They didn't care for the integrity of the human shells they inhabited. To them, these bodies were nothing but ammunition to be spent in a single explosive burst of violence. Lin Yi's reaction was a heartbeat too slow. The villager's hand, gnarled and twitching with inhuman speed, was already closing the distance to Chu Yun's throat. But Chu Yun didn't flinch. In a single, fluid motion, she produced a small bottle, the cap already flicked open. With a sharp snap of her wrist, she unleashed a blinding cloud of white powder. Lin Yi stared in disbelief. The girl he had thought needed constant protection was standing her ground with a cold, calculated efficiency that bordered on the professional. He remembered her during the mantis wolf attack. Even then, she had been eerily calm, her eyes focusing on survival while others dissolved into panic. She was a survivor, through and through. The lime powder was a revelation. If these things were truly slug-like in their base form, then caustic substances and salt weren't just irritants, they were lethal weapons. Chu Yun wasn't done. While her attacker was blinded and reeling, she pivoted on one foot, her legs swinging around in a brutal arc that connected squarely with the man's groin. The sound of the impact made Lin Yi wince, his own muscles tensing in sympathetic agony. Her combat style was stripped of all grace. It was pure, unfiltered survival.
Brother Zhang Cheng warned me I might need the lime, and Uncle An, he made sure I knew how to use my body as a weapon.
Xiao Yun, get back here, now. Don't push your luck.
Chu Kai's voice was sharp with fear. He couldn't see the carnage, but the sounds of the struggle and Lin Yi's earlier warnings told him they were on the edge of an abyss. Lin Yi realized with a start that his entire understanding of Chu Yun had been shaped by Chu Kai's memories. He had seen her as a delicate flower because that was how her brother had always portrayed her. Chu Kai's protective nature wasn't just a choice. It was a survival mechanism forged in the fires of a city that hunted the weak. Old habits, especially those born of love and terror, didn't die easily.
I'm okay, brother. Really, I can handle myself.
Her kick had been brutal, but against a possessed host, physical pain was a secondary concern. She was fighting the shell, not the monster inside. Only the caustic sting of the lime was keeping them at bay. The villagers began to circle them again, their movements jerky and unnatural. The lime's effect was fading, and their hunger was returning with a vengeance. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He pressed the cold edge of his blade against the soft flesh of his own forearm, the steel biting deep enough to draw a thin line of crimson.
Take another step and see what happens. I'll bleed myself dry before I let you touch us. You told me yourself, the ground rats and those winged nightmares in the woods, they can smell a drop of blood from miles away. If I open a vein right now, how long do you think you'll have before this village is swarming with things that find your hosts just as delicious as you find us?
He knew their weakness. Fighting off a swarm would force the freaks to burn through their host's life force in minutes. Once the human shells were spent, the parasites would be defenseless, naked before the forest predators. The advance faltered. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances, their collective gaze shifting back toward the Saintess for guidance. For a moment, the threat of the forest seemed to outweigh their hunger. Lin Yi allowed himself a flicker of hope, thinking he had won this round. But the Saintess remained unmoved, her eyes fixed on them with a chilling, vacant indifference that suggested his threat was meaningless.
Lin Yi, stop.
Chu Kai's voice was a graveyard whisper, devoid of its usual warmth. He had heard something that Lin Yi had missed, something that changed the rules of the game entirely. Chu Kai's body trembled as he pushed past the limits of his exhaustion. He reached out with his mind, forcing his heightened senses to pierce through the heavy silence of the village. The sound was overwhelming, a tidal wave of movement that seemed to come from every direction at once. The entire village was no longer a collection of individuals, it was a single, hungry entity.
It's over. They're all here. Every single one of them is coming for us.
The trap had finally closed. They weren't just fighting a handful of villagers, they were facing the collective hunger of an entire community of monsters. As the villagers slowly filed out from the shadows in the distance, a cold clarity finally washed over Lin Yi. The parasite clinging to the Saintess wasn't acting out of bravado, it had a calculated reason for its confidence. Even if Lin Yi chose to end his own life right here to drag them down, the plan was doomed from the start. Under the influence of those things, these ordinary people could exert power that defied human biology. They were no longer just villagers, they were puppets with terrifying potential. The instant he drew blood, they would be upon him like a tidal wave. Speed, numbers, and mindless aggression, he wouldn't even have time to finish the cut. To them, a damaged vessel was useless. A host with a wound lost its worth in the eyes of the freaks. They wouldn't hesitate. A quick snap of the neck, and they would toss his remains out of the village like common trash. Even the ground itself was against him. This Baloo soil wouldn't hold his secret for long. Their numbers meant they could simply excavate any stained earth and hurl it away along with his cooling corpse before it could do any harm. The creature within the Saintess was clearly the apex, the queen of this horrific hive. She was the one directing the swarm. The lesser freaks were expendable pawns, but she was the prize that could not be lost. Her safety was their absolute priority. And since she had marked Chu Yun as her next target, there was no chance of them letting any of them walk away alive. A wave of pure terror surged through Lin Yi. He clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding together. There was only one escape left. He had to die and force the loop to reset. The village's dark truth was finally laid bare. If he could just make it back to the beginning, he could avoid this nightmare entirely, or at least find a better way to fight back. Just as he was about to commit to the act, Zhang Cheng's voice echoed from a memory of their time on the bus. It was a conversation from before their desperate flight from the city, back when they first arrived in this village. They had been debating the nature of abilities, and Zhang Cheng had offered a perspective on Lin Yi's power that he hadn't considered.
I've been thinking, your gift might not actually be time control at all.
Those words had stuck with Lin Yi, sharp and clinical. Zhang Cheng had rubbed his chin, his expression deep in thought.
You've assumed it's time control because of two factors. The loops after you die and those moments where everything just stops. But what if time isn't the focus? What if the freeze only happens to ensure your survival? Take that first incident, the creature wearing your mother's face. It tried to kill you, but you could have survived that encounter without any help from time. If you'd kept your head, stayed back, and managed your fear, you could have evaded its final strike entirely on your own. And when little Yoon was in danger, if she died, her brother would have ended you instantly. You saw that happen in a previous life. So, to keep you breathing, the world stood still for a few seconds, just long enough for you to remove the threat and stay alive.
As for that final moment at the city's edge, no amount of stopping time could have changed the outcome. He'd returned to the past not to survive, but to understand why he had failed.
You've been at Sifang Mountain for so long, practicing and failing. You haven't mastered your power like Chu Kai or Uncle Ann. Isn't it possible you're aiming for the wrong target? It's like cramming for a math test all night, only to walk in and find out the exam is on poetry. If you're solving the wrong problem, no amount of effort is going to get you the right answer. And
Zhang Cheng had trailed off, a rare moment of hesitation. His voice had turned heavy as he looked Lin Yi in the eye.
your power isn't simple. It's not a tool like the others, unless there's absolutely no other choice. You need to stop using your death as a reset button. You died before so you could live now. But if you keep failing, how do you know the next time you close your eyes won't be the last?
Let them go.
The sudden scream pulled Lin Yi back to the present. Chu Yun had stepped forward, the blade of her knife pressed hard against her own throat.
You're after me, aren't you? Let them leave, and I'll stay without a fight.
Little Yun, no. What are you doing? Get back here.
You've spent your whole life protecting me, brother. It's time I did the same for you.
Chu Yun wasn't naive. She remembered the orphanage the way her brother would always hide her whenever kind adults came looking to adopt. He'd taught her to be invisible, to stay away from certain people. She'd always trusted him, even when his actions seemed erratic. As long as they were together, she had a home.
I'm serious. If they aren't released, I'll end it right now.
She stared at the Saintess with a chilling, unnatural calm. The Saintess's body began to convulse. Her eyes started to bulge, threatening to burst from her skull. This wasn't like the creature that had taken Dean Van Looy. This was a white freak. The eyes seemed to float on their own for a moment before fixing their predatory gaze on Chu Yun. Before Lin Yi could blink, one of the men Brother Lei had left to guard them surged toward the girl. He moved with a speed that shattered his own body. The force of the lunge snapped his femur, the bone protruding through his skin. He didn't even flinch. With an expressionless face, he clamped his hand over Chu Yun's, forcing the knife away from her neck.
Give her to me.
The words were a wet, desperate rasp. The Saintess's face was a map of writhing, white flesh, her excitement barely contained by her failing host.
Little Yun.
Chu Kai strained his enhanced hearing, trying to find her in the chaos. He lunged forward, but a heavy boot from a villager caught him in the chest, sending him sprawling. The Saintess was fixated on Chu Yun. The others were merely collateral. Their deaths would be an afterthought. Chu Kai forced himself up, his head ringing. Sight was useless now. He had to rely on the world of sound. Lin Yi moved to his side, his movements steady and purposeful.
Don't panic. I've got this.
He lifted his blade. Zhang Cheng's warning about the cost of looping echoed in his mind. But looking at the horror before him, he knew he was at the absolutely necessary stage. Lin Yi pressed the cold steel against his throat, ready to end it. Just as he was about to commit, Chu Kai's hand clamped onto his arm, stopping him. Chu Kai's mind was a storm of noise, the sensory overload threatening to tear him apart. But through the wall of sound, a single, familiar voice broke through. Chu Kai, can you hear me? Zhang Cheng sent me! We've got reinforcements coming! It was Lu Lin Hai, but the news made no sense. Where could he have found help? Chu Kai stood frozen, his mind reeling from the impossibility of it. The sound was changing now, a massive, chaotic roar growing louder by the second.
Something Something big is coming from the south.
A terrifying skittering and rustling filled the air. It wasn't just Chukai anymore. Even the freaks had stopped, their predatory instincts alerting them to a new, approaching threat. The air is shredded by a cacophony of shrieks. It's a frantic, ecstatic sound, surging closer with every passing second. In the distance, the Balu's soil is slick with a murky brown layer. Beneath the pale moonlight, a sea of small shapes crawls toward us. Rats! These are the creatures that were supposed to stay hidden deep within the forest. Each one is massive, the length of a child's forearm. Their tiny crimson eyes glint with a chilling, predatory light in the dark. Their bodies are matted with coarse, grayish-brown bristles. As they scurry, their naked tails twitch with a repulsive, primal excitement. I stare in horror. Are these the ground rats the villagers whispered about in their ghost stories? This is my first time seeing them, the nightmares that haunt this place made flesh. A few would have been manageable. But this is a roiling, suffocating mass. It makes my skin crawl just to look at it. A foul, choking stench hits me as they draw closer. Their piercing shrieks hammer against my eardrums, grating on my already frayed nerves.
There's more.
Chukai mutters the warning, his voice tight. He hasn't deactivated his ability. His senses are still dialed into the vibrations of the forest. He tilts his head, signaling me to look up. I follow his gaze, and my heart nearly stops. The distant sky is blotted out. A vast, oppressive shadow like a black cloud is surging toward the village. Raspy, discordant cries drift down from the darkness above. The faint moonlight is being swallowed whole. Pitch black feathers and rotting chest cavities filled with writhing meat sprouts. The cloud is composed of the monstrous birds that nest in the treetops. Why are they here? Why now? The Saintess's gaunt face twists with pure fury. She gnashes her teeth, attempting a roar of rage, but it dissolves into a violent, hacking cough. The confusion is mutual. Why would these monsters risk entering the village? The freaks usually maintain a delicate balance. They dispose of corpses in the North Forest to keep these beasts fed and away from their hosts. It's a system that has allowed this infestation to persist for a long time. But that balance has been shattered. The rules have changed.
It's Lin Yi and Zhang Cheng.
Chukai realizes the truth. This is what Lin Yi meant by reinforcements. A sudden blur of grayish fur erupts from the swarm. A lone rat launches itself with unnatural strength, teeth bared, aimed straight for a villager on the edge of the crowd. The freak inhabiting the man reacts with inhuman speed. His hand snaps out, snatching the vermin from the air before it can sink its teeth into his neck. But it's a drop in an ocean. The sheer volume of the swarm is a tidal wave. Rats begin to rain down on the villagers, their tiny claws scrabbling up legs and over shoulders with terrifying, frenetic speed. The possessed villagers lash out, their movements jerky and efficient. They crush, kick, and throw the creatures, but for every rat they kill, 10 more take its place. One man boots a rat from his thigh, his foot coming down with a sickening crunch on another that was scurrying across the mud. A spray of dark, foul-smelling blood erupts from the crushed rodent. The metallic scent of gore hits the swarm, and it's like throwing a match into a powder keg. The frenzy doubles in an instant. The villagers possess incredible strength, but they are outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The rats find every gap, every seam in their defenses, sinking sharp incisors into exposed flesh. It's a gruesome sight. Rats scramble over stoic faces trying to force their way into open mouths. Clusters of them gather on limbs, greedily tearing strips of meat from the villagers' bodies. They are driven by a mindless, insatiable hunger. They feel no fear, no pain, only the need to consume. They ignore the blows that rain down on them, focusing solely on the feast. Above, the monstrous birds circle lower and lower. They don't dive yet. They watch with cold, predatory eyes, waiting for the perfect moment of vulnerability. Then, with lethal precision, they plummet. They descend like black arrows, their talons and beaks aimed straight for the villagers' eyes. This chaos is a double-edged sword. The maddened rats and monstrous birds don't distinguish between freak and human. We are just as much prey as the villagers. Yet the arrival of the swarms has achieved one thing. The village has been plunged into utter, irredeemable disorder. I don't waste the opening the swarms have provided. I whip off my jacket. Wrapping it tightly around my right hand and the hilt of my knife, I charge toward Chu Yun with everything I've got. I drive the blade deep into the side of the villager who's pinning her down. The steel sinks in with a wet, heavy thud. The air is thick with the scent of blood now. I know the rats and birds will be here in seconds, drawn by the gore. That's why I kept my skin covered. I prepare to discard the blood-soaked jacket and the weapon the moment I'm clear. I can't afford even a single drop of this filth touching me. The knife in Chengdao forged is terrifyingly sharp. It carves through flesh and bone like they're nothing, but the villager doesn't even flinch. He refuses to let go of Chu Yun.
Give her to me, now!
The saintess shrieks, her voice a ragged, desperate thing. The freak inside her knows the walls are closing in. It knows the body it's wearing is about to expire. The village is a lost cause. The freak needs to escape, but its true form is a sluggish, vulnerable thing. It needs a new, healthy host. It needs Chu Yun. At the shrieked command, the villager holding Chu Yun undergoes a violent transformation. His left leg surges with a sudden unnatural power, the muscles bulging beneath the skin. With a sickening crack, the freak forces the man to leap toward the saintess. The sheer force of the movement snaps his own leg like a dry twig, but he doesn't stop.
You are mine!
The saintess's face looks like rotted wood, her features collapsing. Her white eyes roll violently upward, disappearing into the dark recesses of her skull. Something is writhing, wet and frantic, beneath the fabric of her robes. The freak is detaching itself, shedding the saintess like a useless skin. Her face contorts in a final silent scream of agony. Her body is a hollowed-out husk, incapable of even producing a sound as the parasite leaves it. I charge forward again, Chu Kai right at my heels. We have to reach Chu Yun before that thing does. But the remaining villagers swarm us, forming a living wall. They are mindless puppets, their only purpose now to protect their leader until the transfer is complete. I can see the hunger in their eyes, or rather, the hunger of the parasites within them. They see us not as enemies, but as fresh, untainted vessels. A soft, fleshy form slithers out from the collar of the saintess's robe. It's a sickeningly white, slimy thing, possessing two bulging eyes on stalks. A mass of black hair-like fibers surrounds its body, twitching with a repulsive primal excitement. Chu Yun stares at the monstrosity emerging from the dying woman. Even without an explanation, she can feel the sheer, oily wrongness of it. This is something foul, something that shouldn't exist. Her right hand is still pinned in the villager's iron-tight grip. She doesn't panic. Instead, she reaches into her pocket with her left hand, her fingers fumbling for the small package she has been carrying. Just as the white mass is about to launch itself at her, Chu Yun whips her hand out. She hurls the contents of the packet directly at the creature's protruding eyes. Cloudy white lime powder explodes in the air, coating the freak in a caustic fog. The effect is instantaneous. The creature's eyes retract into its body, and its disgusting form writhes in what can only be described as agony. Without a host to amplify its voice, the freak is silent, but its intent is clear. The possessed villagers react to its distress, swarming Chu Yun and pinning her left hand as well. She is completely immobilized. Chu Yun grits her teeth, kicking out at the saintess's body, but the woman is nothing more than a hollowed-out husk now. Even as she knocks the corpse aside, the white freak continues its slow, agonizing crawl toward her. The creature is relentless, inching closer and closer to Chu Yun's face. Its fibers reach out, searching for a way in. Suddenly, a small figure bursts from the chaotic crowd, a blur of movement in the dark. He had been overlooked in the madness of the rats, the birds, and our desperate struggle. He had woven his way through the carnage, unnoticed until now. The boy runs with every ounce of strength in his small frame, his face streaked with tears and his voice cracking with desperation.
Stop it! Don't you dare hurt my mommy!
It's Xiao Hu, the boy I saw earlier. He charges into the center of the nightmare, his small hands balled into fists. As he nears Chu Yun, I see it again, that strange glowing filament of light connecting the boy to her. It's a tether of energy that defies logic, pulsing in the darkness. Xiao Hu lunges forward, his small frame quivering with a terror he can't hide. Despite the paralyzing fear, he doesn't stop his desperate charge. His expression is a twisted mask of dread, but deep within his wide, watery eyes, a faint ember of defiance remains. He sinks his teeth into the villager's arm with primal ferocity, desperate to free Chu Yun from her pinned position. Lacking weapons or training, the boy relies solely on his teeth and instinct. His efforts are met with a chilling, unnatural silence. The creatures inhabiting these human shells have long since moved beyond the reach of physical pain. The villager doesn't flinch, his grip on Chu Yun remaining ironclad. Yet Xiao Hu's interference has inadvertently placed him in the path of the approaching white freak. The boy now stands as a shield between the girl and the nightmare, his presence a shield born of pure chance. Blinded by the caustic lime powder Chu Yun had used earlier, the white freak fumbles through the dark. It reaches out, its appendages finding not the girl, but the boy standing in her stead. Sensing a warm host, the sightless creature doesn't hesitate. It begins to coil around Xiao Hu's small, trembling body with terrifying speed. Slimy, black filaments force their way into the boy's mouth, sliding past his teeth to latch directly onto his central nervous system. In a heartbeat, the light of humanity vanishes from Xiao Hu's eyes, leaving them dull, empty, and glassy.
Mama!
A horrific smile spreads across his face, even as tears stream down his cheeks. The parasite's intrusion has flooded his mind with cruel, distorted visions of comfort.
No! Stop it! Get away from him!
Chu Yun screams in despair as she witnesses the creature's gruesome burrowing. She fights against her captor with renewed fury, but she is still held fast against the earth.
Saintess! No, not him! That's the wrong body!
The villager pinning her, his own legs shattered and useless, releases her hands. He begins a desperate, pathetic crawl toward the boy on all fours. From his vantage point, Lin Yi watches the scene with a mix of confusion and urgency. The glowing threads of danger had pointed to Xiao Hu, yet the boy had just saved her through pure chance. Was the threat from Xiao Hu himself, or what he was becoming? As the freak fully integrates with the boy, the thread between him and Chu Yun snaps and disappears.
Xiao Yun, catch this.
He flings his blade toward her, the metal flashing momentarily in the dim, muddy light.
Go for the bulge on their backs. That's their only weakness.
Lin Yi bellows the instruction while still struggling against his own attacker. It's the only help he can offer while pinned to the ground. Chu Yun doesn't waste a second. She snatches the knife from the dirt and springs into action with survival-driven focus.
Stay away from her! Don't you dare touch the Saintess!
The crawling villager snags her ankle, trying to pull her back. Chu Yun snarls and drives the blade deep into the fleshy protrusion on his spine. He clings to her with mindless tenacity. She twists the handle with all her strength, feeling the sickening resistance of muscle and nerve. She recalls the lessons of past battles, how the others severed the connections of the mantis wolves. If this lump is where the control lies, she will destroy it. In another corner of the village, Lin Yi and Chu Kai are fighting for their lives. The situation is growing more dire by the second. Chu Kai's world is a blur of gray and shifting shadows. Forced to rely solely on his heightened hearing, he tracks the movements of his attackers through the cacophony. But the strain of overusing his abilities has left him dangerously weak. Every dodge is a battle of its own, draining what little strength he has left. There is no room for a counterstrike. Survival is his only focus as his body nears its breaking point. Lin Yi is slightly more mobile. Lacking any caustic powder, he improvises, scooping up handfuls of mud to hurl at the villagers' eyes. He fights a desperate battle to close the distance between himself and his flagging friend. But the villagers move with an unnatural, twitchy speed. Their parasite-enhanced nervous systems allow them to sidestep his attacks with insulting, inhuman ease.
You're blind, aren't you? Poor little thing, struggling in the dark.
The villager hunting Chu Kai mocks him, his flat eyes noticing the boy's tightly shut lids and trembling frame.
Don't be afraid. Just surrender your body to me, and I'll mend those broken eyes of yours. I'll make you whole again. I'll give you more than just sight. I'll let you taste pure, unadulterated bliss that your human mind can't even fathom.
The villager's eyes bulge obscenely in their sockets, the pupils dilating to an impossible size. The parasite within is eager, desperate to trade its failing, middle-aged vessel for a younger, stronger one.
Believe me, once you've felt the joy I bring, you'll never want to leave. You'll thank me for the relief. This world is nothing but a cycle of agony and grief. I can erase it all. I can make you forget every single sorrow you've ever known.
A sneering, twisted smile stretches across the villager's face. Focused on its new prize, the parasite ignores the physical limits of its current host, pushing the body to move with reckless, bone-snapping speed. Chu Kai's exhaustion finally catches up to him. His legs buckle, his reflexes failing just as the creature lunges for the kill. Just as the villager prepares to strike, a heavy object swings toward his skull from the shadows. The creature is forced to abort its attack, spinning around to face a new threat. A figure stands there, a length of steel rebar gripped in his broad hands. His expression is one of grim, unwavering focus.
Took you long enough. You're too slow.
Despite his blindness, Chu Kai hasn't been unaware. He had tracked the newcomer's approach through the chaos, sensing the weight of his footsteps long before the strike landed. Lu Linhai stands his ground, the heavy steel rebar resting momentarily on his shoulder. He looks at Chu Kai with a mix of profound relief and deepening concern.
I got here as quickly as I could. Kai, what's happened? Your eyes? They aren't opening.
Chu Kai opens his mouth to respond, but his expression suddenly shifts to one of sharp, instinctive alarm.
Behind you. Move now.
A sudden gust of wind signals the villager's next strike. Chu Kai tries to pull back, but his exhausted limbs refuse to cooperate, feeling as heavy and sluggish as lead. But the attacker is intercepted before his claws can find their mark. Moving with a speed that rivals the parasite-driven villagers, Lu Linhai swings the rebar in a wide, punishing arc. The impact is bone-jarring and final.
Tell me you're not actually going blind. We'll find a way to fix this, Kai. I promise you. Even if your sight doesn't come back, we're not leaving you behind. I'll be your eyes. I'll protect you with my life if I have to.
Chu Kai remains silent, his jaw tight. If he could see, he'd be burning both Lu Linhai and Lin Yi with a murderous glare. The sentimentality is as grating to him as the situation is dire. Still, he can't help but be impressed by the raw physical prowess Lu Linhai is displaying. The boy has transformed into a formidable, lethal combatant. Lin Yi falls back, joining their side. The three allies stand back to back, forming a small island of resistance in the middle of the chaotic street.
Where's Zhang Cheng? Why the hell isn't he here with you?
Who knows? He's playing his mystery man routine again, said he had business to attend to, and told me to get to you guys first. The whole distraction with the rats and the birds? That was all his idea. He's always 5 steps ahead.
Linhai, forget about us. You have to go and find Xiao Yun right now. The Saintess is hunting her. She's desperate for a new host. You have to protect my sister.
A short distance away, Chu Yun desperately hacks at the coarse black fibers anchoring the parasite to its human host. Even the small, ragged tear she makes near the creature's spine is enough to send a violent shock through its system. The parasite's control begins to fray and falter. The villager's frame erupts in uncontrollable spasms, his face twisting into a grotesque mask of agony. Yet, he refuses to release his ironclad grip. Nearby, the white freak has fully submerged itself within Xiao Hu's small body. Thick, hair-like filaments burst from the boy's eye sockets, liquefying his pupils in a sickening, silent instant. But the parasite is not without its own wounds. The lime powder has left it blind and confused, unable to emerge from the hollow, black pits where the boy's eyes once were.
No! This is wrong. This body, it's defective. It's too weak.
The creature shrieks through the boy's vocal cords, its voice a wet, dissonant rasp of dawning realization.
Where is the girl? I can't find her. Where did she go? Bring her to me. I demand her body. Find her and bring her to me.
At the Saintess's frantic command, another villager breaks from the chaos and sprints toward Chu Yun with predatory focus. He moves with a speed that defies human biology, a blur of motion closing the gap in seconds. Chu Yun, exhausted and pinned, has no hope of dodging the collision. Before the villager can reach her, a flash of steel cuts through the dark. A boning knife buries itself deep into the center of the attacker's forehead with a wet, final thud. The razor-sharp boning knife found its mark, driving deep into the villager's skull right between the eyes. The impact sent the creature stumbling backward, the blade's tip grinding against bone as it was forced to retreat step by agonizing step. Close behind came the bloodletting knife, a silver blur that carved through skin and muscle alike. It left a trail of ragged, weeping gashes across the villager's form, a brutal follow-up to the initial strike. With a final, forceful shove, the boning knife propelled the target toward the waiting swarm. The ground rats, driven to madness by the metallic tang of fresh blood, lunged forward in a frantic, squealing heap. The vermin surged up the villager's legs, their teeth sinking into the raw, exposed flesh. They were a tide of insatiable hunger, burrowing deep into the body as they tore away every scrap of meat they could find. Deep within the host, the parasitic freak felt the heat of the rat swarm. It knew the body was finished. This vessel was no longer a sanctuary, but a tomb. Grotesque, bulging eyes erupted from the hollow sockets, and the skin between the shoulder blades began to heave. The parasite writhed in desperation, trying to tear itself free from the dying man and flee into the shadows. But the sky offered no mercy. Above the carnage, the monstrous birds had been waiting for their opening, and they finally struck. The tattered avians dove with terrifying speed. Their talons lashed out, sinking deep into the quivering protrusion on the villager's spine, anchoring them to the prize. Their beaks became hammers of bone, pecking relentlessly at the exposed parasite. With each strike, they ripped away chunks of slimy, translucent meat, ignoring the host's silent agony. The scavengers tossed their heads back, sliding the viscous chunks of the freak down their throats with a sickening squelch. In a last-ditch effort, black hair-like fibers erupted from the villager's back, lashing out like whips to entangle the predatory birds. But the birds were toxic themselves, their rotting flesh dripping with a corrosive slime. The moment the black fibers touched them, they shriveled and recoiled, scorched by the acidic discharge. Two more boning knives whistled through the air, their blades catching the dim light as they streaked toward the villagers surrounding Lin Yi. Despite the creature's unnaturally fast reflexes, the knives didn't miss. They curved in mid-flight, tracking their targets like heat-seeking missiles.
It's Uncle Ann. Those are his knives.
Startled by the sudden aerial intervention, Lin Yi quickly scanned the periphery of the village, his heart hammering against his ribs. From the northern edge of the village, An Cheng Dao emerged. His face was set in a grim mask of absolute freezing fury. He radiated a cold, palpable rage that seemed to lower the temperature of the night air around him. One hand gripped a heavy bone-chopping knife, while the other dragged the limp, unconscious body of Brother Lei behind him. Brother Lei was reduced to a heap of wet mud, and Cheng Dao had stripped him of his clothes, using the fabric to bind him and his own shotgun into a humiliating, tangled mess. The butcher knives danced in a lethal orbit around Cheng Dao, striking out at the villagers with the speed and unpredictability of a lightning storm. He steered the blades with terrifying precision. No matter how the villagers twisted or dove, the knives always circled back, relentless in their pursuit of the kill. It was clear Cheng Dao had seen through the villagers' facade. He knew they weren't human, not anymore. He knew they were immune to pain, and that conventional strikes to their organs would do nothing to stop the parasites within. So, his knives did something far more cruel. They methodically carved wound after wound into their flesh, turning the villagers into living banquets for the ravenous ground rats. Lin Yi had no idea how the butcher had survived Brother Lei's shotgun blast, but seeing him alive and fighting brought a wave of overwhelming relief. Uncle An's arrival was like a powerful sedative, instantly calming the group's frayed nerves and grounding them in the face of the nightmare.
Thank God you're alive, Uncle An.
Wait, why did you think Uncle An was dead?
Lu Linhai turned back to Lin Yi, his brow furrowed in genuine bewilderment. Having been separated during the earlier chaos, he was completely in the dark about the events that had led them to believe the butcher had fallen.
Forget about that. We don't have time for a recap.
Chu Kai's voice cut through the air, sharp and demanding. He was clutching his eyes, his face pale with pain and frantic worry.
Get to little Yun, now. The Saintess is after her body. She's going to be their primary target. I'm on it. You can't see a damn thing right now, so you stay put.
Lu Linhai said, his eyes flicking toward Lin Yi with a heavy sense of responsibility.
Lin Yi, keep an eye on him. Don't let him wander off into the dark. He's blind as a bat for the moment. You have to be his eyes. Stop talking like that, it's only temporary.
Before Lin Yi could even finish his sentence, Lu Linhai had already pivoted and vanished into the night, sprinting toward Chu Yun's location with reckless abandon. The sudden rain of butcher knives had driven back most of the villagers closing in on Chu Yun, but the one already pinned to the ground refused to let go. He held onto her hand with a frantic, bone-crushing death grip.
Where is she? I can't see. Where is my new vessel?
The sight of the child's hollow, sightless eye sockets combined with that raspy, unnaturally high-pitched voice created a wave of pure, unspeakable dread.
Saintess! She's right here! The body you want is within reach? I have her! Don't let her get away! Mine! That body will be mine!
Following the shout, the white freak forced Zhao Hu's small, broken body to lurch forward, dragging itself across the mud. The lime powder had done its work. No eyes regenerated in the sockets. Instead, a writhing mass of black, hair-like fibers sprouted out, waving in the air with a sickening, predatory excitement.
Zhao Hu, can you hear me? Please, wake up.
But her desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. There was nothing left of the boy but a hollowed-out shell. Chu Yun took a shuddering breath and violently yanked the knife out of the villager's back, the wet sound of the blade's exit echoing in the small space.
Zhao Hu, I'm so sorry.
She gripped the hilt until her knuckles turned white, her eyes fixed on the approaching horror. The moment it crossed the line, she would strike. As the distorted form of Zhao Hu lurched closer, a familiar voice shattered the eerie silence of the struggle.
Little Yun, I've got you!
With a heavy, sickening thud, Lu Linhai swung his rebar with every ounce of his strength, slamming the metal bar directly into Zhao Hu's head. The freak inside the child's body sensed the oncoming danger, but it was too late. The small, frail vessel it inhabited lacked the explosive power needed to dodge the blow. Blind and uncoordinated thanks to Chu Yun's earlier attack, the parasite had no way to track the trajectory of the strike until it was already upon it.
The Saintess.
Lu Linhai's blow sent the child crashing into the mud, his body skidding several feet before coming to a halt.
Protect the Saintess! Save her!
The villager pinned to the dirt finally released his grip on Chu Yun, frantically trying to crawl toward the fallen boy. But his movements were sluggish and jerky. Chu Yun had already severed the black fibers connecting his nerves, leaving his body a poorly coordinated marionette. Realizing he couldn't reach his master alone, he began to howl for his companions, his voice a distorted bark of command. His cries went unanswered. Most of the villagers were already buried under a roiling tide of rats, unable to break free from the thousands of tiny, biting mouths. The crazed rodents were tearing the villagers apart, ignoring their inhuman strength and focusing only on the feast of fresh meat. When the freaks inside tried to abandon their half-eaten hosts and flee, the monstrous birds dove from the sky, pecking the escaping parasites into nothingness before they could find new vessels. One or two villagers who weren't yet surrounded tried to rush to the white freak's defense, their faces twisted with parasitic zeal. But the moment they moved, the butcher knives dancing in the air would intercept them with lethal precision, driving them back toward the waiting, squealing rats.
You piece of trash! You really thought you could lay a hand on little Yun?
Lin Yi stood over the broken villager, swearing under his breath as he tightened his grip on the rebar. He looked down at the creature with a mix of disgust and cold fury. He raised the heavy metal bar high and brought it crashing down onto the villager's head, the sound of the impact flat and final in the night air.
Lin Yi, aim for the back. Hit him right there.
Chu Yun pointed frantically to the jagged wound she had left earlier on the villager's back, the site where the parasite was most exposed.
I know! Zhang Cheng already told me where the weak spots are.
Lin Yi readjusted his stance, aimed for the breach in the villager's spine, and drove the rebar in with every ounce of his remaining strength. But as he struck, the fallen Zhao Hu began to writhe in agony. The child's body twisted and turned in the mud, as if being torn apart from the inside.
Don't leave! Please, don't go!
A pained, high-pitched howl ripped from the boy's throat, a sound so human it seemed impossible in this place of monsters. Lin Yi looked up, his curiosity overriding his caution. He stared at the child, his brow furrowing as he tried to reconcile what he was seeing with what he had been told.
That's strange. I hit the host. Zhang Cheng said these things aren't supposed to feel pain.
He hesitated, his mind racing. He considered finishing the boy off with another blow or simply tossing the body to the waiting rats. But as he drew closer, a mass of soft, white flesh suddenly erupted from beneath Xiao Hu's body, glistening with a sickening, translucent sheen. It was the white freak! In a calculated, predatory move, it had detached from its failing host, using the boy's feigned agony to lure its next victim into range. Xiao Hu's small frame was useless for escape. The parasite knew it needed a new, stronger vessel to survive the night. As Lin Yi raised his rebar for a final strike, the white mass lunged. It was a blur of explosive speed, leaping into the air before he could even blink. The parasite wrapped its cold, fibrous mass around Lin Yi's head, its double-coiled worms already burrowing into his open mouth. Xiao Hu's withered frame was far too frail to sustain his parasite. The white freak understood that survival against the local predators required a more robust vessel. In a sudden motion, it peeled away from the boy, leaving him to howl in agony as it sought its next prey. Dark, needle-thin filaments crept across the Baloo dirt, blending perfectly with the midnight shadows. These sensors were practically undetectable. Any person who strayed too close to Xiao Hu's writhing form would unknowingly trigger these hidden feelers. Once touched, the entity would lunge with predatory precision, claiming a fresh host before they could blink. Lin Yi was caught completely off guard. Before he could even register the threat, a pale, wet mass had already clamped onto his skull. He grit his teeth, fighting with every ounce of willpower to keep his mouth sealed tight against the invasion. The creature was relentless, however, plugging his nose and threading its foul fibers deep into his sinuses. A burning agony lanced through his head, accompanied by an unbearable, crawling sensation. He felt the air being cut off, his throat tightening as a wave of sickness washed over him. He desperately suppressed the reflex to gasp. In that fractional moment of weakness, the black threads forced their way past his lips. Coated in a foul, lubricating slime, the parasite pried his jaws apart with sickening ease. He clawed at the translucent flesh, but his hands couldn't find purchase on the oily, rubbery surface.
Lin Yi.
She lunged forward to intervene, but Shukai's hand clamped firmly onto her shoulder.
Stay back. It was aiming for you from the beginning. If you step in now, you're just handing yourself over to it.
I've got him.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate, bolting toward the struggling Lu Lin Hai. Lin Yi's hand slid right off the creature's slick hide. He grabbed a handful of dirt, hoping the grit would provide some leverage. It was a waste of effort. The parasite oozed even more lubricant, sliding through his fingers like wet silk.
Get back.
3 blood-stained blades whistled through the air, embedding themselves into the monster's flesh right in front of Lu Lin Hai. Lin Yi seized the handles and pulled with everything he had. To his shock, the creature simply tore itself apart, leaving the pinned segment behind. The sudden release sent Lin Yi tumbling backward as the entity split in two. The discarded chunk hit the earth, immediately drawing the attention of the circling avian predators. They swooped down. Lin Yi dove out of the way. The birds ignored him, snatching the quivering mass of meat and disappearing back into the dark sky. When he looked back, the rest of the white freak had already slithered deep into Lu Lin Hai's body. A cold wave of despair hit Lin Yi. He had no idea how to extract such a thing without killing the host. Something was off. If the creature was actually attacking him, why hadn't Lin Yi seen a single thread of danger connecting the two? Lu Lin Hai's entire body began to tremble. His face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated revulsion. His eyes squeezed tight as he groaned. Wet, retching sounds came from his throat, accompanied by a muffled, squelching vibration deep within his chest. Was he in pain? Or was it something else? Lin Yi had never been a host himself, but he understood the process. Normally, the parasite's filaments would hijack the nervous system, flooding the brain with artificial pleasure to ensure total submission. Under that chemical influence, a host should be in a state of catatonic ecstasy, welcoming the invader. But Lu Lin Hai wasn't smiling. He looked like he was fighting the urge to vomit up his own soul. The thought had barely registered when Lu Lin Hai collapsed to his knees. With a violent, heave-inducing retch, he sprayed a thick, translucent fluid onto the ground. It was a sickening, stringy mess, laced with those same unmistakable black fibers. The sight was enough to turn anyone's stomach. At the same moment, a collective, mourning wail rose from the infected villagers nearby. It was as if they had all felt a sudden, crushing loss. Gasping for air, Lu Lin Hai stared down at the foul puddle he'd produced, his face pale with lingering disgust.
Lin Hai?
Lin Yi watched him carefully, his eyes narrowed with intense suspicion. Lin Yi couldn't be certain if the man before him was still human, or merely a skin suit controlled by a master puppeteer.
God, that was foul!
Lu Lin Hai climbed to his feet, spitting repeatedly to rid himself of the lingering, rotten aftertaste. His eyes burned with genuine hatred for the creature.
Lin Hai, are you okay?
She tried to step closer, but Chu Kai's grip remained tight, holding her back from the potential threat.
Are you actually Lu Lin Hai?
Lin Yi scrambled up, his hands ready for another fight. On the surface, his friend seemed unchanged. But he knew better. These entities could absorb a host's memories and mimic their personality with terrifying accuracy.
I'm fine. It just tastes like something crawled in there and died. It's absolutely wretched.
Prove it. How do we know you're still you?
Lu Lin Hai stiffened. He searched his mind for a single piece of evidence that could verify his identity. There was nothing. He couldn't exactly slice himself open to prove there was no parasite left inside. Just then, Lin Yi noticed a shift in the chaos. The villagers had stopped their suicidal defense against the rat tide. They were breaking ranks, fleeing into the darkness.
The leader, the white freak, is dead.
The realization hit him. The pieces were finally clicking into place. The only reason those drones had fought so fiercely against the rats and birds was to protect their master. Without that central core to command them, they had no reason to stay and die. They were scattering like shadows in the light. That meant the bile Lin Yi had just purged. That was the white freak itself. But another question remained. Lin Yi looked at his friend with a new sense of bewilderment. Lin Yi had always taken it for granted that Lin Yi was human. He had even witnessed his friend's death in a previous cycle of time. Even when the Saintess had made her cryptic claims about Lin Yi being neither man nor monster, Lin Yi had ignored it as mere ramblings. But if his friend was truly just a boy, how had he resisted the parasitism? How had his body managed to kill a creature that had successfully colonized thousands of others? He recalled Chu Kai mentioning that Lin Yi's heartbeat matched that of the mantis wolves. Lin Yi had dismissed it as a weird physical anomaly at the time. Now he wasn't so sure. There had to be a deeper reason for his friend's unique nature.
Lin Yi, what exactly are you?
I'm a person! A real flesh and blood human!
Lin Yi's voice was desperate, his eyes wide with the absurdity of the situation. He had no more answers than the rest of them.
I'm human, I swear it! If I'm lying, let the heavens strike me where I stand!
Save it for later. We don't have time for this.
Lin Yi cut him off sharply. There was no room for an interrogation with the rats closing in. The chattering of thousands of teeth was growing louder. If they didn't move now, they'd be stripped to the bone in minutes.
We're leaving. Move it.
As he shouted, he saw Cheng Dao hoisting the unconscious form of Brother Lei over his shoulder.
Uncle Anne, leave the dead weight. He'll only slow us down.
And Cheng Dao didn't even look at him, simply tightening his grip on the man.
He's seen things. He knows the secrets of these creatures. We need him if we want to understand this nightmare.
Lin Yi hadn't paid much attention to the man since his capture. But as the man was lifted, Lin Yi's eyes caught a glimpse of his bare back between his shoulder blades. There were no scars, no entry wounds, no signs of the black fibers that marked every other host in this godforsaken village. Brother Lei was human. A single, uninfected man living among a pack of monsters. The implications were chilling.
Is he really human?
Lin Yi stood there, paralyzed by a chilling realization. The thought of a man commanding a horde of parasitized creatures was almost too much to process. It wasn't just that he had survived. The freaks actually obeyed him. Every command, every gesture, they followed him with an unnatural devotion. Could Brother Lei truly be ignorant of their condition? No, that was impossible. He had lived among them for years. The signs were everywhere, from their hollow eyes to the bizarre, roofless structures surrounding the village. He was the key. And Cheng Dao's suspicion was correct. This man held the answers to the nightmare they were living in. Lin Yi knew one thing for certain: they couldn't leave him behind. Chaos erupted around them. The villagers were fleeing in terror, pursued by a literal sea of rodents. But some of the rats had found a more interesting target: the survivors.
Watch your back!
Lin Yi lunged forward, his hand tightening around a discarded steel rod. With a sharp tug on Lin Yi's collar, he pulled him out of the line of fire. Thud! The metal bar connected with a sickening crunch, sending a leaping rat spiraling into the dark. And Cheng Dao stood his ground, his face a mask of cold fury. His boning knives whirled through the air, forming a lethal spinning shield around the group. A rat lunged, a blade flickered. The creature was sliced clean in two before it could even screech. But Lin Yi saw the truth. The blades were losing their speed. The precision was wavering. And Cheng Dao had already fought a war in the forest to return to them. He was running on fumes, his stamina drained to the dregs. If he didn't stop soon, he would collapse, just as Chu Kai had.
We have to get out of here. The swarm is too large. Even the freaks are being overwhelmed. If we stay, we're dinner.
No, we can't.
Lu Linhai planted himself firmly in their path, blocking the exit.
We can't leave yet. Zhang Chang told me to wait for a signal.
A signal?
Chu Kai's brow furrowed in confusion.
What kind of signal?
Lu Linhai rubbed his temples, his frustration evident.
I don't know. He didn't tell me what it was. He just said we'd know it when we saw it.
We don't have time for guessing games.
Lin Yi's eyes darted across the square. The village was a graveyard. The swarm would be on them in seconds.
We're moving north now.
Before Lin Yi could finish his command, a gasp from Chu Yun stole everyone's attention.
Look, over there.
She pointed a trembling finger toward the southern horizon. The night was no longer dark. A brilliant orange glow pulsed against the sky, turning the clouds the color of rusted iron. The swarm of rats, once focused on the survivors, suddenly shrieked in unison. A wave of pure panic rippled through the black sea of bodies as they turned and surged north with renewed desperation. They weren't hunting anymore. They were fleeing. A wall of fire was consuming the southern end of the village, spreading with a terrifying, predatory speed.
A fire?
Lu Linhai whispered, the flickering light reflecting in his wide eyes. Lin Yi watched the advancing inferno, a grim smile tugging at his lips as the pieces fell into place.
That's it. That's the signal. Zhang Cheng did it.
The logic was sound. The village was a tinderbox of dry wood and makeshift shacks. In this climate, a single spark was a death sentence for the buildings. Zhang Cheng was using the fire as a shepherd. The rats and birds, terrified of the heat, were being driven directly into the North Village forest. It was a masterstroke. The swarm would decimate any freaks hiding in the trees, clearing the path while keeping the group safe if they moved fast enough.
We're running south now.
The command was counterintuitive, but Lin Yi's voice brooked no argument. To stay away from the swarm, they had to run toward the fire. The flames would be the only thing the rats wouldn't touch.
Chu Kai, get on! I've got you!
Lu Linhai stepped in front of his friend, his massive shoulders tensing.
I can walk, Linhai. Don't worry about me.
Walk! You're as blind as a bat right now. Stop being a hero and let me carry you.
Without waiting for a response, Lu Linhai scooped Chu Kai up in his arms.
Brother, be careful.
Chu Yun's voice was barely a whisper, thick with a sister's dread.
Don't listen to him, Yun. He's exaggerating. My eyes are just a little blurry. I'm fine. Put me down. Seriously, if you must carry me, put me on your back. This is embarrassing.
The back is too slow. I need to be able to drop you or move fast.
Lu Linhai's grip was like iron. For a split second, a flicker of genuine fear crossed his face, but he masked it before anyone could see.
Just let him carry you, Chu Kai. You're spent. Lu Linhai is the strongest among us. He'll get you through this faster than you can stumble.
I'm not spent. I'm just resting my eyes.
The group moved in a tight, disciplined formation, carving a path through the smoke-choked streets. Lin Yi led the way, his gaze fixed on the southern gate. Behind him, Lu Linhai grunted under the weight of Chu Kai, followed closely by a pale but determined Chu Yun. And Cheng Dao brought up the rear, the unconscious form of Brother Lei slung over his shoulder like a sack of grain. Lin Yi had traded his knife for Lu Linhai's heavy steel bar. It was a crude tool, but far more effective for batting away the occasional rat that dared to lunge from the shadows. Above them, and Cheng Dao's blades continued their tireless orbit, a lethal barrier of spinning steel that kept the swarm at bay. As they neared the village's southern edge, the scenery grew progressively more horrific. The ground wasn't just covered in the charred remains of rats and birds. Scattered among the debris were the small, shriveled corpses of children, their blackened skins stretched tight over tiny bones. Lin Yi slowed his pace, his stomach churning as the pieces of Zhang Cheng's plan finally fell into place. He knew how the swarm had been smuggled into the village. They hadn't been carried in crates, they had been carried inside the victims.
Hey, over here! Move it!
At the southern gate, Zhang Cheng was a frantic silhouette against the flames, his arms waving wildly to guide them in. The path to safety was a gauntlet of fire. The wooden shacks were collapsing into roiling heaps of ash and cinders. The heat was a physical blow, searing their lungs as they pushed forward. Just as the exit was within reach, a massive, burning support pillar from a nearby shack gave way with a thunderous crack, plunging toward Lu Linhai and Chu Kai. Lu Linhai's reaction was instantaneous. With a grunt of pure adrenaline, he tossed Chu Kai forward out of the pillar's lethal arc. But the weight and the speed were too much. Lu Linhai was pinned, the burning timber inches from crushing him. Two heavy cleavers slammed into the falling pillar with bone-jarring force. The blades wedged themselves deep into the wood, their handles instantly charring and catching fire as they halted the pillar's descent.
Move! Go now!
And Chengdao's voice was a ragged shout, his face twisted with the effort of holding the massive weight with his telekinetic grip. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, grabbing a dazed Chu Kai by the arm and hauling him to his feet. Together, they sprinted the final few yards, bursting through the southern gate and into the cool, dark night beyond. The night air was cold and sweet compared to the choking heat of the inferno. They had finally made it. The survivors collapsed onto the dry earth, their bodies trembling with exhaustion as they watched the village disappear into a hungry orange fire.
You're a goddamn lunatic, Zhang Cheng.
Lin Yi spat the words between ragged breaths, but there was a flicker of genuine respect in his voice.
To kill a monster, you have to be a little crazy yourself.
Zhang Cheng laughed, the sound hollow and sharp against the crackle of the distant fire.
Besides, I learned most of it from watching you guys.
He turned his attention away from the flames and toward Brother Lei, whom Chengdao had dumped onto the dirt like a broken toy. Zhang Cheng's eyes gleamed with a predatory curiosity. He wasn't interested in the village or the group's escape. He was only interested in the captive.
I never thought I'd see this face again. Uncle Ann, you really outdid yourself bringing him back. I've been dying to have a little chat with him.
He stepped over the bound man, his voice dropping into a mockery of cheerfulness.
Wakey, wakey. Time to get up, Brother Lei. It's a beautiful morning.
Zhang Cheng slapped the man's face several times, his strike sharp and deliberate. Brother Lei groaned, his eyelids fluttering as he slowly returned to consciousness. The first thing he felt was the searing heat on his skin, then the sight of his village, his world being devoured by flames.
No, my village.
The sight jolted him into a state of hysterical panic. He thrashed against his bonds, but his limbs were tied tightly to his own shotgun. He was as helpless as a trussed animal.
Your village? You mean that nest of parasites? Every single person there was already turned, you sick bastard.
Lu Linhai glared down at him, his fists clenched.
He knows, Linhai. He knows exactly what they were.
Zhang Cheng answered with a cold, matter-of-fact certainty.
He knows?
Chu Yun whispered, her face pale with a new kind of horror.
That makes it even more disgusting. You're human. How could you side with those things? You helped them hunt us. You're nothing but scum.
Brother Lei let out a short, cold snort, his expression twisting into one of pure, unadulterated contempt for Lu Linhai's moral outrage. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yi and the others. His eyes were cold, reflecting the fire and a deep, unsettling truth.
Human, you poor, deluded idiots! A bunch of cattle raised in a cage by freaks, and you still think you're human?
You're talking absolute nonsense. We are human, plain and simple.
Lu Linhai's face reddened with agitation. He cast a quick, defensive glance at the group before lowering his voice, his words heavy with desperate conviction.
We're all people, real, breathing people. Don't you forget it?
Stop lying to yourselves. Open your eyes and think back to that city you clawed your way out of.
He sneered, his gaze cutting through their denial.
What did the freaks call you? What was the label they burned into your souls?
Lin Yi's brow furrowed, the words surfacing in his mind like a shard of glass. The memory of that derogatory term was still painfully fresh, a wound that hadn't even begun to scar.
Livestock.
He whispered, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. Brother Lei let out a sharp, cold laugh that lacked any trace of humor. Suddenly his posture shifted, his voice rising in a crescendo of bitter intensity that filled the cramped shack.
Exactly, livestock. You aren't human in their world, you're just inventory. You're fodder, raised and slaughtered for the freaks. You're the lowest form of existence on this planet, lesser even than the monsters that hunt you.
For a moment, his eyes flickered, a trace of deep, agonizing resentment bleeding through his hardened exterior. His voice dropped to a hollow rasp.
And so am I.
He looked up then, his gaze fixing on Chengdao, who stood stoically in the shadows.
But he's different. He's a god-chosen. He actually has a chance to become a true human.
The hatred in his voice was palpable, a jagged edge directed at the very concept of the god-chosen. It was clear now why he had been so desperate to see Chengdao dead.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Lu Linhai asked, his confusion mounting. He turned to Lin Yi, seeking some kind of anchor in the madness.
Isn't livestock just a name they use? It doesn't change what we are. We're still human, right? And what's this about a god-chosen becoming a true human?
Lin Yi opened his mouth to reply, but Zhang Cheng's calm, analytical voice cut through the tension before he could speak.
Think of it as an ancient slave hierarchy. In the eyes of the master, a slave was never a person. They were property, cattle, tools to be used and discarded. They could be anything the master desired, except human. However, if you're born a god-chosen, you have a path upward. You can rise from the bottom-tier slave class and claim the status of a commoner, a true human in their twisted society.
Zhang Cheng turned his cold gaze toward Lu Linhai, his expression devoid of comfort as he laid out the brutal reality of their existence.
Biologically, yes, we are human. But in this world, we've been stripped of every right that defines humanity. We've been reduced to nothing more than a food source for the things that rule the shadows. We're born into a world we don't understand, and we're destined to end in the same place, rotting inside a freak's stomach.
Brother Lei gave a short, cold snort, a grim acknowledgement of Zhang Cheng's clinical but accurate assessment. Zhang Cheng's clinical breakdown of their world left a heavy, ringing silence in the shack, but it only paved the way for a more disturbing question.
Then who is it?
Chu Kai asked, his brow furrowed in a deep, painful scowl.
Who actually did this to us? Who was the one who stripped us of our humanity and turned us into property?
Is that even a question? It's obvious.
Lu Linhai snapped, his voice sharp with frustration.
It was the freaks. Those monsters did this.
No.
A sudden, shocking realization surged through Lin Yi's mind, cold and sharp as an ice pick. The implications made him realize that the world outside those walls was even more broken, more twisted than he had ever dared to imagine.
The freaks. They might not be the ones responsible for this at all.
If it's not the monsters, then who the hell else could it be?
Lu Linhai asked, his confusion turning to a subtle dread.
People.
Lin Yi said, his gaze shifting to Brother Lei on the ground.
Real people. Exactly what he meant when he talked about the true humans. In other words, the masters.
Zhang Cheng added, his tone flat and devoid of any comforting doubt. Lin Yi felt his fists clench until his knuckles turned white. The pieces of the puzzle were shifting, forming a picture that was almost too horrific to comprehend.
The human farm. It's not a place for raising livestock. That city we escaped from, it wasn't built for us. It was built to raise freaks.
He thought back to the lethal defense systems installed at the very limits of the city. For so long, they had assumed those machines were designed to stop humans from escaping. But the freaks hid themselves so well. By the time any livestock realized the truth, they were usually halfway down a monster's throat. Escape was already a near impossible feat, especially with the pheromones the monsters left on their prey. A chilling thought took hold. Could those defense systems have been designed for the opposite purpose? To prevent the freaks inside the city from ever leaving the boundaries of the farm? But if the city was a nursery for monsters, then why were high-quality humans like himself and his friends being shipped out? Where were they being sent? Lin Yi's mind raced, but there were still too many missing pieces, too many dark corners of this conspiracy that remained hidden. He looked down at Brother Lei. This man knew more than he was letting on.
I didn't expect you to even know about the human farm.
Brother Lei rasped, a trace of genuine surprise in his eyes.
It seems I really underestimated you, you little livestock.
A flicker of genuine shock crossed Brother Lei's face. He hadn't expected these children from the city to have any inkling of the broader system, let alone the human farm.
I should have just ended you all right there on the road.
He gritted his teeth, his words coming out in a low, venomous hiss.
The moment I stopped that bus, I should have just slit every one of your throats. Then the village I poured my life into wouldn't be a pile of ash right now. Everything I built, destroyed because of you. You damn livestock. You think knowing the truth changes anything? It doesn't. You'll still end up as nothing more than a meal in a freak's belly eventually.
Stop calling us that!
Lu Linhai roared, his anger finally reaching its boiling point.
If you've already given up on being a person, that's your problem. But don't you dare drag us down into your self-pity. Freaks, masters, true humans. I don't care what names they use to make themselves feel important. We are human, and we're going to stay that way.
Zhang Cheng's lips curled into a smirk, and he began to clap slowly, the sound echoing unnaturally in the cramped space.
Well said, Lu Linhai. Truly inspiring.
He turned his mocking gaze toward Brother Lei.
See? Even the gorilla understands the concept of self-worth. Yet here you are, insisting on your own dehumanization. It's honestly pathetic.
Lu Linhai shot a lethal glare at Zhang Cheng for the nickname, but the genius simply ignored it, his focus shifting back to the man pinned on the floor.
Besides, we've already proven we can survive. We made it past the mantis wolves, and we just escaped the hair snail parasites that were infesting your precious village. We're going to keep breathing long after you're gone.
Hair snail parasites?
Chu Kai blinked, his brow furrowing as he processed the unfamiliar name.
Is that what those things were?
The freaks in the village.
Zhang Cheng explained, his voice returning to its clinical baseline.
They're a parasitic species. Biologically, they're classified as hair snail parasites.
Zhang Cheng? How could you possibly know their name?
Chu Yun asked, her voice small and trembling.
He's the one who told me.
Zhang Cheng said, pointing a dismissive finger at Brother Lei. Brother Lei remained silent, but the look on his face was one of absolute bafflement. It was clear he hadn't spoken a word about the parasite's classification to anyone.
Of course he didn't tell me with his mouth.
Zhang Cheng reached into his backpack and pulled out a stack of worn, dirt-stained notebooks, waving them mockingly in front of Brother Lei's face.
Everything I need to know is right here, in this guy's breeding diary. The story of his escape, his burning hatred for the masters, how he found the hair snail parasites, and the sick little agreement he made with them. It's all documented, including his pathetic plan for revenge.
How the hell did you get those?
Brother Lei roared, struggling violently against his bindings. He lunged forward, trying to snatch the notebooks back, but Cheng Dao's grip was like iron. He couldn't move an inch. Zhang Cheng's tone suddenly turned cold and serious, the mocking smirk vanishing from his face.
There's one specific location mentioned in this diary that caught my eye. The place this man originally escaped from. A city known as the City of Oracle.
City of Oracle?
Lu Linhai asked, his dread mounting.
Is that another city like the one we left? Another farm for freaks?
Zhang Cheng shook his head slowly.
According to these notes, the City of Oracle isn't just for farming freaks. It has a much more specialized purpose. It's a place that produces the livestock.
Produces livestock?
Chu Kai's frown deepened, a look of utter revulsion crossing his face.
What does that even mean?
It means it's a piglet nursery.
And Cheng Dao interjected, his voice gravelly and devoid of emotion.
A pig farm doesn't always raise its own stock from birth. They buy piglets from nurseries. The humans on those farms were likely shipped out from a place just like that.
Then why wasn't he shipped out?
Lu Linhai asked, gesturing toward Brother Lei.
If he's just livestock from a nursery, why is he still here?
Zhang Cheng looked down at Brother Lei, his eyes like two pieces of flint.
Because he's breeding stock, and a pig farm never ships out the stock it needs to keep the production line running.
Shut up! Just shut your mouth!
Zhang Cheng's pointed questions had clearly struck a nerve, dredging up memories that Brother Lei had spent a lifetime trying to bury. The man thrashed violently against his restraints, his eyes burning with a primal murderous intensity as if he could tear his interrogator apart with thought alone. But Zhang Cheng remained completely unmoved. The scraps of information in the recovered notes had only provided a glimpse into Brother Lei's escape from the City of Oracle. If they wanted to grasp the true nature of this world, they would have to squeeze the remaining secrets from the man himself. Lin Yi took a measured step toward the man on the floor, his expression unreadable but his intent clear.
Tell us the truth. What exactly happened to make the world like this?
Yeah, start talking. Why did our lives turn into this endless nightmare?
Idiots. You're all just arrogant idiots. You were raised by the very freaks you fear, and you don't even realize it.
Zhang Cheng let out a dry, mocking chuckle, his gaze sweeping over the defeated figure on the ground.
Aren't you in the same boat? You're just as much a part of this world as we are?
Not quite. We might be here, but at least we weren't kept as common breeding stock.
Brother Lei's face flushed a deep, bruised red. Veins throbbed rhythmically at his temples as his rage surged toward a breaking point. When he finally broke the silence, his voice was a low, jagged rasp that seemed to cut through the heavy air of the hall.
This world didn't change. It didn't become a nightmare. It has been this way from the very start.
That's complete bullshit. Everything has a beginning. There has to be a reason for the way things are. And those monsters, where did they come from? You'd better start explaining, or I'll make you regret every breath.
Lu Linhai snatched the rusted rebar from Lin Yi's hand, his grip tightening until his knuckles turned white as he loomed over the man. Lin Yi's voice cut through the heavy silence, quiet and laden with a growing, uncomfortable realization.
I think he might actually be telling us the truth.
Lu Linhai spun toward him, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and sheer disbelief.
Are you out of your mind, Lin Yi? You're actually buying into this man's insanity?
I am.
In stark contrast to the other's agitation, Zhang Cheng remained unsettlingly composed, as if he had already reached this conclusion long ago. While the revelation had seemingly paralyzed the rest, Zhang Cheng appeared almost intrigued by the horrific implications.
Why wouldn't I believe him? It's the only explanation that fits the data.
Zhang Cheng approached Lu Linhai, his hand reaching out for a reassuring gesture, but the larger boy flinched away as if from a physical blow. A flicker of a frown crossed Zhang Cheng's face before he turned his attention back to the group at large.
I'm with Lin Yi on this. Brother Lei is likely telling us the absolute truth. There is one fundamental truth here that none of us can possibly deny. We were all nurtured and raised by the very monsters we've been fighting for our lives.
So, what does that even prove?
It means the very foundation of our existence, our knowledge, our experiences, our entire understanding of the world is built on a lie.
Zhang Cheng gave a single sharp nod, his eyes gleaming with a cold intellectual fire as he picked up the thread.
Exactly. And that leads us to a much more terrifying question. Is any part of our reality genuine? How much of what we know is true and how much is just a carefully constructed fiction?
So what you're saying is, our belief that freaks shouldn't exist is just a result of the education we were given?
Lu Linhai scratched his head, his face a picture of confusion as he struggled to grasp the abstract concept being laid out.
I don't get it. What does that have to do with anything?
Zhang Cheng smirked, his eyes glinting with a patronizing amusement as he looked at the larger boy.
Our resident gorilla is a little slow on the uptake. Understandable. Let me break it down for you in simpler terms. Imagine someone who has never even heard of a spider. They have no idea such a creature exists in the world. Then, out of nowhere, they encounter one for the first time. How do you think they would react? What would they feel?
Lu Linhai frowned, clearly not a fan of the arachnid analogy.
A spider? I'd be creeped out. Spiders are disgusting.
Lin Yi shook his head, his expression thoughtful as he considered the deeper point Zhang Cheng was making.
Not necessarily. Without any prior knowledge or prejudice, they might just be curious about this strange new creature.
Zhang Cheng gave a sharp nod, his smirk widening as he pushed the analogy further into darker territory.
Exactly. But now imagine that the spider they found is a lethal black widow. Suppose they bring it home to show their family, none of whom have ever seen a spider either, and then a family member is bitten and dies instantly. What would their perception of that creature be then?
Lu Linhai looked toward Lin Yi, his voice wavering with a dawning, horrific realization.
They'd be terrified, wouldn't they? They'd think it's some kind of evil.
Lin Yi's brow furrowed, his voice dropping to a somber tone as he completed the thought, the weight of the truth settling on him.
They would see that unknown creature as a monster, a demon from their worst nightmares.
The analogy hung in the air, a perfect, chilling representation of the divide between their perceived reality and the horrific truth of the world they lived in.
We were conditioned to believe that freaks shouldn't exist simply because the knowledge we were given conveniently left them out. But look at them. They have clear, distinct biological traits. The mantis wolves in the city, the hair snail parasites here. They aren't anomalies. They're a part of the system. The documents Uncle Ann recovered prove it. These creatures are categorized, studied, and managed. They are a part of this world's biological reality. It means our entire understanding of the world is intentionally incomplete. We've been looking at a cropped picture our whole lives.
And the most horrific part is, every single fact we know was hand-fed to us by the very freaks who are farming us like livestock.
Lu Linhai paused, his brow furrowed in uncharacteristic concentration as he processed the weight of their words.
Okay, but if the freaks are just the farmers, where did they get their knowledge from? Who taught them?
Zhang Cheng gave a single approving nod, a rare flicker of genuine respect crossing his features.
Look at that. The gorilla is actually starting to think. Maybe there's hope for your evolution after all.
Lu Linhai's face flushed with a quick flash of anger, and he brandished the rusted rebar with a menacing glare.
You want to see how fast I can evolve you into a corpse?
Zhang Cheng ignored the threat entirely, his gaze drifting back down to the defeated man on the stone floor.
The knowledge the freaks possess was almost certainly taught to them by those true humans Brother Lei mentioned. The life we believe to be normal, it's a carefully crafted illusion. A stage play designed by the masters to keep their livestock docile. And for the first time in our lives, we're finally starting to see behind the curtain. We're touching the real truth of this world.
Zhang Cheng took another deliberate step toward the man on the floor, his eyes searching for the final piece of the puzzle.
There is one thing that still eludes me, however.
What is the ultimate objective of these true humans? Why would they go to such incredible lengths to corral these freaks and force them to live in a human-like society?
Zhang Cheng paused for a heartbeat, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he reconsidered his own terminology.
Or perhaps, this is simply the natural way freaks live, and we're the ones who have been forced to imitate them. But that's irrelevant for now. Let's assume the human lifestyle is the intended model. The masters wouldn't construct such a complex, deceptive world without a clear purpose. So, why do it? What's the end goal?
I don't know.
Lu Linhai prodded the man with the tip of the rusted rebar, his voice a low, dangerous snarl dripping with threat.
You'd better start talking or I'll end your pathetic life right here and now.
Brother Lei's gaze swept over the group, and then, without warning, he erupted into a fit of jagged, hysterical laughter.
What's so funny? Answer me, you bastard!
I'm laughing at your sheer, monumental stupidity. You really have no idea, do you? What in the hell makes you think I'd ever tell you anything? Why should I help the ones who took everything from me? You burned the village I spent years building. You slaughtered the freaks I finally managed to find. You've destroyed my revenge, my purpose, my entire life. I want to see you all rot. I want you to die. Die! Die!
In a final explosive surge of primal rage, Brother Lei lunged forward, his head snapping toward Zhang Cheng's leg with animalistic ferocity. Brother Lei's gaze burned with a raw, unfiltered venom. He loathed the freaks, the monsters, this whole wretched, dying world. But that hatred reached a fever pitch whenever it settled on Chengdao. In his warped perception, Chengdao was one of the God-chosen, the elites who stood above the muck. It was a sickening, stagnant malice. Powerless to change his fate, he funneled every ounce of his festering rage toward those who held the power he lacked. Back in the hellish pits he called home, the God-chosen were the only ones who could escape their lot as mere livestock. They were the masters of their own destiny. Seeing others grasp what was forever beyond his reach, it began as simple envy, but it had long since fermented into something far more toxic. Yet, he wasn't a fool. He knew he was outmatched. Killing Chengdao was a pipe dream. If he couldn't strike the leader, he would tear into the ones standing nearby. Without warning, he lunged, his jaws snapping toward Zhang Cheng's leg. He aimed to rip the meat right from the bone, even through the thick fabric of the man's trousers. Outside, the village roared with fire, a wall of flame that held the scavenging rats and mutated birds at a distance. But it was a fragile barrier. Once the fire flickered out, the copper scent of blood would act like a beacon. The vermin and winged horrors would swarm the village for a feast. His desperate, animalistic gamble didn't pay off. Chengdao moved with the lethal, fluid grace of a predator, reacting before the lunge was even complete. He wrenched Zhang Cheng back with a forceful yank. Brother Lei's teeth collided with a sickening snap, catching only a scrap of cloth mere millimeters from the skin.
You've still got the gall to try and bite us?
Furious, Lu Linhai stepped forward, his knuckles white around the steel bar. He swung the heavy rod down with a brutal, crushing force toward the man on the ground. Lu Linhai's barrage of insults didn't cease until Zhang Cheng raised a calm, steadying hand, signaling for silence. Surprisingly, Zhang Cheng showed no trace of irritation at the man's earlier attempt to maim him.
What's the matter? Feeling like a dead man walking, so you figured you'd drag me down into the dirt with you?
He peered down at the prone figure, then began a slow, deliberate circle around him, maintaining a safe distance.
Relax. We aren't some kind of savages. I'm actually a very compassionate soul. Honestly, I can't stand the sight of blood. It makes my head swim. I'm quite averse to violence. So if you just play nice and share what you know, you might find a way to keep your heart beating. However...
The warmth drained from his voice instantly, replaced by a low, freezing edge.
If you choose to be difficult, don't assume we won't find more creative ways to loosen your tongue.
He let out a soft, dry chuckle, his gaze drifting toward the twisted, thorn-choked trees that hemmed in the village.
The local legend says that if those thorns catch your skin, the itching is absolutely maddening. I wonder, if we were to wrap a few of those vines around you, how long would you last before you begged for it to stop?
Zhang Cheng's jaw tightened as he performed a theatrical shudder. He stepped to a vantage point just out of reach and began to frantically scratch at his own skin as if plagued by an invisible swarm.
That sensation? Hiss? You're desperate to scratch, but you can't reach the spot. It feels like thousands of tiny insects are scurrying over your flesh, their mandibles sinking in over and over. Naturally, I'll pick the most sensitive spots. The soles of your feet, inside your ears, your armpits. Maybe even your tongue? Or right into the gums?
He went still, a cruel light dancing in his eyes as he cast a meaningful look toward the man's inner thigh.
That area looks like it would be particularly effective.
Lu Linhai froze, casting a wary, wide-eyed look at Zhang Cheng before quietly backing away toward Lin Yi.
And he's the one who says he isn't cruel?
Lin Yi simply shook his head. He knew this was a calculated performance. Zhang Cheng was methodically dismantling the man's resolve with terror. It was the ultimate gamble, a flickering wick of hope placed against an abyss of absolute bone-crushing despair. Lin Yi watched closely, knowing that hollow threats wouldn't be enough to break a man like Brother Lei. The memory of that roofless house in the North Village, the one filled with bones, was proof enough that this man had already seen the worst this world had to offer. Before Zhang Cheng could even finish his threat, the man burst into a fit of mocking laughter, a sound devoid of anything but pure disdain.
Don't waste your breath with those fairy tales.
Brother Lei spat, his gaze locked onto Zhang Cheng.
If you truly want to see me suffer, it's simple. Grab a blade, slice open my skin, and string me up from those gnarled branches. The stench of my blood will call to the rats and those winged monstrosities. The birds will descend first, tearing my flesh away piece by agonizing piece. Then the rats will find the openings. They'll burrow inside me, gnawing on my organs from the inside out while I'm still breathing. I won't die quickly. I'll get to experience every second of my own body being stripped down to the marrow. If I'm lucky, I'll still be conscious when I'm nothing but a skeleton, watching those beasts finish their meal.
The others recoiled, their faces contorting in involuntary horror. Only Lin Yi and Chu Kai, who had witnessed the true nightmare of the bone-filled room, remained unmoved. Compared to the visceral hell Brother Lei was describing, Zhang Cheng's earlier threats felt like nothing more than a child's game. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Cheng seemed caught off guard. He quickly regained his composure, smoothing his features back into a mask of feigned empathy.
Good heavens, that sounds far too barbaric even for me. Didn't I mention it? We're very compassionate people, especially me. The sight of a single drop of blood makes me feel quite faint. I really couldn't bring myself to do something so unsavory.
Zhang Cheng paused, his voice slowing to a crawl as he leaned in for maximum impact.
What if, instead of all that, we simply sent you back? We could return you to the city of Oracle, back to that motherland you seem to miss so dearly. Doesn't that sound lovely? Honestly, I really am far too kind for my own good.
The sound of Brother Lei's mocking laughter died in his throat, replaced by a sudden, chilling silence. Lin Yi felt a sharp jolt of admiration for Zhang Cheng's uncanny intuition. He had found the one crack in the man's armor. It was clear now, Brother Lei didn't fear his captors, and he certainly wasn't afraid of a gruesome end. But he harbored a secret, private terror, a nightmare that outweighed even the most agonizing death. That terror was the place he had once called home, the city of Oracle. To him, returning to that city was a fate far worse than simply ceasing to exist.
If you have any shred of courage, then just end it. Kill me now.
Zhang Cheng gave a casual, nonchalant shrug, his expression one of feigned helplessness.
Courage? I'm afraid I'm fresh out. Look at me. I'm just a high school grad. Where would I even find the guts for something like that? Besides, I'm far too soft-hearted. The mere thought of taking a life makes me tremble with fear.
Kill me. Please, just kill me.
Driven to madness by his own terror, the man began to violently slam his head against the frozen earth. And Cheng Dao stepped in instantly, his brow furrowed as he pinned the man's head down with the heavy sole of his boot. With the man effectively immobilized, Zhang Cheng stood directly over him, his gaze like a scalpel.
Now, are you finally ready to be honest with us? Tell us everything you know.
I don't know. I swear, I don't know anything.
The man's entire frame was convulsing now, his voice thick with a raw, unadulterated terror that no one could fake.
You're still trying to play us? Fine, we'll send you back right this second.
Zhang Cheng stared deep into the man's eyes for a long, agonizing silence. Finally, he let out a slow breath and shook his head.
Let it go. Looking at him now, he really doesn't have the answers we're looking for.
Bullshit! He has to be lying.
He has no reason left to lie.
Lin Yi said, his voice quiet, but firm as he stepped forward.
When someone is pushed to the edge of their greatest fear and finds no escape, the truth is all that's left. Besides, his life isn't so different from our own. In many ways, it's likely much worse. In a hierarchy where humans are treated as livestock, a man at the very bottom would never be given access to important secrets.
As the words left his mouth, a new realization dawned on Lin Yi. He looked down at the shivering man with a piercing new focus.
Tell me, how exactly did someone like you manage to escape from a city like that?
The city of Oracle was not just another ruined metropolis. It was a cold, efficient machine designed for one purpose: the industrial-scale breeding of human cattle. Inside those walls, surveillance was absolute. How did a man like Brother Lei, someone with zero supernatural gifts, manage to slip through the cracks of such a fortress? The numbers did not add up.
I don't know.
He whispered, his voice as hollow and empty as a freshly dug grave.
Bullshit!
Lu Lin Hai roared, his patience finally snapping like a brittle branch in a storm. He stepped forward, tightening his grip on the rusted iron bar. He towered over the broken man cowering on the dirt floor.
Even a brainless freak wouldn't buy that story. You expect us to believe you just walked out? What? Did some guardian angel carry you over the perimeter walls?
Actually, it's not as far-fetched as you think.
Zhang Cheng interjected, his eyes never leaving the tilted laptop screen.
According to these encrypted logs, a massive riot tore through the city of Oracle several years ago. It was total chaos. This coward didn't escape. He just rode the wave of the massacre right out the front gates.
A riot?
Chu Kai's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening with tactical focus.
What kind of riot are we talking about? Did the monsters finally turn on each other? Or did the livestock finally find the strength to bite back?
I'm talking to you. Answer me.
Lu Lin Hai snarled, jabbing the jagged rebar into the man's ribs to punctuate his demand.
I truly don't know.
Brother Lei's voice was a faint, pathetic rasp, disappearing into the dark corners of the shack.
That night, it's all a blur of noise. A deafening, horrific wall of sound from the outside. It sounded like a war zone. Then, someone tore through the holding cells. They ripped the machinery right off our bodies. They were screaming at us to run. Just run! Everyone scrambled for the exit. I didn't care why or how it was happening. I just wanted out of that cage. Whatever happened next, I truly don't know. Just kill me already. I'm done.
Machinery!
Lu Lin Hai muttered, the word hanging heavy in the stagnant air of the shack.
They were likely restraints, mechanical anchors to keep them docile while they were being worked.
Lin Yi murmured, his voice trailing off as the grim implications sank in. But the thought of the riot lingered in Lin Yi's mind. He began piecing together a darker, more complex theory. If the true humans were the absolute masters of this world, then where there was an iron heel, there would eventually be a spark of rebellion. The riot in the city of Oracle might have been an organized strike, a desperate attempt to break the cycle of industrial breeding. But judging by the world as it stood today, that rebellion had been crushed into the dirt.
Don't let his pathetic scribbling about revenge fool you.
Zhang Cheng interjected, his voice cold and clinical.
This guy is nothing more than a bottom feeder. He claims he was building an army for vengeance, but that's a blatant lie.
Zhang Cheng stated, his eyes narrowing with pure loathing at the man on the ground.
He just wanted to play God in this little corner of hell.
The plan for revenge was nothing more than a psychological shield, a way to justify the slaughter of innocents so he could sleep at night.
He actually wrote that his atrocities were for the future of humanity, that a few lambs had to be sacrificed for the sake of the flock. Absolute garbage. He cut a deal with the freaks. They acted as his enforcers and bodyguards, and in exchange, he served them a steady supply of fresh, living hosts.
Lin Yi's thoughts immediately jumped to Dean Van Looy. The poor bastard must have felt like the luckiest man alive when Brother Lei rescued him from the monsters. He never realized he was simply being moved from one slaughterhouse to another.
How did he even link up with these specific parasites in the village?
Chukai asked, his voice tight with suspicion.
After he fled the city of Oracle, he ended up in a ghost town.
Zhang Cheng said, pulling several brittle yellowed pages from the diary.
That's where he stumbled upon the hair snail parasites.
A ghost town? The contents of these files should clear things up. He scavenged these from the ruins of that city.
Lin Yi took the papers. The texture was disturbingly familiar, the same heavy, sterile stock and Cheng Dao had recovered earlier. He smoothed the pages, revealing a detailed anatomical sketch of a hair snail parasite alongside clinical data. The header read, Subject, hair snail parasite.
Classification, Phylum Platyhelminthes, Order Prolachythophora, Medium Intelligence, Social Hive Behavior, High Parasitic Index. Adult specimens measure 10 to 30 centimeters at rest, expanding up to a meter as they engorge on nutrients. The body is highly elastic and resilient. Most are a sickly yellowish brown or dull gray. The mother worm is a stark bone white. The surface is covered in fine black filaments. These are not hair but sensitive neural receptors. The parasite is highly adaptable. It matures by draining the host's vital nutrients. If a host becomes depleted, the parasite extends its eye stalks to scan for a replacement, waiting for the opportune moment to migrate. A colony contains only one mother worm, the sole reproductive engine for the hive. If she is terminated, a secondary member will undergo a rapid, spontaneous sex change to replace her.
The data was far more comprehensive than anything they had seen on the mantis wolves. But it wasn't the biology of the worms that made Lin Yi's blood run cold. It was the header on the next page, Human Farm 28.
Experimental findings, this species is fully compatible with human hosts. During initial infection, the parasite floods the host's nervous system with dopamine. The resulting euphoria bypasses the survival instinct, allowing the parasite to seize total control of the brain. The human becomes a mindless puppet. Successful infection grants the parasite access to the host's residual memories. This section was heavily underlined. In high-stress situations, the parasite can trigger a massive adrenaline surge. This forced chemical spike grants unnatural strength but rapidly burns through physical reserves. Note, this process invariably leads to early organ failure and death. This section was also underlined. Due to human oral anatomy, the parasite cannot exit through the mouth quickly enough. To compensate, it slowly dissolves the host's spinal muscles and skin from the inside out, carving a dedicated exit point. As the host's body is hollowed out, the creature begins to bulge through the rupture in the back. This physical deformity is impossible to hide, a critical flaw for standard integration. Conclusion: the species is unsuitable for large-scale agricultural use. Human Farm 28 is classified as a failure. Total sterilization is recommended. Note: hair snail parasites possess extreme regenerative capabilities. Standard physical trauma is insufficient for termination.
Recommendation: deploy the Quail Hunter unit to Farm 28 for immediate liquidation.
Human Farm 28?
Lin Yi's stomach churned as he stared at the number, the cold reality of the classification sinking in.
Quail Hunter Unit?
Lu Linhai scans the digital logs, a ripple of uncertainty passing over his features as he contemplates the strange designation.
Quail Hunter? It refers to the 21st of the 12 zodiac signs. It's meant to represent the 12 distinct facets of human nature.
Zhang Cheng provides the explanation with a casual shrug, having overheard Lu Linhai's quiet ruminations.
The Quail Hunter unit mentioned here, they're essentially the attack dogs bred by the slave masters. They're a specialized strike team used for eliminating freaks and for putting down livestock rebellions.
Lin Yi finishes the thought for him, his voice heavy with the realization of their enemy's cruelty. The combined population of freaks and livestock must be immense, vastly outnumbering the masters. If they ever truly rose up, the masters would be annihilated in a heartbeat. To prevent such a collapse, the masters implemented absolute control, erasing truth, fabricating a false history, and brainwashing everyone into a state of mindless submission within a simulated reality. But there are always those who see through the deception, those who seek the light and choose to fight, and that's precisely when the Master's hounds are unleashed.
A unit capable of purging the freaks of an entire city. Could these soldiers all be God-chosen with actual abilities?
Chu Kai leans in, his expression tight as he considers the tactical implications of such a superhuman force.
If that's what we're up against, aren't we in an incredible amount of danger?
Lu Linhai adds his concern to the group, his eyes wide as he looks around at his companions.
You're overthinking things.
Zhang Cheng gives a nonchalant shrug, finding Lu Linhai's mounting fear almost humorous in its futility.
First of all, about this danger you're so worried about, when have we ever actually been safe? Even if we hadn't discovered any of this, the end result would still be us getting devoured by some freak or another, wouldn't it?
Zhang Cheng appears to be the most composed member of the group, his posture almost loose, his eyes reflecting a subtle, unnerving spark of anticipation. His demeanor stands in sharp contrast to Chu Kai, who had also grasped the reality of the freaks early on. But where Zhang Cheng seeks answers, Chu Kai only yearns for a life of quiet stability. The truth of the world holds no allure for him. His only ambition is to find a sanctuary where he and his sister can exist without fear. Zhang Cheng, however, is driven by a profound and relentless curiosity, a hunger to unravel the unknown that outweighs any desire for comfort. He tilts his head back, staring up at the vast, uncaring night sky before speaking in a low, contemplative whisper.
It's possible that from the very second we took our first breaths, our entire lives were already written by those arrogant masters. But
his voice fades, a ghost of a smile touching his lips as he leaves the thought unfinished.
But why should we let anyone else decide what our lives are worth?
Lin Yi erupts with a sudden, fierce energy, his words mirroring Zhang Cheng's unspoken sentiment with a burning defiance. He refuses to be a mere character in someone else's script, a pawn in a game he never agreed to play. But as the declaration leaves his lips, a sudden, agonizing shock of pain lances through his entire frame, stealing his breath. The exhaustion of their escape and the relentless encounters with freaks have finally begun to take their toll on his body. Though he tries to mask it, the involuntary flinch does not escape Zhang Cheng's keen, observant gaze.
Brother Zhang Cheng. I have a question.
Chu Yun whispers, her eyes darting back toward the distant crackling pyre that was once a village.
How exactly did you manage to draw those rats and monstrous birds out of the forest?
And Cheng Dao and Chu Kai both turn their attention toward the genius student, their expressions mirroring Chu Yun's underlying suspicion.
The scent of blood?
Zhang Cheng delivers the answer with clinical simplicity, as if explaining a basic chemical reaction.
But where did you get it? You're not a god chosen, Zhang Cheng. You couldn't have possibly taken down those freaks alone.
Chu Kai recalls the sheer, overwhelming power required to defeat even a single possessed host. To him, the idea of Zhang Cheng hunting freaks is an impossibility.
You're right, I'm no match for the freaks. Not by a long shot.
A faint, unsettling smile touches Zhang Cheng's lips as he leans forward.
Which is why I simply chose targets that weren't freaks.
Not freaks?
Chu Yun glances down at Brother Lei, who lies bound and defeated on the scorched earth.
But he's the only human left who isn't.
He means the children, Chu Yun.
Lin Yi completes the sentence, his eyes locking onto Zhang Cheng's with a cold, shared understanding.
The children.
Chu Kai freezes, his entire body tensing as the horrific realization sinks into his mind.
You killed those kids? You used their blood to lure the monsters?
Before you moralize, let me clarify the situation. While those children weren't fully transformed, their bodies were already crawling with parasite eggs. Some had already hatched into hair snail parasite larvae, consuming them from the inside out. Even without Zhang Cheng's intervention, they were already dead. They just hadn't stopped breathing yet.
Lin Yi lets out a long, weary sigh, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. The records were explicit. Hair snail parasites always seek out the weakest possible hosts to lay their eggs. It's a calculated survival strategy. These vulnerable hosts serve as a training ground for the larvae, allowing them to master their control over surface cilia while feasting on a steady supply of nutrients. Since larvae require far less than adults, young children become the perfect, tragic targets for their development.
So that's why they looked so deformed? Because of the parasites growing inside them?
Chu Kai connects the biological dots, his voice devoid of its usual sharpness as he contemplates the suffering of the village youth.
It's more complex than that.
Zhang Cheng shakes his head, his tone shifting into that of a cold, analytical lecturer.
Before the larvae even master their cilia, they interfere with the child's nervous system, triggering devastating hormonal imbalances. The pituitary gland is often the first to fail, halting the growth of bones and organs. That's why they remain trapped in those stunted, fragile bodies.
The environment only exacerbated their condition. A child's skin is delicate, and in a village crawling with freaks and filth, infections and lesions were inevitable. It was never a place meant for human life to thrive.
And it wasn't just their bodies. Their minds were already warped.
Lin Yi interjects with a heavy sigh, recalling the unsettling behavior of the children he had seen.
Under the freak's influence, their sense of empathy was erased. They didn't see horror when someone was devoured. They saw entertainment. They were already gone.
You did what had to be done.
And Cheng Dao clenches his weathered fists, his knuckles turning white. His anger isn't directed at Zhang Cheng, but at the monstrous architects of this misery, the freaks, and the true humans who allow it to persist. Lin Yi gives a slow, somber nod of agreement. He knows all too well the fate that awaited those children. He still remembers the agonizing screams of Dean Van Looy when the parasite finally abandoned his body. In this world, being a host is a death sentence. When a freak leaves, the person doesn't simply die. They linger in a hollow void, their senses shattered by the sudden loss of dopamine, slowly rotting in a state of pure despair. Against such a fate, Zhang Cheng's clinical intervention wasn't an act of murder. It was the only mercy left in a world devoid of it.
But there is still one thing I don't understand.
Chu Kai narrows his eyes, his focus shifting back to the enigmatic student.
Lin Yi only learned about the eggs from the records we just found. How did you know? And more importantly, where did you get those laptops?
Let me handle the explanation. I'm the one who should say it.
The moment Chu Kai finished his inquiry, Lu Linhai sprang to his feet, unable to contain himself. He stole a quick look at Zhang Cheng. Seeing the other boy didn't seem to mind, he launched into his story with visible enthusiasm.
Listen up. This thin bamboo stick over here, he's as slippery and crafty as a desert fox.
I prefer you use words like intelligent or strategic, if you don't mind.
Zhang Cheng cut in smoothly, though he made no move to actually stop the other boy's rambling.
Think back to when we first parted ways. Our goal was to scavenge for information, right? The plan was to track down leads on those freaks or the God-chosen.
Lu Linhai gestured broadly as he spoke, emphasizing the weight of their original mission.
We were also supposed to keep our eyes peeled for anything that felt off about this place. But then there's this guy. He goes off on some personal side quest. All he cared about was finding out exactly where this man lived.
Lu Linhai jabbed a finger toward the man lying defeated on the ground, the one they called Brother Lei.
You should have seen him. He was acting all impressed, calling this guy a legend and a pillar of strength. Said he just had to meet such an inspiring figure in person.
What do you know about it?
Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes, clearly tired of the exaggeration.
It's called playing the weakling to trap the predator. You have to lower their guard if you want to get close. You've been talking for 5 minutes and still haven't said anything useful. Move aside. I'll explain it properly.
Zhang Cheng stepped forward, physically nudging Lu Linhai out of the way to take center stage.
The truth is, my instincts were screaming from the moment we arrived. This village, it isn't right.
Unlike his friend, Zhang Cheng wasted no time on fluff. His gaze was sharp, focused on the underlying horror.
During our initial welcome, the villagers mentioned something crucial. The rats and the birds in the surrounding woods, they have an unnatural sensitivity to the smell of blood. If that's the case, then how do the women here manage their monthly cycles without attracting a swarm of monsters? They ambush passing buses. They fight freaks. Injuries are inevitable. So how exactly are they dealing with the blood that inevitably follows?
Lin Yi stiffened, the implication of Zhang Cheng's words hitting him like a physical blow. He and Chu Kai had already guessed at the darker side of the village during their scouting, but this specific detail? It was a gap in his logic he hadn't even begun to bridge.
And then there are the children. The locals claim they were born here, a new generation raised in the wake of their rescue.
The memory of Dean Van Looy's voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind, repeating that exact same hollow assurance.
This place is a wasteland compared to the city. There's zero medical infrastructure, and nutrition for expecting mothers is virtually non-existent. In a world where even a single drop of blood draws every predator for miles, how could a woman survive the trauma of childbirth? The rats and birds would be at the door before the first cry. But the biggest red flag, the one that felt the most fundamentally wrong, that would be their precious saintess.
Zhang Cheng's casual tone vanished, replaced by a chilling weight of total seriousness. He paused, letting the silence stretch before delivering his next observation with absolute gravity.
Seriously? What kind of sick family would have a saintess that looks like a withered husk?
Lin Yi could only stare, a glare slowly forming on his face. He wasn't sure if he should be offended or impressed by the sheer bluntness. He thought back to the girl they had seen. Before the parasite claimed her, she might have been full of life, a beacon of hope for her people. But the infestation had drained her. To feed the mother worm's bottomless hunger, she had been reduced to a living sacrifice, wasting away in that dark hall. Xiao Hu's mother had met the same fate, selected by the villagers, dragged to the ancestral hall to serve as the next vessel, only to perish under the parasite's weight. As for the women's biological cycles, The reality was likely even bleaker. Malnutrition and the hormonal wreckage caused by the parasites probably shut their bodies down entirely.
Can you try being serious for just 1 minute? If you're going to joke around, let me finish the briefing.
I am being serious.
Zhang Cheng gave a careless shrug before shifting back into his analytical mode.
There are only two logical reasons for a community like this to maintain a saintess. First, she's a true god chosen, someone with the power to actually fight back and lead humanity to a real victory. But if her only miracle is sniffing out freaks, then Chu Kai could put on a dress and do the exact same job.
Chu Kai's brow furrowed in a deep frown. Had he not been temporarily blinded, his gaze would have likely burned a hole through Zhang Cheng.
The second reason is that the saintess serves as a symbol. Imagine it. A group of survivors living in constant terror, surrounded by monsters. They're desperate for any kind of comfort, any shred of hope to keep them from breaking. In a hellscape like this, what brings peace? A saintess who is radiant and warm, someone whose smile promises a future worth fighting for. She should be the living embodiment of their faith. She should be a source of strength, someone you think of when the world starts to go dark, a figure of vitality and grace. The creature we saw back there? She isn't that. Not even close.
Zhang Cheng looked genuinely insulted by the aesthetic failure of the village's faith. But the irritation vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a wide, mischievous grin.
And that was exactly why I knew something was rotten. Seriously, where did you guys think I was going with that? But let's stay focused. We have bigger problems to discuss. The moment I realized this entire settlement was a facade, I knew talking to the common villagers would be a waste of breath. They're either too terrified or too far gone to give us anything useful. The ancestral hall is locked down tight, impossible to infiltrate without making a scene. That left me with one real option, our breeding stock friend here.
Zhang Cheng shot a brief, icy glance at Brother Lei, who was still pinned to the ground. The man let out a sharp hiss of air, his jaw clenching in a silent snarl.
Interrogating him would have been a slog. He's the type to take his secrets to the grave just to spite us. But his home, a man's environment, tells you everything you need to know.
So that whole wandering off into the woods performance, that was the distraction.
Lin Yi's suspicions were finally confirmed. He had known Zhang Cheng wasn't the type to get lost, especially not with a forest full of mutants. Those footprints at the edge of the northern forest had been breadcrumbs. A trail designed specifically to lure Brother Lei out and leave his sanctuary unguarded.
Leia's quarters are unique. Most of these people are just hosts. The parasites only care about the nutrients, not the decor. They're content to rot in whatever hovel they're given. They don't need comfort. They just need to survive long enough to propagate. But our leader here is different. He's human after all.
Zhang Cheng gestured toward the captive man with a mocking tilt of his head.
Years of being treated like a prize pig has left him with a taste for luxury. The moment he broke free, he started surrounding himself with the trappings of a life he never had. His place is overflowing with loot. Laptops, clothes, trinkets, all scavenged from the very buses he claims to be saving people from.
Zhang Cheng shook his head, looking down at Lei with a mixture of pity and contempt.
It's the human condition, isn't it? Give a man a little taste of power and a few shiny toys, and he'll sell out his own species just to keep them. He blathers on about vengeance and justice, but look at him. He isn't a revolutionary. He's just a petty king of a garbage heap. He has no vision, no real ambition beyond his own comfort. A truly pathetic display.
How did you know? How did you sense the danger and manage to lure those creatures to us at just the right moment?
Chu Kai's mind raced back to the moment they were surrounded. He had recognized Lu Linhai's voice in the chaos, but Zhang Cheng had been a phantom unseen and unheard until the rats arrived. It was clear now. Lu Linhai had been nothing more than a herald, a piece moved across the board by Zhang Cheng's hand.
It wasn't magic. It was simple observation.
Zhang Cheng spoke as if he were discussing the weather, his tone entirely devoid of the tension that had gripped the others.
The entire village mobilized in an instant. When a community that normally hides behind walls suddenly starts acting like a coordinated hive, you don't need a PhD to know something's wrong. There are only two scenarios that trigger that kind of mass movement. Either an external threat forced the parasites to defend their territory, or they were preparing to close the net around you three. In either case, it meant your lives were on the line.
Zhang Cheng had already leafed through the breeding diary he found in Lei's quarters. The scribbled notes had given him a crash course in the biology of the hair snail parasites. He knew that once the host was no longer viable or the colony was threatened, those things would be looking for fresh blood, new hosts to infest. He also hadn't forgotten the Saintess's hunger. Her eyes had lingered on Chu Yun with a predatory interest that suggested she wouldn't stay patient for long. But there was a deeper layer to his strategy, one that involved the boy standing beside him.
I didn't send the gorilla to save you. I knew he'd be useless in a real fight. I sent him to keep Lin Yi from doing something reckless. I needed to make sure he didn't decide to reset before I could get what I came for. Speaking of which, while I was looting our friend's house, I stumbled upon something far more valuable than a few old laptops.
Zhang Cheng reached into his backpack, his fingers closing around an object hidden deep within. With a flourish, he pulled it into the firelight.
Take a look at this. I have a feeling it's exactly what we've been looking for.
Wait, is that the key?
Every face around the fire freezes in a mask of pure disbelief as Zhang Cheng pulls an object from the depths of his pack. He holds up a small, cylindrical crystal. It glints in the flickering light, bearing a haunting resemblance to the diamond-shaped artifact and Cheng Dao secured earlier. Yet, even at a glance, the difference is clear. This one is significantly smaller, almost delicate in comparison.
Wait a second, why is it so tiny?
Lu Linhai leans in, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinizes the strange crystal.
The craftsmanship is definitely the same as Uncle An's key, but
Lin Yi's gaze drifts from the crystal to the silent, bound figure of Brother Lei on the dirt floor.
actually it looks less like a key and more like a bullet.
A bullet? Now that you say it, yeah! It's the perfect shape for one.
And Cheng Dao doesn't waste words. He shifts his weight, stepping over Brother Lei to retrieve the hunting rifle bound beside the man. With a practiced click, he opens the chamber. Nestled inside is an identical crystal cylinder. But this one is different. It lacks the translucent clarity of Zhang Cheng's find. Instead, a complex web of internal components is visible through its surface.
I've examined the key you found before. The internal mechanics and the precision of the machining. It's far beyond anything we understand as modern technology. And that includes those automated defense systems that guard the city limits. We haven't seen them up close, but this single object proves their technology operates on a level we can barely even conceive.
But wait, if they have all this high-tech stuff, why haven't we ever seen a trace of it before?
It's a technological blockade. The true humans, they rewrite history to suit them. They can just as easily hoard advanced tech to keep the freaks and the livestock under their thumb.
Uncle Ann, do you know your way around a firearm?
A simple hunting rifle? I can manage. I'll give it a shot.
Take a shot. Aim for something in the distance.
And Cheng Dao nods, his movements methodical as he slides the crystal into the chamber. He supports the wooden ferend with one hand, his finger resting lightly against the trigger. Bracing the buttstock firmly against his shoulder, he takes a breath and squeezes. A deafening roar shatters the silence, and in a blinding flash, a distant tree erupts in a shower of splinters and fire.
Whoa! Where did that come from? How can a rifle do that?
I missed. I definitely didn't hit the trunk directly. And the recoil. It was barely there, like a toy.
You missed? Then how the hell did that tree just explode?
It's not the gun's mechanism doing the heavy lifting. It's the bullet itself. That crystal cylinder is an energy vessel, pure power compressed into a stable form. When you fire, you aren't launching a physical projectile. You're releasing a concentrated burst of energy. This rifle was likely designed specifically to harness and direct that discharge. The energy expands violently upon impact, or once it reaches its limit. That's what caused the blast.
Zhang Cheng looks down at the prone, trembling figure of Brother Lei, a slight shake of his head indicating his revised assessment.
He's not the master marksman we feared. When he stopped the bus, he wasn't aiming for the tires at all. Hitting the wheels of a moving vehicle would require professional training, and he couldn't risk killing everyone inside. He was aiming for the road. The energy shock wave from the ground impact was what shredded the tires.
But where would a guy like that even get a weapon like this?
The abandoned city? Remember the quail hunter units mentioned in the files? It's highly probable this rifle was lost by one of those units during a skirmish with freaks. It only makes sense that the Master's enforcers would be equipped with such advanced hardware.
With that kind of firepower, it might actually stand a chance against a mantis wolf's shell.
Lin Yi's eyes are fixed on the rifle in Chengdao's hands, weighing the tactical advantage it provides.
If these crystals are just batteries for weapons, does that mean the key Uncle Ann found was a gun too?
I can't say for sure. Like I said, we're dealing with a total technological blockade. Our current understanding of science is completely inadequate to decipher their methods. Besides, it's a moot point now. Your key is already in pieces, isn't it?
Zhang Cheng turns his cool, analytical gaze toward Chu Kai, the silence stretching between them.
The energy stored in that key must have been fundamentally different from these bullets. If it had been the same volatile energy, the moment it shattered, none of us would have survived the blast.
I just wasn't thinking. In that moment, I am so sorry.
Forget about it, man. We're all still breathing, right? And with Lin Yi around, we've always got a second chance.
Lu Linhai steps over and gives Chu Kai a firm, supportive pat on the shoulder, breaking the tension. Zhang Cheng watches the shadows deepening on the faces of his companions. He knows exactly what they're feeling, that crushing realization of how truly terrifying the forces they face are.
Let's focus on the problem in front of us first. We can worry about the rest later.
Lin Yi gives a single sharp nod. There's only one direction left to go, and whether it leads to salvation or the abyss, there's no turning back now. Instead of letting despair take root, he chooses to face the inevitable. After all, they aren't powerless. They are God-chosen.
You want my opinion? We should just stick a knife in him and be done with it. Betraying your own kind to side with those freaks. It's a spit in the face of every human being.
A blade won't work. Open wounds mean blood, and blood will bring every rat and monster bird for miles.
So, we just toss him back into the village.
Toss him in there.
Lu Linhai's eyes drift toward the village. It's a wall of relentless, roaring fire. To be thrown inside is a guaranteed, agonizing end.
Exactly. The flames will cauterize any blood before the scent can travel. No scavengers, no mess. Besides, it's only fitting. Let him feel the same agony his victims did. Call it a final act of atonement.
The silence that follows is the only answer needed. Given the weight of Brother Lei's crimes, no one finds a reason to object. And Chengdao doesn't look back as he grips the bound man by the collar. He drags the struggling figure toward the mouth of the burning village, the rifle slung over his shoulder. Brother Lei's desperate pleas for mercy are swallowed by the roar of the fire, without a hint of hesitation. And Chengdao heaves him into the inferno.
Simply tragic. A soft-hearted soul like me really has no stomach for such sights. But look on the bright side. He gets to stay in the village he loved so much. Forever.
With the village settled, the group doesn't rush to leave. The massive wall of fire nearby acts as a natural barrier, keeping the rats and winged horrors of the forest at a safe distance. They collapse onto the scorched earth, the exhaustion of the journey and the battle finally catching up to them. In the flickering light, they begin to exchange the pieces of the puzzle they've gathered. The conversation eventually shifts toward Lin Yi's unique ability. He speaks of the glowing threads he sees and the deductions he's made about their nature. As the weight of his words sinks in, a wave of shock ripples through the group. Everyone except Chu Kai is left reeling.
Threads that show the future? Lin Yi, that's incredible! You're basically a god! If we can see what's coming, doesn't that mean we're practically invincible? We can dodge every trap they set!
I'm still not convinced it's anything as simple as time control. The way you describe those threads, it brings a specific myth to mind. The threads of the goddess of fate?
Threads of the Fates? Is that what we are calling them now?
Lu Linhai's brow furrows as he processes the name. He pauses, his expression shifting into one of skepticism.
What is your evidence for that? You have got a theory for everything, but this sounds like a reach.
Zhang Cheng remains silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on some unseen point before he turns his gaze toward Lin Yi.
Tell me, Lin Yi, in those final seconds before the end when death was inevitable, what did you feel? What were you thinking? Everything was a mess. Pure chaos. I could not accept dying like that. Not in such a senseless way.
Lin Yi speaks softly, his eyes glazing over as a montage of his own gruesome demises flickers behind his eyelids.
And once the truth hit me that the world was crawling with those things, I felt this overwhelming refusal. I would not let it be the end. And that refusal was heard? Destiny granted you a path back, a second chance to rewrite the script.
Lu Linhai crosses his arms over his chest, his expression hardening as he remains unconvinced.
That is getting a bit too philosophical for me. It sounds like you're overcomplicating things. I'm sticking with my original theory. It is time control, plain and simple. Just look at the facts. He rewinds when he dies, he freezes time when he needs to, and now he is getting glimpses of what is coming. If that is not time manipulation, I do not know what is.
I have to stop you right there. Precision is important if we are going to survive this. When Lin Yi breaks those glowing filaments, he is not just seeing what is next, he is sensing the ripple of events before they solidify. Sight is passive, sensation is interactive. It is a fundamental distinction that we cannot overlook. Besides, my fate hypothesis does not contradict the evidence. It explains it in a way time manipulation cannot.
Zhang Cheng leans forward, his voice dropping into the steady, clinical tone he uses when he is about to dismantle an argument.
Think back to the old myths. The Greeks spoke of the three Moirai, the goddesses of fate. The first weaves the thread, creating the very fabric of existence and the start of a soul's journey. She is the past. The second measures the thread, determining the length and course of one's days. She is the present. And the third, she carries the shears. She cuts the thread, marking the future and the finality of death. As I have mentioned, Lin Yi's deaths are the catalyst for his immortality. He dies only so he may never truly perish. Each time he returns from the brink, it is a deliberate act of rewriting his own destiny. Whether he is dragged back by death or instinctively slips through time, the goal is always the same, to change the outcome.
When you frame it like that, I guess it starts to sound plausible.
Lu Linhai trails off, his confident stance softening as he considers the possibility. The logic is beginning to poke holes in his certainty.
It fits the facts in a weird way, I will give you that. But there is still the matter of the time stop. How does your fate theory account for him freezing everything in place?
Zhang Cheng falls into a deep silence, his eyes darting as he connects the final dots. He rises from the dirt, crossing the small space to stand beside Lin Yi.
The time stop isn't just a power, it is a safety valve. It triggers to give him the window he needs to alter fate before the Reaper's blade actually falls.
You're losing me again. What are you actually saying?
He isn't alone in his bewilderment. Chu Kai and the rest of the survivors exchange puzzled glances, the abstract concepts flying over their heads. Zhang Cheng doesn't offer a simplified version just yet. Instead, he keeps his focus on the source of the anomaly, looking down at Lin Yi with clinical intensity.
You mentioned it earlier. The moment those threads snapped, you got a flash of what was meant to happen to the others, didn't you?
Lin Yi gives a slow, heavy nod, the memory of those phantom futures still fresh in his mind.
The first ones I noticed were linked to Little Yun and Zhao Hu. I saw them clearly, but the situation was too chaotic. I couldn't reach them in time. Then I saw the thread on Uncle An and the gun. That's when I knew I had to act.
Every head in the shack turns toward Chengdao, their eyes searching the stoic man for confirmation.
Lin Yi pulled me aside before we hit the forest. He told me to watch my back. Because of that, I was ready when the villagers closed in.
And Chengdao speaks with his usual efficiency, beginning to lay out the details of the ambush they narrowly avoided in the dense tree line. Once inside the dense woods, the villagers made a show of searching for their prey, but they didn't wander far. Like a closing fist, they began to tighten their circle around Chengdao. And Chengdao's senses, honed by years of butchery and survival, catch the shift in the wind. He doesn't wait. With a mental flick, his heavy cleavers detach, hovering inches above the dirt as they loop around the approaching threat. The first villager lunges, a signal for the rest to swarm. But Chengdao is faster. The blades at his command blur into motion, a preemptive strike that catches them entirely off guard. He holds back the killing stroke. At this point, the horrifying truth of the parasites remains hidden. To his eyes, these are still just misguided neighbors. He cannot bring himself to end their lives. Despite their numbers, the villagers find themselves hitting an invisible wall of spinning steel. No matter how they push, they cannot break through his defensive perimeter.
The villagers had me pinned, but that man, Brother Lei, hadn't shown his face yet.
And Chengdao's voice remains steady as he resumes the story, his hands tracing the phantom paths of his blades in the air.
The moment I spotted him, the barrel of that gun was already centered on my chest. I was dead in his sights. I saw him pull the trigger. There is no doubt in my mind, but the blast, it never happened. The air stayed silent.
And Chengdao pauses, the technical details of the advanced weapon surfacing in his mind. He adjusts his statement for precision.
The energy vessel in the weapon failed to release its charge. It just jammed.
Exactly.
Zhang Cheng says with a sharp nod. He turns his clinical gaze back to Lin Yi.
The same logic applies to that bear trap you and Chu Kai stumbled upon. It wasn't luck that saved you. You physically severed the lines of their destiny. In doing so, you forced the universe to recalculate their end. But don't mistake yourself for a deity. Altering the threads of others isn't free. There is a toll to be paid for such interference.
Zhang Cheng crouches, his movements slow and deliberate. He reaches out, his finger pressing with ghost-like lightness against the center of Lin Yi's chest.
Hiss.
The touch was weightless, yet the reaction is volcanic. Agony erupts from the point of contact, radiating outward like liquid fire. It feels as if his very muscles are being shredded, his heart crushed in a vice of pure, unadulterated pain. The dull ache he'd been ignoring suddenly sharpens into a scream. He'd dismissed it as simple fatigue, a side effect of the loop, but the reality is far more gruesome.
Stop ignoring it. Lift your shirt. See the evidence for yourself.
With trembling fingers, Lin Yi peels back the fabric. Revealed beneath is a horrific, mottled bruise, a deep, sickly purple that looks less like a contusion and more like clotted blood beneath the surface.
What the hell?
Lu Linhai's eyes widen. He's on his feet in an instant, crossing the shack in 2 strides to get a closer look at the damage.
Don't stop there. Check your leg, the exact spot where the pain flared after you saved Chu Kai from the trap.
Lin Yi hitches up his pant leg. There, marring his skin is another dark, angry mark, a mirror of the agony he felt in the moment of intervention.
This is the law of exchange. You removed their burden, so you must carry the weight of the fate that was meant to crush them. You're lucky, in a way. The weight you're carrying has been diluted. If you had to bear the full force of their deaths, your body would have shattered hours ago.
Lin Yi's brow furrows as he tries to understand how he missed such obvious injuries. It wasn't just the adrenaline of survival. He realizes now that the peak sensation, that overwhelming rush of euphoria from breaking the threads, had acted as a psychic anesthetic. It numbed his nerves, masking the physical trauma until now. It's a dangerous mercy. A high that blinds him to the fact that his body is slowly being broken by the fates he's stealing.
Looping to save yourself is one thing. But if death becomes your only tool for negotiation with destiny, your vessel will eventually crack under the pressure.
Zhang Cheng pauses, his eyes narrowing as he considers another, even darker possibility. He speaks with a renewed sense of urgency.
The danger isn't just physical. Your mind is at risk too. Every time you jump back, the lines between what was and what has become blurred. Eventually, you won't be able to tell the difference. That's a one-way trip to total psychological collapse. In all probability, it's a combination of both, a broken body and a shattered mind. That time stop? It's not a gift, it's an alarm. Your own ability is trying to tell you that you're reaching the limit. Ignore that alarm, and the next time you try to loop, you might not make it back in one piece. You'll just be a cold body in a previous timeline.
Zhang Cheng's voice is devoid of emotion, carrying an absolute chilling weight that makes the air in the shack feel even colder.
I'll repeat myself one last time. Death is not a strategy. It's a last resort to be used only when every other option has been exhausted. And there is another thing, those glowing threads. Don't just snap them on impulse, you need to pause and calculate. Every time you change someone's path, you take on a portion of their burden. You must ask yourself, can I afford the cost of this life?
The warnings are dire, enough to break most people, but Lin Yi just stares ahead. His resolve remains unshaken. He's already seen the worst the world has to offer. A few bruises won't stop him. Lin Yi sifts through the weight of the warnings. Despite the risks, one truth remains. He can now see the shadows falling over his friends. He can see the danger before it strikes. A bit of physical agony? A few more bruises? Compared to the finality of losing someone he cares about, the trade seems more than fair. It is a price he is willing to pay. He can recover. He can heal. A few days of bed rest is a small cost for a life saved from the void. Zhang Cheng's expression shifts. The grimness fades, replaced by a glint of clinical curiosity. He looks at Lin Yi, a new plan forming in his mind.
Lin Yi, theory only goes so far. We need data. We need to test the boundaries of what you can actually do.
A test? Now, how are we supposed to do that in here?
He's right! Everything is quiet for once. We can't exactly go looking for a monster just to see if you can save us again. Besides, weren't you the one preaching about the price 10 seconds ago? Why are we pushing it?
I warned him against cutting the thread, the power of the third sister. That is the destructive aspect, the one that carries the physical toll. But fate isn't just about endings. To truly understand your potential, we need to see if you can access the other two aspects of the Moirai.
The other two?
Creation and measurement, weaving the threads into being and drawing the paths of different lives together into a single pattern.
As the words leave his lips, Zhang Cheng's eyes flick toward Lin Yi, a calculating look passing through them as if he's already chosen his next subject. Lin Yi squeezed his eyes shut, plunging into the darkness of his mind where the faint, ethereal filaments flickered into view. He concentrated on every minute detail, the weak shimmer of the threads and their slow, drifting motion as he tried to visualize them emerging from his companions.
Well, any luck?
Lin Yi crouched down beside him, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and impatience.
Are you sensing anything yet? Are the threads of fate showing up on us?
He leaned in closer, fascinated by the description of the supernatural threads.
Shut it. Give him some space to concentrate.
Zhang Cheng shot Lin Yi a stern look before turning his attention back to the focusing boy. Nearby, Chu Kai and the rest of the group held their breath, their anticipation thick in the cool air. They all knew that if Lin Yi could master this power, it would mean a significant advantage for their survival. Lin Yi finally opened his eyes, looking lost. He stood up and began pacing in a tight circle.
Did you see them? Any threads at all?
Zhang Cheng held out his hands as if expecting something to manifest.
I don't see anything at all.
Lin Yi shook his head, his frustration evident.
That shouldn't be right. What exactly were you focusing on? The threads. I was trying to imagine them growing out of everyone here. No, that's where you're going wrong. The threads aren't the power itself. They're just how you perceive it.
Zhang Cheng shook his head, his expression clinical.
Fate can take many forms. Focusing solely on the imagery of filaments is useless. You need to reach for the core concept. Focus on fate itself. Fate? But that's so abstract. How am I supposed to grasp something like that?
When I use my ability, a specific sensation manifests in my body.
And Cheng Dao spoke up suddenly, his voice raspy and steady as he drew the group's attention. He reached into his bag and drew out his blackened bone-chopping knife, the heavy metal catching the flickering firelight. As he loosened his grip, the heavy blade didn't fall. Instead, it hovered in midair, defying gravity with an eerie stillness.
I don't know how to describe the feeling exactly, but in that moment, the knife feels like an extension of my own body. The blade then moves according to my will.
And Cheng Dao glanced up at the sky. At that moment, the bone-chopping knife followed his gaze and soared upward into the darkness. After circling the air twice with a faint whistle, the weapon returned smoothly to his waiting hand.
You can imagine the ability as a part of your body, then carefully sense your internal state. It's like...
And Cheng Dao paused, his brow furrowing as he searched for the right words to describe the sensation.
It's like having diarrhea.
He delivered the comparison with complete seriousness, his expression unchanged.
When you have a stomach bug, you clearly feel that cramping pain in your gut. It's roughly that kind of sensation.
Diarrhea?
Lin Yi stared at him, completely stunned by the bizarre analogy. After hearing in Cheng Dao's description, Lin Yi found himself even more confused than before.
Our abilities are different from yours.
Chu Kai spoke up after a moment of quiet reflection, his voice steadying the air.
Ours are tied to concrete things we can perceive. Take my ability, for example. When I use it, I just need to concentrate on looking, listening, and sensing. These can all be controlled through the brain. But your ability is quite abstract. I'm not sure if the way Uncle Anne and I experience our powers will actually help you.
Lin Yi sighed, realizing that Chu Kai was likely correct. Whether it was in Cheng Dao's hovering knife or Chu Kai's enhanced senses, they were things that could be seen or felt physically. Only fate remained an enigma, something he had no idea how to perceive or control. What exactly was fate? In truth, Lin Yi couldn't explain it himself. Fate was both a constant and a variable in his life. The fact that the parents who raised him for nearly 20 years were actually freaks who would kill and eat him, that was a terrifying constant. Riddled with pain, his former self had died and come back to life, returning to the past. That was the ultimate variable. As he thought about it, a spark of realization began to form in his mind. He still didn't know how to visualize fate, but he could remember the things that had happened to him. Zhang Cheng had said that the threads were just one manifestation of fate. In that case, weren't the events that had occurred in his life another manifestation? With that thought, Lin Yi closed his eyes again, sinking into the deep well of his memories. In a trance-like state, a sudden surge of pain radiated from his chest. It was the backlash he had suffered after changing in Cheng Dao's fate. It was also the phantom pain of the moment his mother had plunged the knife into his heart. Lin Yi felt his body begin to heat up. In that instant, he could even sense the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The feeling was familiar. If he remembered correctly, he had experienced something similar in that split second when time had frozen. Of course, the sensation back then had been far more intense than it was now. Could this feeling be the
Stomach pain.
Cheng Dao had mentioned? Opening his eyes, he looked down. Lin Yi saw a single thread emitting a faint glow protruding from his chest, vibrating slightly in the air.
It's out.
Lin Yi's voice was laced with pure, unadulterated excitement. For him, this was the first time he could consciously control his ability.
Where? Who does the thread connect to?
Lu Linhai asked hurriedly, his eyes darting around searching for something he couldn't see.
It's not connected to anyone yet. It's just on me.
Lin Yi pointed to his chest, where the shimmering filament vibrated with a ghostly energy. Unfortunately, these threads were only visible to Lin Yi himself, leaving the others in the dark. After he explained what he was seeing, Zhang Cheng pushed up his glasses and nodded slowly.
Don't get too excited yet. The validation isn't over. If the thread emerged from you, then you should be able to control it and connect it to someone else.
Turning toward Lu Linhai, Zhang Cheng continued with clinical detachment.
Lin Yi, try to control the thread and link it to the gorilla.
Link it to Lu Linhai? Why?
Lin Yi hesitated, looking at Lu Linhai with a mix of confusion and concern.
To verify what other functions your ability has?
Zhang Cheng explained, his gaze unwavering and focused on the potential data.
If snapping a thread can change someone's fate, then can actively connecting a thread determine their destiny?
If Lin Yi can determine someone's fate, then our path forward will be much easier.
Lu Linhai said with an excited, predatory grin, his eyes gleaming.
Whatever freak or master stands in our way, we could solve it in minutes. Lin Yi, hurry up and link to me.
Lu Linhai patted his broad chest, ready to be a test subject for the experiment. Lin Yi was a bit worried. After all, every thread he had seen before had represented imminent danger. But on second thought, he had no intention of hurting Lu Linhai. Even if they were connected, there shouldn't be any danger. If anything unexpected happened, he could just snap the thread immediately to stop it. And so, Lin Yi looked up at Lu Linhai and focused his will on the task. The thread from his chest began to extend, drifting toward Lu Linhai like a living thing seeking a host. The thread attached itself to Lu Linhai's chest, but Lin Yi didn't feel any different than he had a moment ago.
Well, do you feel anything?
Lin Yi shook his head, his expression remaining neutral despite the failed attempt.
Same here. Still feel like a gorilla ready for action.
Lu Linhai flexed his muscles with a grin, looking as energetic as ever. Zhang Cheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then leaned in and whispered a few words into Lin Yi's ear. Seeing Lin Yi nod, Zhang Cheng turned back to Lu Linhai with a new instruction.
Gorilla run 2 circles around us?
Huh? Why?
Lu Linhai was completely baffled, staring at Zhang Cheng as if the genius had finally lost his mind.
Stop babbling! If I tell you to run, just run!
Still confused, Lu Linhai followed Zhang Cheng's instructions and began running around the group. He ran for several laps, but still, nothing unexpected happened. Zhang Cheng murmured to himself, sounding a bit puzzled by the lack of results.
Why did you want Brother Linhai to run in circles?
Chu Yun asked curiously, watching Lu Linhai's seemingly pointless laps.
Zhang Cheng told me to imagine Lu Linhai tripping and falling. We wanted to see if I could control his immediate fate through the connection.
Lin Yi explained, his voice flat as he watched his friend run. Unfortunately, the idea was a complete failure. Lu Linhai remained perfectly upright and steady. After that, Zhang Cheng tried several other methods to test the strength and function of the link. For instance, he had Lin Yi snap the thread to see if he could sense Lu Linhai's future, or perhaps see into his past. However, after several attempts, they all ended in failure, leaving the group frustrated. It wasn't until Lin Yi accidentally bumped into Cheng Dao while running that Lin Yi finally realized exactly what his ability could do.
Lin Yi, hold on a moment.
Lin Yi shouted as he hurried to catch up with his friend.
I think I've figured out another facet of this ability.
Lin Yi looked up, a sheepish and slightly guilty smile crossing his face.
The thing is, to test my theory, I'm going to have to punch you.
Wait, what?
Lin Yi looked utterly confused, but despite the strange request, his trust in Lin Yi didn't waver. He squared his shoulders and braced himself.
Fine by me, give it your best shot.
Lin Yi exhaled slowly, balling his hand into a fist before striking Lin Yi square in the stomach. He held back, still feeling the lingering exhaustion from the fight with the villagers. This was a test, not a duel! After the impact, Lin Yi looked down at where the fist had landed. The punch hadn't carried nearly as much weight as he'd expected.
You can do better than that, Lin Yi. Don't hold back on my account. I'm tougher than I look.
There's no need for that.
Lin Yi shook his head, his hand drifting to his own stomach as a small smile played on his lips. Nearby, Zhang Cheng rubbed his chin, his eyes lighting up as the pieces clicked into place. He slapped his thigh with sudden excitement.
I've got it. It's a shared fate.
Shared fate? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Put simply, what happens to one happens to the other. You rise together, and you fall together.
Zhang Cheng turned his gaze toward Lin Yi.
Am I on the right track, Lin Yi?
Lin Yi gave a slow nod.
Earlier, when Lin Yi collided with Uncle Anne, I felt a phantom impact on my own shoulder. It made me wonder if this thread allows us to share the burden of any damage taken. Just now, when I hit Lin Yi, I felt that same dull ache in the exact same spot on my own body. That's why I had to be sure.
Zhang Cheng shook his head, his expression becoming more serious.
It goes deeper than just physical pain. Once that thread binds you, your very destinies are entwined for a time. Pain, fatigue, hunger, everything becomes a shared experience between the two of you.
Lin Yi considered this for a moment, his mind racing with the implications.
If that's the case, if I'm connected to him, would half of his training progress be transferred to me as well? It's a possibility, but we'll need more data to confirm that.
Lin Yi severed the spiritual link and sank to the ground.
I'm completely drained.
Between the exhaustion of the battle and the throbbing of his own bruises, he had reached his limit. All he wanted was to close his eyes for a few minutes. And Cheng Dao tightened his grip on his heavy cleaver, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness.
Take a break, everyone. We need to rest while we can. There's no telling what's waiting for us further in. Our strength is the only thing we can rely on right now.
He looked down at the meager pile of supplies they had managed to salvage.
The rations we brought and the extra gear Zhang Cheng and Lin Yi took from that lay guy. They're a start. But they aren't going to last. Not at the rate we're going. Food won't be an issue as long as there are those giant rats to hunt. But water is going to be the real problem. Sleep now. I'll take the first watch. We'll figure out our next move once you've had a chance to recover.
In the distance, the inferno that had consumed the village was finally beginning to subside. The horizon was tinged with a pale, ghostly silver, signaling the approach of dawn. The heat from the dying fires lingered in the dry air, a small mercy against the morning chill. The group quickly organized a watch rotation. Exhausted beyond measure, Lin Yi simply collapsed onto the hard earth. As the adrenaline finally left his system, the crushing weight of sleep pulled him under almost instantly. Floating in the haze of semi-consciousness, he could hear Lin Yi's heavy snoring nearby, punctuated by Zhang Cheng's quiet, grumbled insults directed at his large friend. Lin Yi hadn't been asleep for long when a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence of the dawn, jolting him back to consciousness.
Just kill me! End this!
Heart hammering against his ribs, Lin Yi scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting wildly around the clearing. He prayed it was just a nightmare, but one look at the pale faces of his companions told him otherwise. Everyone was upright and alert. Only Lu Linhai remained slumped on the ground, still lost in his heavy, rhythmic sleep. Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate, delivering a sharp kick to the big man's side.
Gorilla, wake up before something eats you.
Huh? What's the matter?
Lu Linhai rubbed his bleary eyes, a massive yawn escaping him as he struggled to process the tension in the air.
Brother, that voice, you heard it too, didn't you?
Chu Yun's brow was furrowed with worry as she turned toward her brother. And Cheng Dao's expression was as hard as stone. He gripped his cleaver so tightly his knuckles were white, his gaze fixed on the dense tree line.
If even Uncle Ann is on guard, then it wasn't a hallucination. We all heard the same thing.
Zhang Cheng's voice was low and heavy. He glanced back toward the smoldering ruins of the village before continuing.
That voice, it was unmistakable. It sounded exactly like Brother Lei.
What? That's impossible!
Lu Linhai's jaw dropped in disbelief.
The man is dead! We watched the flames swallow him whole. How can a corpse scream?
The memory of the execution was still fresh, a vivid image of fire and screaming. Hearing that same voice again felt like a cold hand tightening around their hearts. Lin Yi's mind raced. Logic dictated that a dead man couldn't speak, yet the evidence of his own ears was undeniable.
Maybe he's come back as a ghost, a vengeful spirit looking for payback.
Lu Linhai muttered the words under his breath, his voice trembling.
Gorilla?
The sharp rebuke seemed to come from right beside Lu Linhai. He jumped, about to snap back at Zhang Cheng when he realized something terrifying. Zhang Cheng's mouth was closed. He hadn't said a word. If it wasn't Zhang Cheng, then who had just spoken with his voice?
Wait, if that wasn't you then?
Chu Kai suddenly reached out, his hand clamping down on Lu Linhai's shoulder.
Shh, not another word. Listen.
Chu Kai's brow was deeply furrowed. He was still reeling from the previous battle, and pushing his senses now felt like grinding bone on bone. He held his breath, the world around him falling silent as he focused entirely on the rhythmic pulse of the forest. Suddenly, his face drained of color, his expression twisting into one of pure, unadulterated dread. He raised a steady, trembling finger, pointing directly into the heart of the forest.
It's here. A freak, a mantis wolf is right in front of us.
That sound, the wet, heavy thrum of a heartbeat, was unmistakable. It was the same rhythm he had heard back in the city, the rhythm of a killer. Lin Yi and the others followed his gaze, their eyes straining against the morning light, but they saw nothing but shadows and thorns. The dawn light filtered through the canopy, illuminating a dense, suffocating wall of strange, spike-covered trees. The twisted, leafless branches were covered in jagged thorns. Despite the clear field of vision, the forest seemed to hold its secrets tightly.
Chu Kai, there's nothing there. Are you sure you're not just seeing things?
I'm not seeing things. It's right there, damn it. It's just standing there, perfectly still. It hasn't moved an inch.
Lin Yi looked again, his eyes scanning the thorns, yet the creature remained invisible to him. But he didn't doubt Chu Kai. The boy's instincts had saved them too many times before. Besides, that scream they had all heard was reason enough to be on high alert. Lin Yi reached down and snatched the high-tech shotgun from the ground, thrusting it toward Cheng Dao. Visible or not, they couldn't afford to take chances. A preemptive strike was their only option.
Uncle Ann, take it.
And Cheng Dao didn't need further explanation. He let go of his cleaver, allowing the heavy blade to hover at his side. its surface gleaming with telekinetic energy. The energy-based rounds of the shotgun were their best bet for flushing out a hidden enemy. And Chengdao took the weapon and leveled it at the exact spot Chu Kai was pointing toward. As his finger tightened on the trigger, a flicker of movement erupted from the depths of the forest.
Did that tree just move?
Lin Yi's face turns pale as he stares into the dark woods. He's certain he saw it, a gnarled, thorn-covered trunk twitching against the stillness of the forest.
You're kidding! Are those things actually alive?
The suggestion sends a wave of nausea through Lulin Hai. Everyone, save for the blind Chu Kai, feels the weight of the observation. It wasn't the wind, the entire tree had shivered, its branches rattling like dry bones.
Stop being paranoid. If the forest were alive, the village freaks and that guy Lei would have been lunch a long time ago.
Zhang Cheng rubs his chin, his eyes narrowing as he studies the silent woods. He turns toward the butcher with a cold, calculated expression.
Doesn't matter if it's breathing or not. Let's see how it likes a face full of energy. Uncle Ann, blast it.
The energy cartridges are precious. Each one only holds enough charge for 7 blasts before it's rendered useless. But between the new stock and the shotgun's current load, they have over 90 rounds to burn. And Chengdao gives a silent nod, his finger tightening on the trigger. But just as he's about to fire, the grotesque tree shudders again, its thorned branches scraping the air. But the horror doesn't stop with a mere twitch. From the very heart of that gnarled trunk, a familiar voice drifts out, distorted, hollow, and chillingly wrong.
Gorilla! Gorilla!
The sound is a perfect, yet lifeless imitation of Zhang Cheng's voice, echoing through the trees like a ghost.
Kill me! Kill me!
Now it's Lei's voice, a ragged, pained plea that sets everyone's teeth on edge.
Did that tree just talk? What the hell is happening?
It's not a tree. It never was. Chu Kai was right. It's a freak.
The branches begin to uncoil. 6 gnarled limbs drop from the trunk, slamming into the bone-littered soil. The upward-reaching canopy collapses and refolds with a series of wet, organic crunches. It stands before them now, a mantis wolf, but not like any they've seen. Its shell isn't the slick black of the city dwellers. It's a dry, brownish gray, covered in serrated spikes that mimic the rough bark of the forest. This creature is smaller, leaner, and designed for the wild. Its camouflage is so perfect that even under the scrutiny of multiple torches, it had remained invisible until it chose to speak.
Camouflage. It's like an orchid mantis, perfectly adapted to the forest floor. A different species entirely. Are we looking at a mutation? Or is this what they look like when they aren't fed on city scraps?
And Chengdao doesn't wait for the monster to finish its display. With a sharp, practiced motion, he levels the heavy shotgun and pulls the trigger. The blast goes wide. Whether it's Anne's lack of training with firearms or the creature's inhuman reflexes, the energy bolt shatters a nearby gnarled tree into splinters instead of striking its target. At that exact second, the freak's back splits open. 2 pairs of translucent, fan-shaped insectoid wings burst forth, beating with such speed they become a blur. With a sudden surge of power, the creature takes flight and fires a second time, the barrel tracking the rising predator. But the energy discharge only hits empty air as the mantis wolf weaves through the dense canopy with impossible grace.
My knives are still more reliable. Take this.
He thrusts the warm shotgun into Lin Yi's hands. Before the boy can react, a series of metallic clangs ring out as a dozen razor-sharp butcher knives fly from Anne's bag, suspended in the air by his unseen power. 3 boning knives arc through the air, circling behind the flying abomination. They dive toward the beating wings while the heavier blades launch a relentless frontal assault to keep the creature pinned in the sky. The boning knives are inches from their target when the predator suddenly surges skyward, its wings a frenzied blur. It hovers for a heartbeat, looking down at the survivors with cold, alien eyes. Its serrated suckers hinge open wide. A thick, pale yellow stream of viscous silk erupts from its throat, spraying across the clearing like a web of liquid rot. The sticky threads entangle in Chengdao's flying blades, wrapping around the slicing and bloodletting knives in an instant. The once lethal steel is now encased in thick, rubbery cocoons.
Since when can these things spit silk? It's like a damn spider.
The silk is impossibly resilient. It doesn't just bind the blades, it dulls their edges and adds bulk, turning the precision instruments into useless weighted clubs that bounce harmlessly off the creature's shell. The remaining boning knives pivot, their tips tracking the rising freak as they accelerate into a vertical chase. Just as the steel is about to bite into the wings, the mantis wolf snaps them shut, retracting them into its carapace. The knives strike the hard armor with a shower of brilliant sparks, unable to find a seam. The creature enters a controlled plummet, falling like a stone toward the forest floor. At the last possible second, its wings snap open again, the downstroke sending it surging back into the air with a triumphant screech. This variant is a nightmare compared to its city cousins. It possesses a level of tactical awareness and biological versatility that makes the urban freaks look like simple cattle. Its compound eyes fixate on the group below. The creature's abdomen begins to writhe and bulge, and a cluster of reverse-barbed tentacles bursts from its belly, lashing the air like whips of meat. A high-pitched, excited screech erupts from its throat, but the sound quickly resolves into the hollow, repeated mimicry of Zhang Cheng and Lei. The mockery is chillingly deliberate.
It's coming straight for us. Get back!
Lin Yi snatches a heavy steel rod from the debris and lunges to the front. He drops into a low crouch, muscles tensed, ready to drive the metal deep into the predator's chest the moment it touches the ground.
Stand down. This isn't a fight for you.
And Chengdao yanks the boy back with one hand while the other catches a blackened bone-chopping knife as it whistles through the air. His face is a mask of grim determination as he stares down the descending nightmare.
Go. Find cover. Now.
We're not leaving you to fight alone, Uncle Ann. We're in this together.
Lin Yi refuses to budge. He levels the energy shotgun, his stance a perfect mirror of Ain's earlier posture. He knows the butcher is exhausted, pushing past the limits of human endurance while the rest of them have had time to recover.
Don't be foolish. It's just a single beast. I'm not so far gone that I can't handle a lone scavenger.
But why here? Why now? They should have hit Lei's village first if they were nearby. Did they follow us from the city?
Zhang Cheng doesn't answer immediately. He turns, his gaze fixing on the distant orange glow of the burning village they left behind. A shadow of frustration crosses his face.
It was the fire. My signal. It didn't just guide us, it called them.
Wait. Shut up. It's not just one.
Chu Kai's warning is punctuated by the sound of a dozen snapping branches. In the shadows of the forest edge, more trees begin to uncoil. 3 more sets of translucent wings snap open, beating with a synchronized hum. The first freak was just a lure, a distraction to keep their eyes on the sky while the pack closed in. 4 mantis wolves now converge on the clearing. Their serrated suckers hinge open in unison, and a barrage of thick, sticky silk erupts from their throats, a lethal net descending on the trapped survivors. The monstrosities descended without a hint of warning. Had Chu Kai's senses not alerted him in time to cry out a frantic alarm, the group would have been caught completely off guard. Lethal strands of silk whipped through the air, narrowly missing Lin Yi as he ducked and rolled. He cast a desperate look behind him at the village, which was now a pillar of roaring fire. A grim realization settled in his chest. A direct confrontation would be a suicide mission. Even a victory would come at a cost they couldn't afford to pay. The exhaustion was beginning to show on Chengdao. The relentless pace of the fight and the constant psychological pressure had drained more than half of his combat strength. Though he still gripped his weapons, the lethal precision of his flying blades was faltering. Their movements were becoming sluggish, losing the terrifying speed they once possessed. Chu Kai fared no better. His physical frame was trembling, still reeling from the violent toll his sensory abilities had taken on his nervous system. Pushing his powers any further would be reckless. He was dancing on the edge of total collapse, and another attempt to focus could lead to permanent, irreversible damage. The forest shadows were alive with the scuttling of bloated rats and the rustle of feathered horrors. If they burnt through their remaining strength here, the swarming vermin would finish what the freak started. Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that they were being hounded by some cosmic misfortune. It felt as though their every move was met with a new, more terrifying obstacle. It seemed as if their successful flight from the city had drained their entire reservoir of luck. Since that moment, their journey had been nothing but a relentless spiral into despair.
Lu Linhai, get Zhang Cheng and the others to the village. Move now!
The inferno that had consumed the village was beginning to smolder, yet the heat remained a potent barrier. The freaks kept their distance, hovering just beyond the reach of the dying flames, their primal fear of fire overriding their hunger. Lu Linhai's knuckles were white as he tightened his hold on the metal bar. He turned to Lin Yi, his brow furrowed with deep worry.
What about you? You not gonna stay behind, are you?
I can leave Uncle Ann alone out here.
Lin Yi answered firmly. High above, the airborne horrors circled like vultures, their multifaceted eyes tracking every movement. A mass retreat would be the signal they were waiting for, the moment they would dive and tear them apart.
Uncle Ann and I will hold them off. If we don't, none of us are making it inside alive. When you reach the village, keep clear of the shacks. The fire S weakened them, and they could come down on your heads. Just stay alert.
Understood. I'll get the others to safety first. Then I am coming back for you both.
There was no time for further debate. Every second spent talking was a second the freaks gained on them. Lu Linhai pivoted, hoisting the limp form of Chu Kai over his shoulder with a grunt of effort. Without looking back, he gestured for the others to follow as they sprinted toward the village entrance. Left behind, Lin Yi closed his eyes, focusing on the abstract pull of his ability. A searing heat bloomed in his chest, making his breath hitch as he reaching out for the familiar glowing filaments of destiny. A fraction of a second later, a shimmering filament, invisible to all but him, erupted from his sternum. It pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, tethered to the core of his being. Lin Yi fixed his eyes on Chengdao. As if guided by his will, the glowing thread snaked through the smoke-filled air, reaching out until it latched onto the butcher, forging a silent, supernatural connection between them. His intent was clear: to use his power as a conduit, siphoning off the crushing fatigue that threatened to ground Chengdao. If he could carry even a portion of that weight, the butcher might still have a fighting chance. And Chengdao was the keystone of their defense. If he fell, the group would be defenseless against the swarming horrors, and his survival was the only path to their collective salvation. However, the instant the link was established, a foreign, disorienting sensation flooded the nervous system of Lin Yi. It was not pain, but something far more alien and profound. He struggled to find words for the feeling. It was as if his very identity was bleeding into another, a blurring of boundaries that defied simple explanation. As he focused, the sensation clarified. It felt as though his physical form had expanded, sprouting an additional pair of phantom limbs that he could feel as clearly as his own. Two spectral hands, unseen by the world, yet fully responsive to his commands. A freak, sensing the group attempted escape, folded its wings and plummeted from the sky. It landed with a heavy thud, its grotesque form cutting off the escape route and looming over the retreating survivors.
Let go of me. Put me down, now. I can deal with this. Just get little Yun to safety, and keep moving.
Chu Kai was desperate to funnel every ounce of his remaining strength into his hearing, despite the risk. He knew the odds were against them, but the primal urge to shield his sister outweighed his own survival.
Shut your mouth! I'm still standing, and I'm not about to let a blind man take the fall for me.
One more push, and Chu Kai would be lost forever to a world of eternal silence and darkness.
Stick, keep an eye on him.
Zhang Cheng didn't hesitate, lunging forward to catch Chu Kai and keep him steady. Chu Yun's eyes suddenly widened as a memory surfaced. She reached into her brother's pack, her small hands emerging with the cold, heavy weight of a crossbow. With trembling but focused hands, she notched a bolt into place. She raised the weapon, her gaze fixed with unwavering intensity on the monstrosity that stood between them and the village.
Shut up. Shut up.
The freak's hideous, tooth-lined mouth spasmed, but the sound that spilled out was a perfect, chilling echo of Lu Linhai's own voice. The realization hit them like a physical blow. The creature was parroting their words, a grotesque mimicry of human speech. It chanted the phrase like a mantra, a twisted and cruel mockery designed to shatter their resolve.
You filthy piece of...
Before he could close the distance, a streak of silver light sliced through the air, a lethal blade hurtling with unerring precision toward the freak's head.
Uncle Anne?
Wait, that's not his weapon. That belongs to Brother Lin Yi.
Lin Yi?
They spun around to find Lin Yi hunched over, his chest heaving as he fought to draw breath, his face pale with the effort of his supernatural feat. The atmosphere around him seemed to congeal, turning into a heavy, viscous fluid that resisted every movement. It felt as though he were drowning in a sea of thick, invisible ink. A savage, tearing agony radiated from his sternum, a physical manifestation of the immense power he was channeling. His lungs burned, each breath a rattling, desperate victory over the crushing weight on his chest. The moment the ethereal link solidified between him and An Chengdao, a tidal wave of foreign energy surged back through the connection. It was a phantom vitality, a borrowed strength that hummed with the butcher's own battle-hardened resolve. His initial aim had been altruistic, a simple desire to shoulder some of the man's crushing exhaustion. He had never sought to seize control of the butcher's lethal tools. However, the second his mind brushed against the pulsing thread, his awareness shattered and expanded. He was no longer confined to his own body. He was part of something far larger, far more potent. The heavy bone cleaver, which had been beginning to flag under An Chengdao's waning strength, suddenly ignited with a blinding, terrifying velocity. It cut through the air with a shriek, its edge glowing with a lethal, unnatural light. That strike hadn't been born from An Chengdao's hand. The butcher was merely the conduit for a far more dangerous will. It was Lin Yi who had unleashed the blade. Lin Yi didn't linger to confirm the freak's demise. In this environment, survival was measured in heartbeats, not kills. The ephemeral thread had hardened, manifesting as a solid, physical tether that vibrated with the intensity of their shared struggle. Through the connection, Lin Yi could feel the frantic, heavy drum of An Chengdao's heart. He sensed the butcher's vitality draining away, a guttering candle in a rising gale. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi funneled every scrap of his remaining willpower into the link, ignoring the searing heat in his chest. The floating arsenal of butcher knives suddenly ignited, becoming a blur of lethal silver. They whipped through the air like guided missiles, shredding the airborne horrors in a cascade of black ichor and severed limbs.
Go, get to the village, now!
Lu Linhai responded instantly, leading the terrified survivors toward the smoldering safety of the village ruins, their silhouettes disappearing into the smoke. And Chengdao stood rooted to the spot next to Lin Yi. The seasoned warrior's eyes were wide with a mixture of profound shock and newfound respect as he witnessed the boy's impossible mastery. Side by side, the butcher and the student held their ground. They stood as a final, defiant wall against the encroaching nightmare, two flickering lights against the closing shadows as the last of the village fires began to fail. An unfamiliar aroma suddenly washed over him, thick with a confusing mix of different scents. The sharp, clean fragrance of lemon zest cut through first, momentarily clearing his mind with its refreshing touch. But then, the heavy sweetness of osmanthus followed, thick and cloying as it began to pull his thoughts into a hazy fog. Lin Yi had never smelled anything like it. His brain screamed a warning, yet his lungs acted on their own, greedily drinking in the poisonous perfume. As the world around him started to swim, he slammed his palm against the dark bruise on his ribs. The sudden agonizing jolt of pain was the only thing keeping him from slipping away. Through the haze, a tune he knew all too well began to play. It was the birthday song his parents had sung to him on the day everything changed. Lin Yi watched through a blurred lens as his younger self sat at the dining table, eyes tight as he made a silent wish for his 18th year. The cake glowed with candlelight. His parents smiled from across the table, and there, beside the cake, was the knife.
No, this isn't real. It's a trick.
He screamed the words inside his mind, a desperate attempt to shatter the illusion. The song faded into silence. His mother rose from her seat. She reached for the blade and began to walk toward the boy at the table. Lin Yi felt the phantom weight of his shotgun. He tried to level the barrel at her head, his hands shaking uncontrollably. But he was powerless. A ghost watching a nightmare. He couldn't move a single muscle as the scene played out. He watched, heart in his throat, as his mother raised the glinting steel. It began its downward arc, inevitable and slow. But the blade didn't strike the boy. It sank softly into the frosting of the cake. Lin Yi stood paralyzed, his mind unable to process the change. With a gentle smile, his mother cut a neat slice and placed it onto a plate for his younger self. She rested the knife on the table and reached out to stroke his hair. Her voice was like honeyed silk.
Happy birthday, Year, my sweet boy.
Happy birthday, son! We are so very proud of you!
His father beamed, pulling a wrapped gift from behind his back, the very picture of a loving parent. It was the perfect birthday he had never had, a warm, beautiful lie that contradicted his every memory. A sudden, painful longing filled his chest. Could this have been his life if they weren't monsters? He reached out, his hand trembling as he tried to touch the edges of the dream to step into the light. But as his fingertips brushed the air, the vision shattered like glass, dissolving back into the dark. Lin Yi's eyes flew open, his body jerking upright as he gasped for air. The soft, steady pop of a small campfire was the only sound in the stillness, its orange light dancing across the cold stone. This wasn't the village woods. He found himself within the damp, narrow confines of a secluded cave. The chaos of the battle rushed back to him. It had been early morning when they fought, but a glance toward the entrance revealed the deepening shadows of twilight. How much time had passed? And the monsters, where were they? Had they won or just been forgotten? He remembered the heat of the shotgun, the weight of Chukai's borrowed power, and the second blast he'd leveled at the creature's head. None of it explained how he'd ended up here, tucked away in safety. The scent, that cloying, sweet perfume from his vision, that had to be the cause of his sudden collapse. But if he'd been unconscious and vulnerable, why was he still alive? The freaks didn't leave human prey behind without a reason. Were they waiting for him to ripen? Was he just another piece of meat being prepared for the slaughter? A cold shiver ran down his spine. If the monsters had taken them, they surely wouldn't have left their weapons. His gaze darted to the corner. Their gear was all there, neatly organized. The knives, the shotgun, nothing had been touched. Beside him, Chukai was out cold, a faint, silly smile on his face as if he were lost in a pleasant dream. Across the fire, and Cheng Dao and Zhang Cheng lay still, their breathing deep and rhythmic. They were trapped in the same unnatural slumber. He counted the bodies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 of them were in the cave. Lu Linhai and Chu Yun were gone. A cold wave of panic washed over him. Lin Yi lunged forward and gave Chu Kai a violent shove.
Chu Kai, wake the hell up. This is no time for a nap. Little Yun and Lu Linhai are missing.
Chu Kai merely groaned in his sleep, batting his hand in the air as if shooing away a persistent insect, his eyes remaining tightly shut. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yi scrambled over to where Zhang Cheng and Chengdao lay. He shook them with everything he had, but they were lost in the same blissful trance, their faces wearing content, unmoving smiles. His survival instincts flared white-hot. He abandoned his attempts to wake them and dove toward the corner of the cave. He snatched the double-barreled shotgun from the stone wall, the cold metal grounding him as he leveled the sights at the dark opening. Something was out there, drawing closer. A heavy, rhythmic dragging sound scraped against the earth, a noise that made his very skin crawl with dread. The sound intensified, now joined by the heavy, unmistakable thud of approaching footsteps. A silhouette filled the cave entrance. Recognizing the newcomer, the tension in Lin Yi's shoulders began to bleed away as she rushed toward him.
Brother Lin Yi, you're finally awake. We were starting to worry.
Chu Yun was clutching a bundle of strange, colorful fruits he didn't recognize. There was something slightly off about her expression, but she seemed unharmed.
About time! I thought you were going to sleep through the whole week?
Lu Lin Hai stepped into the firelight right behind her, a string of freshly cleaned rats dangling from his grip.
Are you hungry? Here, try some of these. I know they look weird, but they're surprisingly sweet.
She held out one of the bizarre fruits, her eyes bright and expectant.
You two, how are you?
Lin Yi stared at them, his mind reeling. They looked more than just okay. They looked invigorated, as if the brutal combat with the freaks had never even happened. He dug his thumb into the bruised flesh of his chest, the resulting spark of agony serving as a grim anchor to reality. This wasn't another vision.
Brother Lin Yi, why are you doing that? You look like you're in pain.
Maybe he's still trapped in a dream? Hey, want me to give him a good slap to bring him back to his senses?
Lu Lin Hai began skewering the rats, a playful, slightly mocking smirk playing on his lips as he glanced over at Lin Yi.
Are you really okay? No injuries, nothing?
What kind of welcome is that? You sounds like you were hoping we'd be missing a limb or two.
We're perfectly fine, Brother Lin Yi. Really?
Chu Yun smiled gently as she placed the fruit on a flat stone near the fire, her movements fluid and calm. Chu Yun opened her mouth to continue, but Lin Yi wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on a movement in the darkness outside. A familiar, hideous sight emerged from the shadows, a gray-brown carapace, jagged and covered in vicious spikes. A freak. Then, a voice drifted from the cave entrance, a low, mocking whisper that froze the blood in his veins. "Bastard! Just die already! Die already!" The words were a perfect, distorted mimicry of his own voice, spat back at him with chilling accuracy. Rage and terror boiled over. Lin Yi ground his teeth and hauled the shotgun back into position, aiming straight for the creature's head. His finger curled around the trigger, ready to deliver another blast of lead into the nightmare. But before he could fire, a new voice, soft, fragile, and utterly human, echoed from the gloom.
Please, don't hurt my family anymore.
The plea was gentle and sorrowful. Out from behind the freak's massive, looming shadow, a small, mysterious girl stepped into the flickering light. Lin Yi's mind reeled.
Family?
The word tasted like ash in his mouth. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just beyond the cave's mouth, a girl stood fearlessly next to the monstrosity. Her small hand brushed against its jagged, spiked shell, stroking the hard carapace as if she were calming a frightened pet. If she truly saw this creature as kin, then what did that make her? Was she another monster in human skin? Cold instinct took over. Lin Yi raised his weapon, the barrel steady as he aimed directly at the girl. His gaze was sharp, unforgiving, and filled with a deep, defensive paranoia.
Wait, Brother Lin Yi, she isn't an enemy.
Chu Yun's voice was desperate, her hands reaching out as if to block his line of sight.
Lin Yi, lower your gun now. She's the reason we're safe. If they wanted us dead, we wouldn't have survived the night.
Lu Linhai's logic was sound, but Lin Yi's mind was a fortress of doubt. He remembered the city. He remembered how these things could mimic faces and voices. Could he even trust the two people standing right in front of him?
Brother Lin Yi, please, just listen. Stay back.
His bark was sharp, his eyes darting between his friends and the girl outside. Every instinct he'd honed through death and rebirth screamed at him to stay vigilant. He looked down at his own chest. The spectral threads of time, the connection between him and Chu Kai had vanished. It must have severed while he was out. Focusing his will, he wove a new strand of fate. The thin, glowing thread drifted lazily through the air, reaching out toward the unconscious Chu Kai. The world suddenly exploded into a riot of noise. Every sound, every vibration slammed into Lin Yi's consciousness with the force of a tidal wave. Lin Yi gasped, his head throbbing with agony. He desperately shifted his focus, spreading his awareness across his other senses to keep his mind from shattering. The buzzing didn't stop, but amidst the chaos, a new sound emerged, the steady, rhythmic thrumming of life. Heartbeats. He finally understood. He heard what Chu Kai must have heard. Lu Linhai's heart beat with a strange, rapid frequency, disturbingly similar to the rhythm of the monster outside. But as he listened to Chu Yun, the rhythm was different, pure, human. And the girl, she was the same. Her heart was steady and human, though it beat with a power that far surpassed any ordinary child. With a sharp mental effort, Lin Yi cut the spectral thread. The flood of noise vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving the cave in a heavy, ringing silence. The girl remained where she was, her hand still resting on the freak's carapace. Even with his gun still leveled at her chest, she showed no sign of terror. She was actually comforting the beast. At her gentle touch, the creature's wings folded back into its shell. The girl stood tall and unafraid, her skin clear of the telltale signs of parasite infestation.
There is no need for such tension.
She took a few tentative steps into the cave. Behind her, the freak started to follow, its heavy legs scraping against the stone. The girl raised a hand, a simple gesture that brought the monster to an immediate halt. It waited outside like a loyal guardian.
I mean you no harm. Neither I nor my family will hurt any of you.
She stopped well short of them, perhaps sensing the wall of distrust that Lin Yi still held between them. The girl stepped further into the cave but stayed close to the entrance, a silent silhouette against the dim light. Lin Yi watched her carefully, noting her delicate features and the way her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. She looked like a typical high school girl, the kind Zhang Cheng would have developed a crush on. Her feet were bare against the cold stone, and the clothes she wore looked oddly familiar. They were Chu Yun's.
Tell me the truth. Who are you?
I don't know.
She whispered, a soft shake of her head accompanying the admission.
You don't know? How can you not know your own name? And if you're so lost, why do you defend those monsters? Why call them family?
Because they are the ones who cared for me.
She replied, her voice echoing with a simple, unwavering conviction.
They raised me from nothing in this world that makes them my family.
Lin Yi's expression darkened. The concept of familial debt was a heavy one, but what if the hands that raised you were the same ones waiting to tear you apart? He thought of his own false parents and the fleeting dream of a life that never was. In the city of Oracle, everyone was just livestock being fattened for the slaughter.
What happens when they get hungry? Will they still be family when they decide to eat you?
He couldn't reconcile her words with the reality he'd seen in the city. Mantis wolves were mindless killers once their masks were off. Yet here she was, living in the shadow of a beast that looked nothing like the predators he knew.
They won't eat me. And they wouldn't have hurt you either. Not if you hadn't struck first. They were only defending themselves.
We attacked first? You can't be serious. They were the ones using our voices, mimicking us like some twisted echo. That's a threat in anyone's book.
But did they strike? No. They did nothing to you. We only saw your fire from the heights. We were curious. Nothing more. They tried to blend in to look like the trees so they wouldn't startle you. It was meant to avoid trouble, not cause it.
As if on cue, the mantis wolf outside stiffened. It raised its long, segmented limbs and froze, its jagged outline merging perfectly with the shadows of the surrounding forest. In an instant, it was indistinguishable from the twisted trees.
You were the aggressors. My family only did what was necessary to survive your blades.
Lin Yi's mind raced, replaying the events of the previous night. The mimicry had been eerie, yes, but she was right, they hadn't lunged. It was Chu Kai who had found them, and in Chengdao who had drawn first blood. What if the creature that took flight wasn't charging, but fleeing? What if the others had only surrounded them because they were protecting one of their own?
She's telling the truth, Brother Lin Yi.
Chu Yun whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire.
The fruit, the meat, she and her family provided all of it. They saved us when we had nothing left.
Look at yourselves. You're at your breaking point. My advice is to stay and recover. The mountain is unforgiving for the weak. But I won't force you. If you still fear us, the path is open. You can walk out of here this very second.
The girl moved with a quiet, deliberate grace, stepping away from the entrance to leave the way clear. Outside, the mantis wolf followed her lead with unsettling precision, lowering its sharp limbs and shifting to the side. It was a perfect, silent mirror of her intent.
The choice is yours. We are not your jailers, and we are not your predators.
Lin Yi didn't respond. He looked at his companions, at their slumped shoulders and the deep, hollow lines of exhaustion on their faces. They were finished. Physically, mentally, they had nothing left to give. But a nagging memory clawed at the back of his mind, a scent, sweet, heavy, and inescapable. It had hit him like a physical weight just before the darkness took him. He couldn't just ignore it. If they were to stay, they needed to know the nature of the trap that had already caught them once.
Before I decide, there's something I need to know. That smell, that heavy floral aroma that filled the air before we collapsed, it wasn't natural. What was it? Tell me the truth about what you used on us.
The girl stared ahead with a chilling apathy. It was as if the life or death crisis they faced meant absolutely nothing to her. Lin Yi finally managed to force the question out. Her response came with a patience that was deeply unsettling.
That fragrance, the one that pulled you into such a heavy slumber, it belonged to me.
Your scent?
Lin Yi went rigid. The claim felt perverse, like a piece of a puzzle that didn't fit.
Wait, you're telling me that smell, that cloying aroma, it originated from you?
The girl gave a slow, deliberate nod.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Lin Yi's forehead creased in confusion. No ordinary person could produce a smell like that. It was far too sweet, too overwhelming. It had smothered the area, forcing everyone into a coma. A god chosen. The realization struck him like a bolt. This girl wasn't human. She was one of those superior beings. He started to ask more, but she silenced him with a look before he could utter a word. Sensing the rising panic in his gaze, her voice dropped to a soft, calm whisper.
There's no need for alarm. My fragrance is harmless. It leaves no permanent scars on the soul.
Her eyes drifted over to Chu Kai and the rest of the group, who remained unconscious on the stone floor.
It merely induces a brief, mandatory rest. If they haven't stirred yet, well, that's simply a matter of their own physical limits. The deeper your exhaustion, the more burdened your spirit, the longer the sleep lasts. Stress is the fuel that makes my sense so potent. Within that slumber, people see their deepest wishes. It allows the mind to truly unwind. The pressure of this world fades, if only for a fleeting moment.
She explained that the crisis had reached a breaking point. She couldn't bear to see her family harmed, nor did she want them to butcher Lin Yi's companions. To prevent a massacre, she deployed her fragrance. It was a mandatory peace treaty enforced through chemical unconsciousness.
Relax. I've tuned the dosage. This isn't an eternal slumber. By sunrise at the latest, every one of them will be back among the living.
Lin Yi found himself believing her, at least on that point. The rhythmic, calm breathing of Chu Kai's group filled the silence of the cave. Some of them even wore slight, ghostly smiles. Whatever fantasies they were drifting through, they had to be infinitely better than the hellscape waiting outside. Since Lu Jinhai, Chu Yun, and he had already stirred, the mist obviously wasn't a lethal toxin. Yet a frigid weight settled in the pit of Lin Yi's stomach. What if she turned it up? Would they ever open their eyes again? Or would they simply waste away in a perfect, endless dream while their physical forms decayed? There was something deeply, innately broken about this girl. It was the way she coexisted with those abominations. Lin Yi felt nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred for the monsters that had been hunting them down. The way she referred to those nightmares as family made his skin crawl with revulsion.
The fragrance might soothe your mind, but your body is still at its limit.
She added,
This forest is crawling with predators. Some are just like the ones you've put on that fire. Hunger turns them into beasts, mindless, driven by need. You should stay put until your strength returns. Leaving then will be much less terminal.
She pivoted toward the jagged opening of the cave, ready to vanish into the dark.
Naturally, if you're determined to go now, we won't stand in your way. My family and I aren't your jailers.
Where exactly do you think you're heading?
Lin Yi demanded, his tone jagged with distrust. A few honeyed sentences weren't enough to buy his confidence, not even after they'd survived the night. He remembered Uncle Dian, a man he'd known forever, reduced to a hollowed-out puppet by those parasites. Yet this girl chose to live among them. Had they scrubbed her mind, or was she simply one of them now? At his side, Lu Jinhai gave him a sharp nudge, a silent plea to just let it go. But the interrogation had already begun.
One of my kin is wounded. I need to tend to them,
she replied, her voice as flat as a grave marker. Lu Jinhai gave a sheepish look and pointed a finger toward the shotgun still gripped in Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi followed his gaze to the cold steel. It clicked. That second blast, right before the darkness took him, he'd pulled the trigger on the creature diving for his neck. He'd drawn blood. She didn't radiate any anger, though. If anything, there was a flicker of comprehension in her dark eyes. To her, a cornered animal fighting for its life was beyond reproach.
Is there something more?
She inquired, pausing at the very edge of the cave mouth. Lin Yi paused, the question catching in his throat.
Wait, what do I call you?
She gave a slow shake of her head.
Names are for others. I have no use for one.
She stopped then, her gaze drifting upward to the starless gloom outside.
However, if you must, you may call me Flower.
Flower? It was a bizarre, delicate name for someone surrounded by such carnage. Beyond the cave mouth, a monstrous figure tore open its tattered jacket. Massive insectoid wings snapped open, vibrating with a high-pitched, sickening hum that vibrated in the air. 6 spindly, chitinous legs extended, wrapping the girl in a repulsive, multi-limbed embrace. With a powerful beat of its wings, the creature ascended, spiriting Flower away into the suffocating darkness.
Kid, you've got some serious nerve.
Lu Jinhai breathed out, the tension finally leaving his shoulders now that she was gone.
She showed me and Chu Yun the mantis wolf you blasted earlier. You took off half its skull. If you'd been just a fraction more precise, that thing would be a corpse instead of a casualty. But the way they cling to life, it's sickening. Half a head gone and it was still drawing breath. Absolute monsters.
I missed? Lin Yi's jaw locked, his teeth grinding together. He'd been dead certain he was aiming for the very center of the creature's head. It was the first time he'd ever pulled a trigger for real. Even with the supernatural senses he'd borrowed from Chu Kai, his aim had faltered. He needed to train. He needed to become a weapon himself.
When exactly did you two come around?
Lin Yi asked, his gaze shifting between his 2 awake companions.
I opened my eyes around mid-afternoon.
Chu Yun replied, biting into a piece of fruit that looked like nothing he'd ever seen. The produce was alien and strange, yet thick, sweet juice ran down her chin. The scent reached Lin Yi as she chewed, a sugary, cloying aroma. His stomach gave an embarrassing, hollow roar in response.
Hai was the first one to stir.
I've been up since this morning.
Lu Jinhai noted. He was hunkered down by the flames, rotating a rat carcass over the heat to ensure an even char.
When I finally came to, the monsters were just finishing placing us on the floor.
Lu Jinhai began to detail everything that had transpired while Lin Yi was under. Once the fragrance had claimed them, Flower had commanded the beasts to transport their bodies into the safety of this cavern. She'd explained that as long as she and her kin guarded the entrance, the ground rats and the mutated birds outside wouldn't dare come near. It was a gruesome form of protection, the only thing preventing them from being eaten alive while they drifted in their dreams. That was the moment Lu Jinhai had chosen to place his life in her hands. She'd even gone as far as to scavenge supplies for them, ensuring they had water and something to fill their bellies.
I really don't think she's evil.
Lu Jinhai noted, his voice quiet.
We nearly killed one of her own, took off half its face, and she didn't lash out. She actually stepped in to keep the other monsters from shredding us. Hell, the monsters even hunted these rats down for our meal.
They brought the fruit too.
Chu Yun chipped in, gesturing to the strange produce. Lu Jinhai fell silent for a moment, his gaze searching Lin Yi's face.
Lin Yi, a thought's been eating at me. Is it possible that the monsters aren't just a monolithic threat? What if they're like us? Some decent, some less so?
The idea was alien to Lin Yi, a possibility he'd never even dared to entertain. In his experience, every single one of those things was either a predator looking for a meal or a parasite looking for a suit of human skin. But looking at their current situation, could Lu Jinhai actually be onto something? Then, a separate, more chilling thought sparked in the depths of his consciousness. A realization hit him, making his pulse skyrocket. A wave of cold dread washed over him. Flower, she was infinitely more complex and more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. Lin Yi replayed the moment he first encountered those mantis wolves in his mind, the image etched with terrifying clarity. From the instant they spotted the beasts lurking near Flower, the spike-covered creatures had done nothing but echo their words. Whether the humans were lashing out in anger or trying to intimidate them, the monsters merely mimicked the sounds back, syllable for syllable. They seemed fundamentally incapable of actual speech. Unlike the predatory mantis wolves in the city, these creatures babbled like infants, primitive and unrefined. Their ability to blend into the strange forest, mimicking the gnarled trees with perfect camouflage, suggested a life lived in total isolation from humanity. If Flower had truly been raised by these abominations, her world should have been a mirror of theirs, a cycle of mimicry and instinct. Yet, Flower spoke with a fluency that defied her circumstances. She didn't just repeat, she communicated, expressing complex thoughts and desires. Even if her phrasing felt slightly off, she navigated conversations with Lin Yi with surprising ease. It didn't make sense. Anyone who had grown up among monsters since their earliest memories would never view themselves as human. She should have seen herself as one of the pack, adopting their habits and hunting techniques as if they were her own. But Flower was different. She looked for understanding in others and even attempted to see the world from Lin Yi's perspective. Her cognitive process was worlds apart from the parrot-like freaks. To any observer, this girl named Flower appeared remarkably human. On the surface, Flower's humanity seemed like a blessing, but when weighed against her earlier claims, it pointed to a chilling truth. She had been lying from the very start. A dark, persistent suspicion began to take root in Lin Yi's mind, overshadowing any relief he might have felt. If she truly grew up in a den of mantis wolves, her human-like habits and cognitive complexity didn't just emerge by accident. Someone must have taught her. Perhaps she hadn't been as isolated as she claimed. He wondered if she had been in contact with normal humans this entire time. The thought was terrifying. Could the freaks be kidnapping humans and holding them here as future meals, using the cave as a temporary pantry? If that were the case, Flower might have learned everything she knew from the very people her family intended to consume. It was a grim theory, and Lin Yi knew it was riddled with holes. Too many questions remained unanswered. If the mantis wolves here shared the same ravenous hunger for human flesh as those in the city, why had Flower survived among them for so long? And if they were simply saving people for later, where were the others? Surely there would be children her age, or younger, if this were a breeding or holding ground. Flower's parting words echoed in his head. If you want to go, you can leave at any time. It felt like a trap, or a test he wasn't prepared to fail. If they actually tried to walk away, how would she and her spike-covered protectors react? Would they let them go, or would the forest turn into a slaughterhouse? The variables were too many, and the consequences of a wrong guess were lethal. For now, the truth remained just out of reach.
Lin Yi, what are you doing just staring off into space?
Lu Linhai's voice broke through Lin Yi's deep concentration. He turned to find his friend approaching, a skewer of roasted rat held casually in his hand.
I've been calling your name for ages. Why the silent treatment? Don't tell me you've actually fallen for that girl? Is this that legendary love at first sight I've heard so much about? Tisk, tisk, tick.
Lin Yi didn't find the joke amusing. He shot Lu Linhai a sharp, warning glare that immediately silenced the laughter. Walking cautiously to the mouth of the cave, Lin Yi scanned the perimeter. Once he was certain Flower and her monstrous guardians were nowhere in sight, he retreated back into the shadows.
I'm serious, Lin Hai. There's something wrong with Flower. Her behavior. It isn't right. It's too calculated.
I think she's weird too. You have no idea. When I first woke up, she didn't have a single stitch of clothing on. She was just standing there, completely naked, talking to me like it was the most natural thing in the world. Scared the absolute life out of me. I'm a gentleman, you know? I had to look away. See no evil, right?
No clothes?
Lu Linhai had regained consciousness before him, meaning he had spent more time observing Flower's unfiltered behavior.
Yeah, nothing at all. She didn't seem to care in the slightest. She acted as if being exposed was no big deal, like it didn't even register as a concept. It made things incredibly awkward for me. I eventually had no choice but to give her some of Little Yun's spare clothes just so I could look at her.
Lu Linhai held out the skewer, the smell of roasted meat filling the small space.
Anyway, enough about her for a second. You need to eat something.
Lu Linhai's simple explanation actually provided some unexpected clarity for Lin Yi. These freaks were fundamentally different from the ones in the city. They were closer to the primal beasts of the natural world, operating on raw, unrefined instincts. To them, things like clothing or modesty were alien concepts, entirely irrelevant to the core drive of survival. He realized the city-dwelling monsters were more like domesticated animals, bred and conditioned over generations to mimic human behavior while losing their wild edge. It was the difference between a wolf and a dog. One retained the lethal purity of nature, while the other had been softened by the very structures it sought to control. The creatures guarding Flower were the wolves. Their bodies were evolutionary masterpieces of defense and offense, covered in jagged defensive spikes. They possessed the ability to weave thick, suffocating silk, and were equipped with insectoid wings that granted them absolute aerial dominance. Even their smaller stature was a testament to the harsh, unforgiving environment they called home, where every calorie was earned through blood. Yet, this only deepened the mystery of Flower. If she had grown up in such a savage environment, her current behavior should have been impossible. No amount of raw intelligence could bridge the gap from beast to human without a guide. Without a teacher, she would be nothing more than another mindless mimic.
Are you going to eat that or what? I even cooled it down for you. It's not as gamey as it looks, I promise.
Lin Yi accepted the skewer from Lin Yi, his gaze drifting over to Chu Kai and the rest of the group, who remained lost in a heavy, exhausted sleep. Despite the gnawing anxiety in his chest, he knew they were anchored here for the time being. They couldn't move without the others. And Chengdao alone was a dead weight they couldn't easily transport. Even if they tried to drag the wounded out, they wouldn't make it 100 yards before collapsing. Outside the cave, the world had already surrendered to a deep, oppressive night. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, it was a hunting ground. Venturing out now meant risking an encounter with ground rats or those monstrous birds, a death sentence in their current state. The questions about Flower, her lies, and their ultimate escape would have to wait until the others regained their strength. After a quiet, tense discussion with Lin Yi and Chu Yun, the three of them reached a consensus. They would keep a constant watch, rotating in shifts. They needed to stay vigilant, not just against Flower and her pack of freaks, but against anything else that might crawl into their fragile sanctuary. The reality of their situation was a cold, hard weight. This world bore no resemblance to the one they had left behind. In this new, twisted landscape, a single moment of carelessness, a single blink of an eye, was all it would take to end their journey forever. When his turn finally came, Lin Yi took his post at the cave's jagged mouth, Lin Yi's cold steel bar gripped firmly in his hand. He used his threads of fate to establish a sensory link with Chu Kai, seeking to bypass the limits of his own perception. Maintaining the connection was a specialized form of agony. Chu Kai's enhanced senses were overwhelming, a flood of data that his mind struggled to interpret. The hypersensitivity made every nerve ending tingle with a phantom discomfort, but it was the only way to ensure they weren't being flanked in the dark. Lin Yi managed the burden by pulsing the connection, using Chu Kai's ability to sweep the surroundings before severing the link to let his senses recover. The exercise served a dual purpose. It protected the group while allowing him to test the boundaries of his evolving power. But as he connected for the third time, the silence of the night was shattered by a sound that made his blood run cold. It sounded like bone or heavy wood being splintered by an immense force. The sounds were alien and visceral, cutting through the forest's ambient noise with terrifying clarity. The distant echoes refused to fade, a relentless, ghostly vibration that clawed at the edge of hearing. Lin Yi sat motionless, his mind racing through every possibility, yet the source of the noise remained a terrifying enigma. His gaze drifted toward his friends, who were surrendered to a heavy, exhausted slumber. Despite the quiet, a cold knot of dread tightened in his chest. Caution was his only ally in a place like this. Lin Yi slipped silently from the cave's mouth, compelled to find the origin of that unsettling sound. The midnight forest was a landscape of raw dread. Twisted branches clawed at the air like skeletal limbs, as if the trees themselves were demons bargaining for a soul. Moonlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, and even with his enhanced senses, the world was a blur of gray and obsidian. A sharp pressure throbbed behind his eyes, but he refused to turn back. Ignorance was a death sentence out here. A sudden movement in the brush caught his eye. He froze, tracking the flicker of shadow. Just rats. Scrawny, desperate rodents scurrying through the undergrowth. But the sounds weren't right. The frantic pitter-patter of their tiny paws didn't match the heavy echoing he'd heard earlier. Something was wrong. The rats weren't hunting. They were fleeing, their eyes wide with a terror that surpassed instinct. Then, their flight faltered. Their movements became clumsy, their limbs twitching as if controlled by invisible strings. One by one, the rodents collapsed, their bodies sagging onto the damp forest floor in a silent, unnatural defeat. Something was coming. A series of rapid, sliding sounds cut through the silence, heading straight for the paralyzed rodents. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, his gaze locked on the forest floor. A dark, sinuous shape was dragging itself through the dirt, emitting a low, dry shh sound as it moved. He shifted his weight, twisting and leaning to peer through the gaps in the gnarled bark, desperate for a clear look at the intruder. The movement was inhumanly fast. A long, slender appendage writhed across the earth with a terrifying, fluid grace. Without warning, the thing lashed out. It coiled around a rat like a whip, hoisting the helpless creature into the moonlight as if displaying a trophy. The sound was final. Every bone in the rat's body shattered instantly under the thing's crushing embrace. Lin Yi's mind raced. A snake? The way it moved, the way it killed, it had all the hallmarks of a serpent. But then, the thing didn't feed. It lowered the mangled remains and snapped back into the darkness with a speed no snake could possess. If it wasn't a predator, then what kind of monster was he witnessing? Lin Yi's brow furrowed, a grim determination settling over him as he took a few more calculated steps forward. Avoiding the jagged thorns of the gnarled trees, he traced the path where the mysterious appendage had vanished. Bathed in the pale, sickly glow of the moon, he found a figure standing perfectly still in the center of the clearing. The realization hit him like a physical blow. It was Flower. He clenched his jaw, the pieces of the puzzle finally snapping into place. He should have seen it sooner. Rats were fast, instinctually driven to survive. They wouldn't have just frozen in place for no reason. There was only one thing capable of paralyzing them so completely, that intoxicating floral scent radiating from the girl before him. But why? Why would someone like her be out here, hunting in the dead of night? And those sinuous things? Were they silk lines? Some kind of predatory trap? No, he'd seen the mantis wolf's webs before. These weren't static threads. They were alive, writhing with a purpose that was entirely alien. Besides, there was no sign of any other monster, only Flower, standing silent amidst the slaughter. As Lin Yi watched in frozen silence, a series of wet, rustling sounds erupted from Flower's silhouette. Dozens of those serpentine appendages burst from her sides, writhing like a nest of disturbed vipers. In the clear moonlight, the truth was undeniable. They weren't external tools or traps. They were vines, fleshy, pulsating growths sprouting directly from her very skin. The sight was grotesque, a violation of nature that left Lin Yi breathless. But the nightmare was only beginning. The vines twisted with a sickening fluid grace, hoisting the mangled rats upward until they were level with Flower's face. Flower tilted her head, her neck swaying with an uncanny, rhythmic motion that felt more botanical than human. Then, her skull began to change. A wet, tearing sound echoed as her head slowly split open from the crown. Her flesh peeled back in 8 perfect segments, unfurling like the petals of some demonic bloom under the lunar glow. A thick, fleshy stamen erupted from the center of her neck, a pulsing organ of pure hunger. In that moment, she was no longer a girl. She was a flower in full, horrific bloom. The stamen lashed out, snatching the rats from the vines and dragging them greedily into the dark, wet cavern of her throat. That same eerie noise from before returned, the sound of her internal acids dissolving the rodents into a slurry of bone and fur. Lin Yi's entire frame began to shudder, a violent tremor born not of cowardice, but of absolute bone-deep shock. The girl who had guided them, who had offered them a semblance of safety. This girl named Flower was nothing more than a freak in human skin. He recalled her cryptic words, realization dawning with a terrifying clarity. Her fragrance wasn't a divine gift. It was her natural scent, the smell of a predator. But the question remained, why? Why had she played the part of a savior? Doubt clawed at his mind. He had used Chu Kai's enhanced senses to scrutinize her. He had heard her heartbeat, a steady, rhythmic pulse that was indistinguishable from a human's. Lin Yi's breath hitched, his mind stalling on that single detail, the heartbeat. If she had been standing here in the clearing all this time, why had the sound of her heart suddenly vanished? He stared at the grotesque figure before him, the truth cold and heavy in his chest. Flower didn't have a heartbeat now, and she never had one to begin with. The realization was a freezing wave. Everything she had shown them, every pulse, every breath was a calculated lie. She was a freak, a biological anomaly, much like those parasitic hair snails, a creature that functioned without a heart. The steady thrumming he'd heard before was nothing but a calculated mimicry. Flower had synthesized the sound of life to hide her monstrous nature. Using her internal stamen, or some other hidden organ, she had rhythmically pounded out a fake heartbeat. It was a perfect, if unnervingly powerful, deception. This creature was far more sophisticated and cautious than any threat he'd encountered in the city. Her ability to imitate humanity made her even more dangerous than the mantis wolves. Lin Yi forced his lungs to expand, drawing in a steadying breath. He had to remain calm. Panic was a luxury he couldn't afford. Flower hadn't turned her vines on them yet. For the moment, she was content with hunting the forest's rodents. They were safe, but only by her grace. Her motives remained a mystery, but one thing was clear. This clearing was a death trap. Trusting a freak was a mistake he wouldn't make. The decision was made. As soon as Chu Kai and the others stirred at dawn, they would abandon this place. But leaving wouldn't be as simple as walking away. He needed a plan, a defense against the possibility of a sudden lethal strike from their guardian. Lin Yi turned on his heel, his movements slow and deliberate as he began the trek back toward the safety of the cave. But as he retreated into the thicket, a cold shiver raced down his spine. Something was wrong. The forest had become unnervingly quiet. The horrific sounds of flowers feeding, the wet tearing and the caustic sizzle had vanished as if they had never existed. The silence was absolute, a heavy, suffocating weight that made his heart hammer against his ribs. He was no longer the observer, he was the prey. Lin Yi's heart hammered against his ribs the moment the silence settled. It was a suffocating weight. Cold, slick sweat broke out across his brow. He didn't dare wipe it away. Every muscle was locked in place. He already knew he'd been found. Moving with agonizing slowness, he risked a single look over his shoulder. In the skeletal shadows of the twisted woods, the creature called Flower had stopped her feeding. Her gaze was locked onto the cave's mouth, onto him. Lashing vines erupted from her body, snaking around a gnarled trunk with violent intent. With a sickening jerk, she hauled her massive, distorted frame forward. Another vine struck a distant tree, dragging her closer with predatory efficiency. The distance was vanishing. A voice drifted from the raw hollow of her neck, unsettlingly melodic.
So, you caught a glimpse.
The beauty of the sound only made his skin crawl more. Her head remained split wide, revealing a pulpy, crimson interior mapped with a network of throbbing veins. The fleshy stamen at the center of her neck swayed, angling itself toward him like a compass needle finding north. It was hunting him. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his vision focusing. That stamen, it had to be the weak point. He gripped the steel bar, pouring every ounce of desperate strength into the throw. He never expected a single throw to work. It was a feint, a gamble for time. The instant the bar left his hand, he dove back into the cave, his fingers clawing for the cold weight of the shotgun on the stone floor. He whirled around, the weapon leveled, his finger tightening on the trigger. But the vines were faster, a blur of movement that defied his reflexes. Before he could even pull the trigger, a cluster of thick, organic ropes surged up his body, pinning his arms and legs against the cold stone. More vines coiled around the shotgun, a slender, needle-like tip snaked into the trigger guard, wedging itself firmly behind the trigger and locking the mechanism. Lin Yi opened his mouth to scream for Lu Lin Hai, but a vine whipped around his face, forcing itself between his teeth and silencing him. This freak was a different class entirely. It wasn't just raw power, she was intelligent, calculating. She wasn't just reacting. She was predicting his every move, staying one step ahead of his desperation. Yet there was one thing she couldn't account for, the true nature of his power. It was his only opening. Focused through the panic, Lin Yi mentally snapped the thread of fate connecting him to Chu Kai. In an instant, he wove the shimmering filament to Cheng Dao, anchoring his survival to the butcher's strength. The vines tightened, dragging his bound form across the rough ground and out into the night air. As they moved, Flower's grotesque head finally snapped shut, the petals fused back into the serene, girl-like face he had first encountered.
I didn't expect you to witness that.
Flower's expression was a mask of unnatural serenity. Neither joy nor sorrow rippled across her features as she looked down at him.
You're only the second person to ever see my true form. Though, I must say, your reaction is quite different from the first.
Lin Yi didn't bother listening. He was funneling every scrap of his mental energy into the knife buried in the dirt nearby. Controlling this borrowed power and Cheng Dao's power was clumsy work. He lacked the butcher's effortless, lethal grace. A direct assault would be suicide. The vines would swat the blade away before it even got close. He needed a distraction, a sneak attack. Muffled, desperate groans vibrated in his throat as he thrashed against his bonds, drawing her focus. While she watched his struggle, he commanded the knife to rise. It drifted silently from the loose earth, positioning itself behind her. The strategy was sound, but he had underestimated her instincts. Without even turning, Flower's hand blurred upward. A sharp, horizontal chop struck the hilt with bone-jarring force. The impact sent a shockwave through Lin Yi's mind, severing his telekinetic connection for a fraction of a second. It was all the opening the vines needed. They swarmed over the fallen knife, binding it tight against the ground.
A sneak attack. Predictable. Your combat style is all brute force. No technique. No finesse. You rely far too much on your innate abilities. Once those methods fail, you naturally look for another way. Aside from trying to wake your friends, This was your only option left. You cannot defeat me like this, Lin Yi.
Lin Yi's brow furrowed in the dark. She was right. Since the first freak appeared, he'd been running for his life. There had been no time for training. Their entire group's combat knowledge was just a collection of Chengdao's half-remembered butcher routines. For the butcher, overwhelming strength masked the flaws. For Lin Yi and the others, those flaws were a death sentence. He stared at her, refusing to yield. He prepared to clamp his jaw down on the vine, gagging him, hoping to tear through it.
I wouldn't. The sap in these vines is highly acidic. Biting through will dissolve your mouth in seconds. Your throat will be gone before you can even attempt to swallow.
Lin Yi hesitated, the threat chilling his blood. He had one final card, shared fate. If he could link a thread to her, her life would end with his. But as he searched, he saw nothing. No thread of fate existed between them. Without it, there was no immediate lethal intent to exploit.
I can feel your hostility, but it truly is unnecessary. I told you before, I won't hurt you.
He felt the vines tighten as she spoke, a firm pressure that never reached the point of breaking bone.
You are far too tense. Just sleep now. When you wake up, you should gather your things and leave this place.
A strange, heavy fragrance suddenly filled the clearing, thick and sweet. A wave of absolute exhaustion crashed over his mind. Lin Yi's eyes fluttered shut, and he sank into a black, dreamless void.
What the hell is wrong with you? You were supposed to be on watch. How could you just pass out like that? You were dead to the world. I even heard you laughing in your sleep. Some guard you are.
Lin Yi offered no excuse. The memories of the night were too sharp, too visceral to be dismissed as mere dreams. He scrambled to his feet, eyes darting around the small cave before frantically checking his own body for injuries. Everyone was still there. Unharmed, Flower hadn't lied. She really hadn't hurt them. He couldn't make sense of it. Was Lu Linhai actually right? Could there really be good freaks in this nightmare? And Chengdao was already up, his gaze steady. Beside him, Chu Kai and Zhang Cheng were still lost in their own slumber. If Flower's words held any weight, they would be waking up soon enough. The group snapped into action, the lingering lethargy of sleep vanishing instantly as they rushed toward the cave mouth. A mantis wolf plummeted from the gray dawn sky, slamming into the hard-packed earth with a sickening crunch. Its iridescent insectoid wings were nothing more than charred ruins. Even the thick beetle carapace that protected its vitals had been blasted into jagged, blackened fragments. Lin Yi's instincts took over. He immediately anchored a thread of fate to Chu Kai, sharpening his perception as he peered toward the impact site. A figure emerged from the morning mist, a man walking with a calm, leisurely pace toward the dying beast. He wore massive industrial metal gauntlets. Embedded in the back of each plate was a crystalline shard, pulsing with a familiar, eerie light. It was the same material Lin Yi had seen before, the ammunition in Chengdao's shotgun and the cold heart of the key itself. A man stands in the distance, his hair slicked back with so much resin it looks like a sculpted helmet, immune to the wind. He wears a black leather jacket, the rivets catching the moonlight as he walks with a rhythmic, arrogant swagger. A contemptuous sneer twists his lips as he looks down at the broken mantis wolf. His eyes are hollow, shadowed by deep, dark circles, either from exhaustion or a deliberate, smoky vanity. A tattooed letter R marks his right cheek. The man exuded a heavy metal, retro-industrial exhaustion. The fallen beast is still clinging to life. As the man approaches, it lashes out with a desperate, serrated strike. The stranger doesn't even flinch. He simply reaches out and catches the lethal, lashing limb with his bare hand.
Saw a fire nearby. Figured I'd come investigate.
His voice is a low mutter, but it carries clearly to Lin Yi through the cold night air.
Didn't expect to find a stray mantis wolf wandering around out here, though. I thought you disgusting things were all rounded up by those bastards who call themselves creators.
Creators? Lin Yi's brow furrows. Is he talking about the masters? This man knows things. He has the crystal weapons, and he knows about the creators. He knows far more than Brother Lei ever did. If we can take him, if we can squeeze him for answers, we might finally understand what this world really is. Lin Yi feels a surge of anticipation, but he holds his position. The man is dangerous. Very dangerous.
Lin Yi, talk to me. What's going on out there?
Lu Linhai's voice is a frantic whisper. From his position, he's blind to the carnage below, only able to see the shadows dancing at the edge of the cave.
Why did that monster just fall? It looked like it was swiped out of the sky.
Lin Yi quickly recounts the stranger's arrival and his effortless neutralization of the mantis wolf.
The man. He's likely from the City of Oracle. City of Oracle? If he's a citizen, then he's our golden ticket. We catch him, we squeeze him, and we finally get some real answers.
The voice comes from the darkness behind them, making Lu Linhai nearly jump out of his skin.
Zhang Cheng, when the hell did you wake up?
Lu Linhai turns to see Zhang Cheng standing there, looking remarkably refreshed.
Just now. Honestly, that was the best sleep I've had since this nightmare started.
What about Chu Kai? Is he stirring yet?
Nah, he's out cold. Sleeping like a dead pig.
Zhang Cheng joins them at the cave mouth, his eyes locking onto the distant figure in the moonlight. Lin Yi hadn't been surprised. His borrowed hearing had tracked Zhang Cheng's casual, slow approach from the moment his breathing changed. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Back in the city, he had always admired the powers Chu Kai and Uncle An possessed. Even if this strength was only temporary, alone from a destiny he didn't fully understand, it felt right.
I'm thinking the same thing. However, taking him won't be as simple as you think.
Lin Yi's gaze remains fixed on the stranger. He can feel the raw, overwhelming pressure emanating from the man even at this distance.
This newcomer, he's powerful beyond anything we've seen.
How powerful? Are we talking Uncle in levels of strength? If he's weaker than Uncle An, we should just charge him. We have the numbers.
Lin Yi's voice drops, becoming heavy with a growing sense of dread.
The man, he just snapped that mantis wolf's forearm like a dry twig, with one hand.
Uncle An can do that too. It's just physics. You get the right leverage on the joint, and...
He didn't use the joint, Linhai.
Lin Yi's interruption is sharp, silencing Lu Linhai. They both know the terrifying reality of a mantis wolf's beetle carapace. Every encounter has taught them that the joints are the only vulnerable spots. Even with a heavy bone-chopping knife and all his strength, Uncle An could barely leave a scratch on the main armor. But the man below, he hadn't used a fulcrum. He had simply exerted raw, crushing power, shattering the hardened shell as if it were glass. Lin Yi's eyes fixate on the glowing gauntlets. He remembers the energy stored in the shotgun shells. If those crystals could blast through a monster's hide, then the ones on this man's gauntlets likely provided the same devastating destruction.
Quit pretending to be dead. I know you disgusting things are harder to kill than that.
The stranger's voice drifts up from the darkness, cold and dripping with clinical cruelty. In the distance, having shattered the forearm, the man turns his attention to the wicked spikes protruding from the monster's carapace. He snaps one off as if he were idly picking at a scab, his movements relaxed. Yet each sound of fracturing bone seems to fuel a dark, suppressed excitement in his eyes.
Hundreds of millions of years. You species survived all that time, yet here you are, playing dead like a common cockroach.
Lin Yi is paralyzed by the stranger's words. The sheer scale of the timeline is incomprehensible.
Hundreds of millions of years. What kind of era was that even?
Maybe the age of the dinosaurs? You know, the big lizards and all that?
Lin Yi, if you have no idea what you're talking about, it's better to just keep your mouth shut.
Hey, I was a science major, okay? History wasn't exactly my priority.
Shut it. Lin Yi, tell me exactly what he said. Don't summarize, give me his words verbatim.
Lin Yi takes a breath, repeating the stranger's low mutter with perfect accuracy, his enhanced memory capturing every inflection of the man's clinical disdain. Zhang Cheng's brow furrows, his glasses catching the moonlight as he sinks into a deep analytical silence.
The Cambrian period. That has to be what he means.
Zhang Cheng's fingers trace the edge of his chin, his mind working with a frantic, obsessive energy.
The Cambrian. What? Is that a brand of watch or something?
Forget what the textbooks told us. Half of that was probably lies anyway. The Cambrian period is widely considered the dawn of complex life. It's when everything we recognize today first appeared on Earth.
He mumbles to himself, his voice becoming a rapid-fire staccato of concepts and theories. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a wild, terrifying spark of realization.
The Cambrian explosion!
What explosion? Did something blow up back then too?
It wasn't a bomb, Lin Yi. It was a biological surge. In a blink of geological time, the variety of life on this planet didn't just grow, it exploded.
Okay, great. History lesson over. What does a bunch of ancient fossils have to do with the monsters trying to eat us?
Think about it. If our history was rewritten to hide the truth, then what if the Cambrian explosion wasn't the beginning of life? What if a complete advanced ecosystem already existed before that? An ecosystem of creatures so alien, so powerful, that their existence had to be erased from the record. It wasn't just a natural shift, it was a slaughter. A planetary-scale genocide intended to wipe those original inhabitants from the face of the Earth. But the genocide failed. Some of them went into hiding. They burrowed into the deepest cracks of the world, falling into a slumber that lasted hundreds of millions of years. And now, for reasons we can't even begin to guess, the original owners of this planet are waking up. And those creatures, those ancient original inhabitants, they are the freaks. Fascinating. Absolutely intriguing.
Zhang Cheng's hands tightened into white-knuckled fists. A tremor of raw excitement coursed through him, ignited by the radical deductions taking root in his mind.
Aeons ago, hundreds of millions of years, something systematic began the purge of the freaks, a campaign of extinction against the world's original tenants. And once the bloodbath was over, they seeded this planet with new life, what we call the Cambrian explosion. Slowly, over countless millennia, the world as we perceive it began to crystallize. The traces of the freaks were scrubbed. History was rewritten, a grand fabrication to hide the truth. This wasn't evolution. This was an invasion.
He tilted his head back, a sharp, cynical light dancing in his gaze.
I wouldn't be surprised if they even invented a holiday to celebrate the massacre.
You're telling me these things have existed for hundreds of millions of years?
Lu Linhai's voice cracked, thick with disbelief.
Before humanity was even a thought? If that's the case, then what kind of killers were they dealing with back then?
Zhang Cheng stroked his chin, falling into a sudden, suffocating silence.
Maybe. It was the ones they called true humans.
Lu Linhai went rigid, the blood draining from his face.
What? That's impossible! Humans didn't exist that far back.
Zhang Cheng shook his head, his eyes burning with a manic, feverish heat.
By the textbooks, you're right. We were nowhere to be found. But consider the possibility, just for a moment. What if humanity had already peaked? What if an advanced civilization had already risen to power back then? To carve out a world perfectly tailored for their own dominance, those ancient humans decided to wipe out every single threat in their path. The freaks were the first on the list for total eradication.
His analysis remained chillingly detached, cutting through the horror with clinical precision.
Then, to bury the evidence of their crimes, they constructed the myth of biological evolution. It explains why that man referred to the masters as the creators.
His voice sharpened, the speed of his thoughts beginning to outpace his speech.
I remember reading a theory once. It suggested that humanity has reached the pinnacle of civilization multiple times, achieving heights we can't even dream of. But those eras always ended. A catastrophe, a collapse. Our current world is just a jagged shard of a much greater vessel. But what if it wasn't an accident? What if they chose to vanish? What if they intentionally dismantled their world, leaving only this hollow shell behind?
Lin Yi's gaze dropped to the cold, heavy shotgun resting in his palms. Whether Zhang Cheng's conjectures were the product of a brilliant mind or sheer madness, he couldn't say. Yet the sleek energy cylinders and the crystalline key were undeniable remnants of a science that defied everything they knew of their own world.
What could possibly be the motive for such a massive deception?
Lu Linhai's brow was deeply etched with a map of confusion.
I have no answer for that.
Zhang Cheng admitted, a sharp lateral shake of his head.
If we could only secure that stranger?
His voice lost its strength, dissolving into a barely audible murmur. He swept a quick, piercing look over Lin Yi and the rest before cutting the thought short. His eyes remained fixed on the horizon, fueled by a hunger for the truth that bordered on obsession. But without the gifts the others possessed, the distant struggle remained a blurred, unreachable mystery to him.
Pay attention,
he urged, nudging Lin Yi with a sharp elbow.
What is he saying now? I need every syllable, every inflection.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, pouring every ounce of his focus into the distant scene. A rhythmic, throbbing pain pulsed behind his eyes, and the storm of sounds threatened to overwhelm him, but he refused to yield.
It's pointless,
Lin Yi finally said, a slow shake of his head.
The man is just venting, screaming nothing but vile, hateful slurs. And he's methodically breaking that freak.
In the distance, the man's voice rose in a torrent of profanity, each word saturated with a cold, visceral loathing. His hatred for the creatures was absolute. With a sickening series of cracks, he stripped the dorsal spines from the beast's carapace before plunging his fist through the thick, chitinous shell on its back. He seized the lone remaining wing sheltered beneath the wreckage and methodically shredded it into jagged crimson scraps. The tentacles sprouting from the mantis wolf's belly whipped through the air, desperate to ensnare their tormentor. It was a futile effort. He caught the thrashing appendages midair with casual ease. No matter how the creature bucked and clawed, he remained an immovable, terrifying force. The sharp reverse barbs of the tentacles scraped uselessly against his reinforced metal gauntlets. With a sudden, savage pull, he ripped the limbs away, taking the soft underbelly of the mantis wolf with them. Lin Yi faltered, his mind recoiling from the idea of putting the carnage into words.
Should we do something to help them?
Chu Yun's voice was a mere breath, fragile and uncertain. Her compassion stemmed from the strange behavior of these wild mantis wolves. They were nothing like the ravenous predators of the city. In their moments of deepest vulnerability, the pack had not only spared them, but had seemingly provided nourishment once they regained consciousness. Even after Lin Yi had nearly obliterated one of their own, the pack had responded with a level of understanding that was as baffling as it was unsettling. But before the echoes of her question could fade, Zhang Cheng's head snapped to the side in a sharp, definitive negative.
Impossible,
he stated, his voice flat and devoid of any hesitation.
Interference is out of the question.
His composure was chilling, a stark contrast to the violence unfolding nearby.
We struggled against those freaks even at our best, and we were already pushed to the brink of exhaustion. But this stranger, he is erasing them with casual effort. The scale of his power is simply beyond our current comprehension. We have no data on his full capabilities. Stepping into that clearing is a death sentence, nothing more.
Zhang Cheng's clarity was absolute. He saw the world in cold numbers and hard limits, knowing precisely where caution ended and suicide began. He was an architect of survival, fully cognizant of the boundaries of his own utility. Lacking the supernatural gifts of Lin Yi or the others, and without the brutal conditioning of Chengdao's training, he knew he was physically the weakest among them, perhaps even outmatched by Chu Yun in a direct fight. This vulnerability was the catalyst for his role. From the moment he joined them, he had meticulously carved out his position as the group's intellectual anchor. His drive for truth was matched only by a quiet, fierce determination to ensure that every member of the team made it through the night. The shadows of the village fire still burned in Zhang Cheng's mind. He bore the weight of that error, the knowledge that his own misstep had beckoned the wild mantis wolves and imperiled the only people he had left. The unfamiliar ache of failure was a heavy, suffocating shroud. It had been years since he had allowed himself to be so vulnerable to his own mistakes. Beneath his clinical armor, a desperate protectiveness had taken root. For so long, he had been an island, a solitary thinker navigating a world of skin-wearing masks. Then came Lin Yi and the rest. They were a sudden, blinding fracture in the darkness of his isolation, a sliver of warmth that he found himself reaching for despite his own cynicism. The heat, the brilliance, it was intoxicating. It made him want to tear down the barricades he had spent a lifetime reinforcing. The prospect of losing even one of them was unendurable. It was the true source of his constant, sharp admonishments to Lin Yi, a desperate plea to stop gambling with a life that had become precious to him. His care for them was a quiet, fierce constant in the storm of their survival. Even his solitary gamble in the parasite-infested village hadn't been born of distrust. It was the act of a man desperate to prove his worth to the only group that mattered. Deep down, the intellectual in him screamed to capture the stranger. The man was a walking encyclopedia of the world's hidden truths. But his cold, analytical logic ruthlessly suppressed the impulse. Exposure now would result in nothing less than their complete and final annihilation.
Intervention is impossible, and lingering is suicide.
Zhang Cheng declared, his face hardening into a grim mask of resolve.
We must retreat now. If we are still here when he finishes with that creature, he will turn his attention to us.
Us?
Lu Linhai's eyes widened, the shadow of a horrific realization crossing his features.
You mean to him we're nothing more than livestock?
Zhang Cheng looks out into the distance, his eyes cold and calculating. He begins to break down the threat they're facing.
First of all, he's operating solo. In this wasteland, that's a testament to his power. He clearly doesn't fear the freaks in the shadows.
The proof of his lethality was scattered across the clearing. He had crushed a mantis wolf's armor like it was nothing more than thin glass. Ripping through those lethal tentacles with his bare hands wasn't just courage, it was the act of a dominant hunter. Zhang Cheng paused, his voice low as he continued his analysis.
He said the fire brought him here. It's a long trek from the hair snail village, yet he found his way, and he's not in any rush. A man who's short on time doesn't stop to play with his food. He would have finished that mantis wolf and moved on by now. The way he spoke, it was pure, cold hatred. When he's finished toying with that one, the real hunt begins. He'll search every corner of these woods for anything that crawls.
If he's so eager to exterminate freaks, why not head back to the city? It's infested with them. He could kill for a lifetime and never run out of targets.
Zhang Cheng shook his head slowly, a grim expression on his face.
It's not that simple. You can kick a stray in the alley without a second thought, but you don't touch a dog with a master unless you're looking for a fight. This man is a killer, But even he has strings. He wouldn't dare cross the masters. After all, you have to respect the owner before you strike the beast.
Lin Yi felt a chill of realization. Zhang Cheng's logic was flawless. If this stranger truly hailed from the city of Oracle, he was nothing more than a tool for the elite. Even in a city teeming with monsters, he would still be a servant. A hunter allowed to cull the weak, but never to challenge the true power. He could vent his rage on the wild creatures out here, but the ones in the city were protected. We were the only ones truly outside the law. Zhang Cheng's voice was heavy with bitterness as he spoke again.
In their eyes, we're just property, livestock, and escaped livestock at that. If he spots us, do you really think he'll just wave goodbye?
His lip curled with a hint of disdain.
A good hound doesn't just catch the rabbit. It brings it back to the master to earn its keep.
The weight of his words settled over them. Lu Linhai and Chu Yun exchanged worried glances, their confidence wavering.
If we just walk away, what happens to Flower? Is she in danger?
It's not just her. What about the other freaks? The ones that have been bringing us food this whole time?
Zhang Cheng's head snapped around, his eyes narrow. He had been completely out of the loop until now.
Flower? Who or what is a flower? We're balanced on the edge of a blade, fighting for our lives, and you're worried about a plant?
He gestured toward the bleak, twisted landscape surrounding their hideout.
Look at this place. There's nothing but dead wood and rot. Where do you see any flowers?
Chu Yun looked at him, her expression soft but firm as she corrected him.
Zhang Cheng, Flower isn't a plant. She's a person, a girl, and she's beautiful.
How beautiful!
He blinked, catching himself as his curiosity got the better of him for a split second.
Wait, no, that's not what I meant. This flower, is she actually human?
She's something even better. She's one of the God-chosen. She has this incredible scent, like a sweet sedative. It's the only reason any of us have managed to get some real rest.
Zhang Cheng's voice trailed off as he began to mutter to himself, his mind already racing with new possibilities.
Human and God-chosen. That would change everything.
Lin Yi's cold voice cut through the air, shattering the group's fragile hope.
Flower isn't human, not even close.
He paused, his gaze fixing on them with an intensity that demanded attention.
She's a freak.
Without wasting a breath, he laid out the gruesome details of everything he had witnessed the night before. Lu Linhai and Chu Yun stood frozen, the shock written clearly on their faces as the reality set in.
What? So, everything, the heartbeat you heard, it was all just a performance?
Lin Yi gave a slow, deliberate nod.
A perfect mimicry. She's stronger than any monster we've encountered before, and much, much more intelligent.
Chu Yun's voice trembled as she voiced the question that was likely on all their minds.
But she didn't hurt us, did she? Even after you saw her true form, she let us be. She even warned us to leave.
Lin Yi didn't have an answer. He simply fell silent, his eyes reflecting the deep uncertainty of their situation. Lin Yi couldn't push Chu Yun's point aside. She was right. Despite their horrific nature, Flower and her kin hadn't acted as their enemies. They had provided sustenance, and even after he had lost consciousness the previous night, he had woken up completely untouched. Whatever her true intentions were, they remained a mystery. But a new, more tactical thought began to form in his mind.
Maybe we don't need to be in such a rush to leave just yet.
Zhang Cheng's brow furrowed, his analytical mind immediately searching for the logic behind Lin Yi's suggestion.
Why? What have you realized?
Flower might be a freak, but that sleeping scent of hers is undeniably effective. It can drop anyone in seconds. That stranger out there, he's powerful, but he has no idea she's even in the area, so...
So if she makes her move, he'll be out cold before he can even blink.
Lin Yi gave a single sharp nod of confirmation. Flower's fragrance was capable of blanketing an immense area. When they were fighting those wild mantis wolves, Lin Yi hadn't even realized she was there until the scent hit him. Looking back, she might have been masking her heartbeat even then. And her movements, even with his newly sharpened senses, the sounds of her footsteps had been completely lost in the noise of the forest. But none of those details mattered now. If the stranger was caught off guard, she could neutralize him before he ever realized he was being hunted. Lin Yi turned his gaze back toward the distance, his focus intensifying. Flower viewed those freaks as her family. She wasn't going to stand by and watch them be slaughtered. She was going to strike. Just as Lin Yi had foreseen, the stranger's posture shifted. The man's eyes narrowed as he caught the first hints of the sweet, cloying aroma, but his realization came too late. His powerful frame began to sway, his balance failing him as the sedative took hold. As the man fell, a monstrous freak erupted from the tree line, its movements fluid and terrifying. With its 6 insectoid legs, it clutched Flower, gliding effortlessly toward the fallen hunter.
It's Flower. She did it. Everyone, move now!
Lin Yi's shout shattered the silence of the cave as he led the group out. The stranger was a different kind of threat compared to them. Their own actions had been born of desperation and self-defense. But this man was an executioner, a predator who had tortured for sport. Lin Yi watched as Flower approached the prone figure, a dark uncertainty clouding his mind. He wasn't sure if she would show any mercy.
Wait, we need to talk to him before she does anything.
Lin Yi's shout hung in the air, unfinished and unnecessary. The stranger was already completely incapacitated. Flower's freak companion descended with a soft flutter, and she stepped gracefully onto the forest floor. She stood over the fallen hunter, her expression as unreadable and cold as ever.
Is he going to be okay?
Flower didn't even acknowledge the question. She reached out and touched one of the glowing crystals embedded in the man's heavy gauntlets. The stranger's breathing seemed to even out, stabilizing as he settled into a deeper sleep.
Leave. Now. Before he wakes up.
Her voice was a soft command, leaving no room for argument.
But what about the masters? If he's a hound like you said, won't they be searching for him?
Zhang Cheng's mind was already jumping to the next threat, the logical consequences of their actions.
They are already here.
Flower turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the first faint gray light of dawn was beginning to pierce the darkness.
The real hunt has begun.
Uncle Anne, what's going on? What are you doing?
Lin Yi's voice wavered as he called out, but Cheng Dao didn't even flinch. The older man walked with a heavy, purposeful stride toward the unconscious stranger, ignoring his companions entirely.
Uncle Anne.
Lulin Hai stepped closer to Flower, his hands waving dismissively as he tried to rationalize the situation.
Don't get the wrong idea, Flower. Uncle Anne is just being thorough. He's probably trying to strip that guy's gear before he wakes up. Look at those gauntlets. They're clearly dangerous tech. Wrapping him in silk might not be enough if he decides to resist. Uncle N knows what he's doing. Standard procedure, secure the prisoner and disarm them immediately. It's just common sense.
But Lulin Hai's logic felt hollow. The thick, sweet fragrance from Flower's skin was strong enough to keep a monster sedated for hours. There was no practical reason for Uncle Anne to be in such a desperate hurry.
Weapons.
Zhang Cheng's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the man's rigid back. A cold shiver crawled up his spine. Something about the butcher's movements felt fundamentally wrong. Cheng Dao knelt beside the stranger, but he didn't reach for the massive gauntlets. Instead, his fingers slipped inside the man's jacket with an uncanny familiarity. He pulled out a small metal cube, no larger than half a palm. A tiny, multifaceted crystal was embedded in its surface, glinting like a cold, artificial eye.
Wait, Uncle Ann, what is that thing?
Lin Yi leaned forward, drawn in by the strange object, but a hand suddenly clamped onto his shoulder.
Get back now.
Zhang Cheng yanked Lin Yi away, his focus never wavering from the man on the ground. A single, terrifying question hammered in his mind. How did Uncle Ann know exactly where that cube was hidden? Zhang Cheng leaned closer to Lin Yi, his voice barely a breath against the younger boy's ear, his eyes locked on the kneeling butcher.
Lin Yi, something is seriously wrong with Uncle Ann. Uncle Ann?
Lin Yi's call was met with a chilling response. A slow, predatory smile pulled at the corners of Cheng Dao's mouth, an expression Lin Yi had never seen on the man's normally stoic face. Since they had met, Uncle Ann had been a pillar of grim, silent strength. He was the one who risked everything to protect them, who guided them through the nightmare of the hair-snail parasites. But that smile, it was cold, calculating. It felt like a mask slipping, revealing a stranger beneath the skin. A cascade of doubts suddenly flooded Lin Yi's mind. Why had Cheng Dao stayed in the city for so long after finding the key? Why did he wait until he met Lin Yi to finally try and escape? He had been wounded, hunted by the police, and yet he lingered in the shadows of Xifang Mountain. What was he waiting for all that time? Lin Yi didn't want to doubt him. They wouldn't have survived this far without the man's help. But as he watched Cheng Dao's next movement, a cold, paralyzing dread began to swallow him whole.
Uncle Ann, talk to us. Why aren't you answering?
The butcher remained a statue, his focus entirely on the metal cube. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised the device toward his face. In a blur of shifting metal, the cube reconfigured itself around his jawline, forming a sleek industrial respirator. The tiny crystal pulsed with a cold light directly over his mouth.
Wait, that thing just changed shape. It's like living metal.
Is that a respirator? He's shielding himself from the fragrance.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate. The heavy barrel of his shotgun snapped up, leveling directly at Cheng Dao's chest with a lethal finality.
Don't move, not one more muscle.
Lin Yi, what are you doing? That's Uncle Ann. Put the gun down.
Uncle Ann, I need an answer right now. Why are you using that murderer's equipment? What's going on?
The man finally looked up, his gaze sweeping over them with a cold, detached amusement. When he spoke, the voice was Uncle Ann's, but the tone was chillingly alien.
What a fascinating and messy little combination you've put together here. When I saw you carrying that quail hunter's shotgun, I assumed you were one of the creator's hounds, a loyal servant sent to clean up the trash. And yet, here you are, rubbing shoulders with these filthy freaks as if they were your kin. It's almost disappointing. So tell me, who are you people, exactly?
And Cheng Dao's eyes met Lin Yi's. In that moment, the boy saw a soul that didn't belong to the butcher. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow.
You're not Uncle Ann. You're the bastard from the ground.
The moment the accusation left Lin Yi's lips, the freak lunged forward, its mouth unhinged, spitting a massive, sticky glob of silk with the force of a projectile. Simultaneously, Cheng Dao's hands slammed onto the stranger's gauntlets. The metal shrieked with high-tech life, disassembling into a swarm of segments that crawled up his arms like a parasitic armor. The backs of the newly formed gloves pulsed with a cold cyan light. A shimmering wall of invisible force erupted around the butcher, the freak's silk splashing harmlessly against it. And Cheng Dao raised his hand, his fingers mimicking the shape of a gun. His aim was cold, precise, and utterly devoid of human hesitation. Flower's instincts flared. A thick, thorny vine erupted from beneath her skin, coiling around the freak and jerking it out of the line of fire just as the air began to vibrate with lethal energy.
Bang!
Lin Yi's face was a mask of pure horror. He stumbled back, his world collapsing as he watched his mentor wield the stranger's nightmare tech.
What the hell is happening? If he's not Uncle Ann, then who is he? Why is he doing this?
He's not Uncle Ann, that bastard on the ground. He didn't just steal the tech, he stole Uncle Ann's entire body.
He's a god chosen. This is a high-tier possession ability. He's operating from within the butcher's mind.
Zhang Cheng backed away, his movements tactical and precise. He leaned into Lin Yi's ear, whispering a few desperate words before moving out of the line of fire.
Oh, look what I've found.
And Cheng Dao's body began to sway rhythmically, a haunting puppet-like dance that felt utterly alien. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yi, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger.
Another god chosen. Right here in the muck. I really did hit the jackpot today.
One by one, the heavy butcher knives flew out of his backpack. They didn't fall, they hovered in the air, orbiting him like a school of razor-sharp fish.
Bringing a specimen like you back to the city. The achievement will be legendary. You're a prize I can't afford to lose. It's just a pity. You're clearly high-quality stock, yet you choose to mix with these filthy freaks. Unforgivable.
Cold, murderous intent flared in his borrowed eyes. The hovering blades began to spin, their edges humming with the promise of a slaughter.
You lot, you're an absolute blight on the human race.
And Cheng Dao's contempt for Lin Yi and the others burned even hotter than his hatred for the monsters surrounding them. His eyes flared with a murderous hunger, his entire posture screaming that he was ready to pounce and shred them where they stood.
Everyone, get back. Now.
With an eerie composure, Flower glided forward, positioning herself like a shield between Lin Yi and the looming threat.
In your current state, you wouldn't last a second against him.
Thick, pulsing vines erupted from her form, lashing through the air with such velocity that they shattered the silence like whip cracks. Without shifting her gaze from the distant adversary, Flower addressed Lin Yi in a level voice.
Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't for your benefit. You're simply obstructing my path. Move, unless you're eager to be caught in the crossfire.
Despite her icy delivery, Lin Yi was struck by a strange realization. She seemed more human in this moment than the creature wearing in Cheng Dao's face. He didn't argue. It wasn't cowardice that held his hand, but the crushing weight of the weapon in his grip. He knew the consciousness inside wasn't his friend, yet the body was still the one he respected. One shot would end the monster, but it would also end Uncle Anna forever! To make matters worse, Chu Kai was nowhere to be seen, and Lin Yi's mystical threads required a clear line of sight. Without proper training, he couldn't guarantee a hit from this range, and closing the gap meant risking his own life in the inevitable blast. As if reading the turmoil etched on his face, Flower spoke softly, her voice barely a whisper.
Relax. I have no intention of causing him permanent harm. I gave my word to someone important. I won't spill human blood.
The mention of a promise sent Lin Yi's mind racing. Who could have earned such a vow from a creature like her?
I'll figure out how to bring him back. Just hold him off.
He scrambled backward, finding a momentary refuge beside Zhang Cheng. Lin Yi tightened his grip on his iron pipe, his instinct to help warring with the sheer terror radiating from the scene. Seeing the other monsters retreating into the shadows, he finally relented and fell back to join the others.
Can that girl really take him? She looks like she's made of weeds.
Lin Yi watched the terrifying display of vines and gave a slow, somber nod.
You think a few overgrown roots are enough to stop me?
A mocking grin split and Cheng Dao's face. In an instant, his form became a hazy streak of motion. He kicked off the cracked earth with bone-shattering power, hurtling toward Flower like a guided missile. Flower moved with a speed that defied biological limits, her vines lashing out to intercept the attacker. But Cheng Dao was no clumsy brute. He was a shadow in motion, his body twisting and weaving through the gaps in her defenses. With every step, he narrowed the gap, his eyes locked on her as he danced through the lethal thicket of vines.
That's not how he fights. The Uncle Ann I know doesn't run from a scrap. If he were himself, he'd be carving those weeds into kindling with his cleaver right now.
He can't touch them. That fluid, it's pure acid. It'll dissolve anything it splashes on.
The intruder within his body seemed keenly aware of the danger, prioritizing evasion over a reckless assault. As the distance vanished, Flower didn't flinch. She stood her ground, waiting for the impact. And Cheng Dao's fists were white-knuckled, the crystalline shards on his gauntlets humming with a rhythmic, ethereal light. Faced with a strike that could shatter concrete, Flower remained a pillar of unsettling stillness. In a blur of redirection, her left hand snared his wrist while her right palm braced against his driving elbow. She didn't fight his momentum. She mastered it, guiding his own weight into a vicious pivot to her rear. Using the torque of his own charge, she drove her shoulder into his sternum with the force of a battering ram.
Is that redirection? She's turning his own strength against him? Since when do monsters study internal martial arts?
Tai Chi? You mean like the old folks in the park? No way!
Her movements were a masterclass in economy and flow, a terrifying fusion of biology and technique that left even the stranger reeling. Lin Yi watched, the memory of her warnings from the previous night finally clicking into place. It wasn't just talk. If she wanted them dead, none of them would have lived to see this morning. Then, with a shift in her posture that promised total devastation, Flower began her counteroffensive. Flower was on him in an eye blink, her left hand snapping up to control his guard. She drove her elbow forward with terrifying momentum, aiming with surgical precision at Cheng Dao's vulnerable throat.
That's an elbow strike to the windpipe. Is she trying to crush his larynx? Wait, that's Krav Maga. I recognize that stance.
Krav? What? Is that another type of tea?
It's a combat system designed for one thing, neutralizing a threat as brutally and efficiently as possible. I tried to study it back when I first suspected my neighbors weren't human, but I've always been more of a bookworm than a brawler. That strike to the throat, it cuts off the oxygen supply and shocks the nervous system. It's meant to end a fight in seconds. She's using her elbow because it's the most devastating natural weapon a human has. It's like being hit by a sledgehammer. Though, whether that human logic holds up against whatever's inside Uncle Ann is anyone's guess. Look at her, Lin Yi. Are we absolutely sure she's one of them?
Lin Yi stood frozen, the technical brutality of Flower's movements clashing with everything he knew about the monsters. His mind went back to her mention of that person. A mentor? A teacher? Could a human have really taught a monster to fight with such clinical, man-made efficiency? It made no sense. She was a product of the monsters, yet here she was, utilizing the pinnacle of human close-quarters combat. And Cheng Dao's face was a distorted mask of frustration and pain, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He'd seen the vines and assumed she was a mid-range specialist. He'd never expected her to be even more lethal up close. Every move she made was a calculated risk he couldn't afford to take. Sensing the shift in the battle, he scrambled backward, desperate to put some distance between them. But the vines were relentless, slithering across the asphalt like hunting serpents, never letting him slip away. And Cheng Dao raised his hands, the crystals on his metal gauntlets pulsing with a blinding, desperate light. A low hum filled the yard as raw energy began to coalesce around the shards, crackling with unstable power. He was done with fisticuffs. He was preparing to unleash whatever destructive force those gauntlets held. The stranger was resourceful. Even if his host's body couldn't match her speed, his gear, the respirator, the gauntlets gave him an edge.
Lin Yi, wake up! We need to move!
Lin Yi gave a sharp nod, his mind instantly syncing with the unspoken command. He knew exactly what Zhang Cheng was proposing. It was a gamble, but one they had to take. During their brief scramble for safety, Zhang Cheng had whispered a desperate strategy to turn the tide. If this intruder could pilot and Cheng Dao's body like a puppet, then Lin Yi's threads of fate might allow him to seize the puppet strings from the source. With a surge of focus, glowing filaments of destiny erupted from Lin Yi's chest, shimmering with an ethereal light. The lines lanced out, snaking through the air toward the unconscious man lying on the cold ground. They anchored themselves into the stranger's psyche, establishing a spectral bridge between their minds. But as the connection solidified, Lin Yi felt only a vast, empty silence.
Are you in? Can you feel him?
Lin Yi gave a slow, frustrated shake of his head, his brow furrowed in concentration. Tapping into Chu Kai or Uncle An had been intuitive. Their powers were familiar to him, their spirits open. Even when he'd been clumsy, the essence of their abilities had been there for him to grasp. But this man was a complete enigma. His spirit was a locked vault with no obvious key. Without a frame of reference, the threads of fate were just dead weight.
Wait, I just need to sink deeper. I have to find the spark.
He closed his eyes, shutting out the chaos of the yard to descend into the cold, dark depths of the stranger's consciousness. Borrowing from Uncle An felt like gaining a pair of invisible spectral limbs. Using Chu Kai's senses was like a sharp, electric sting to his perception. So what was the nature of this intruder? What was the shape of his soul? Was it mere possession? Was he a simple puppeteer? No, it felt more parasitic, like a soul slowly consuming the very vessel it inhabited. The moment the realization struck him, a violent, visceral jolt slammed through Lin Yi's entire being. The feeling was utterly alien, a state of being that defied any known vocabulary. Every ounce of mass seemed to evaporate from his frame, leaving him untethered and buoyant. He felt as though a single stray breeze might carry him off into the void. He attempted to find his footing, to exert some control over his limbs, but the solid earth was gone. There was nothing but empty air where the soil should have been. Forcing his eyelids open, he glanced toward the abyss below. The sight that met him chilled whatever remained of his blood. It wasn't a trick of the mind or a lingering dream. Gravity had truly lost its grip on him. Suspended in the atmosphere, his own form looked ghostly and fragile, a shimmering, see-through outline of the person he used to be. From his vantage point, the battlefield below was a chaotic tableau. He watched Flower and the possessed and Cheng Dao clash with savage grace. Nearby, the mantis wolf shifted restlessly, its inhuman posture radiating a strange, frantic concern. Further down, Zhang Cheng and Lu Linhai huddled together, their expressions masks of sheer terror. And then, there he was, his own physical shell, limp and unmoving on the cold ground. The question echoed through his mind, what had become of him? If that body down there belonged to Lin Yi, then what was this drifting, spectral essence? The realization dawned on him slowly, like a cold wave washing over his consciousness. He finally grasped the mechanic of the stranger's power, the secret of how he had usurped the butcher's flesh. As he drifted back toward the earth, he reached out a translucent hand toward his own face. The moment they touched, a violent, irresistible vacuum seized his spirit. A sickening lurch of vertigo followed. When his vision finally cleared, he found Zhang Cheng and Lu Linhai peering down at him with frantic eyes.
He's coming around! Look! He's actually awake!
Lu Linhai's voice cracked with a mixture of relief and panic.
Lin Yi, you nearly gave me a heart attack! You just collapsed. I honestly thought you'd checked out for good.
Will you shut up with that talk?
Zhang Cheng cut him off with a sharp look of annoyance before focusing his intense gaze back on Lin Yi. A flicker of understanding passed through the strategist's eyes.
Tell me, did you manage to do it?
Lin Yi gave a slow, deliberate nod.
Yeah, I saw it all. That guy, his power lets him detach his mind from his physical shell. It's like he can project himself outward as pure intent. That's how he slipped into Uncle Anne. He just moved his consciousness right into the empty space.
He paused, organizing the fragmented memories of his out-of-body experience.
He must have sensed the danger the moment Flower released her scent. He knew he couldn't stay in his own body. He was too late to fully escape, so he ejected his mind to avoid being taken down with his physical form. We were just convenient targets. He saw Uncle Anne as a fresh vessel and took it. That's what started this whole mess.
So if we just kick his ghost out of Uncle Anne's head, the real one comes back? Is it that simple?
Lu Lin Hai looked from Lin Yi to the fighting figures with desperate hope.
In principle, that's the solution. However,
Zhang Cheng trailed off, his eyes darting toward the mantis wolf that loomed in the shadows.
But what? What's the problem?
Zhang Cheng dismissed the thought with a sharp movement of his head, turning his attention back to the task at hand.
never mind that now. Just focus. You have to get that parasite out of Uncle Anne. I'll handle the fallout. Just do your part.
Lin Yi surrendered to the darkness once more, his physical form collapsing like a marionette with its strings cut.
Is he? Did he go back in?
Lu Lin Hai stared at Lin Yi's limp body, his voice hushed.
Don't say it like that. It's bad luck.
Zhang Cheng rose to his feet, his posture tensing as he prepared for the next move. Stay with him. I need to see if that monster is willing to talk.
Wait, what?
Lu Lin Hai's jaw dropped. The idea of reasoning with a nightmare was beyond his comprehension. Across the clearing, the possessed butcher's eyes snapped open, wide with a sudden, sharp realization. A shadow of uncertainty flickered across his face. The stranger was losing his grip. The hum of power from the gauntlets died down, the crystals fading to a dull glow. The man's very aura began to shift and warp.
How? How did you manage to breach this vessel? This makes no sense. Why does your resonance match my own so perfectly?
He whipped around toward Lin Yi's prone form. In a sudden, violent motion, the butcher's blades erupted from his belt, zipping into the dense foliage like guided missiles. A sneer of pure contempt twisted the butcher's features. A chilling, mirthless laugh rang out.
If you want this body so badly, then I'll make sure you never leave it. You can rot in here with the rest of him.
Hidden by the trees, the knives curved through the air, plunging back toward the clearing from every angle. They were aimed straight for Lin Yi's defenseless heart. Lu Lin Hai scrambled to intervene, but the blades moved with a speed that mocked his human senses. He couldn't even see where they were coming from. Terror and resolve warred in Lu Lin Hai's eyes. Then, with a guttural growl, he made his choice.
Lin Hai, stop!
Zhang Cheng saw the look in his friend's eyes and felt a cold pit of dread open in his stomach.
Get out of the way!
Lu Lin Hai's voice was a roar as he cast aside his weapon.
I've got him! Don't let them hit him!
He lunged, shielding Lin Yi with his own frame. He braced himself for the impact, offering his back to the storm of steel. The knife struck home with a series of dull, heavy impacts. Fabric shredded, but instead of the spray of blood he expected, there was only the sound of metal hitting something incredibly hard. Zhang Cheng's heart stopped. Through the rents in the boy's shirt, a dark, gleaming surface was revealed, a sight he had seen too many times in his nightmares. It was the unmistakable obsidian armor of a mantis wolf. But as he looked closer, the structure wasn't a perfect match for the pure predators. A true monster's shell was a solid, uncompromising casing. It was built for war, not for flexibility. What Lu Linhai possessed was a more intricate, segmented armor rows of overlapping scales that moved with his breathing, fused directly into his spine.
Lin Yi, what have you become?
The strategist was finally at a loss for words, his mind reeling from the betrayal of biological reality. Every strange quirk, every moment of sudden secrecy, it all clicked into place. The reason for the boy's constant vigilance over his own skin was finally laid bare. The knives didn't stop. They veered off the armored back, sweeping low to the ground to strike at Lin Yi's exposed throat from the sides. Before they could find their mark, a blur of green lashed out. Flower's vines snapped shut around the blades, pinning them in place with impossible strength.
Wait, Lin Yi isn't the target.
Zhang Cheng's eyes widened as he looked back at the butcher. He screamed a warning to the girl. But it was too late. The stranger had already primed the gauntlets. Using Flower's moment of rescue as an opening, he unleashed a searing torrent of pure kinetic force. In a place far removed from the forest's carnage, Lin Yi's consciousness flickered back to life. The sight that greeted him was so mundane, so familiar, that it felt like a sharper blow than any physical strike. He found himself behind the counter of the butcher shop, surrounded by the iron scent of raw meat and the clinical white of the ceramic tiles.
Hey, boss, let me get 5 pounds of the pork shoulder, will ya?
A stranger's voice broke the silence. To his horror, Lin Yi felt his own limbs move without his consent, turning him to face the customer.
Coming right up. 5 pounds, fresh and ready.
The words that spilled from his lips weren't his own. The voice was deep, resonant, and unmistakably Encheng Dao's. It was a voice filled with a light-hearted warmth that the grim butcher he knew had never possessed.
That's quite a lot for one meal. Planning a big family dinner?
The heavy cleaver felt like an extension of his own arm. As the steel caught the light, he saw a reflection that wasn't his own, the face of a younger, happier Encheng Dao. The impossible thought seized him. Had he somehow usurped the butcher's very identity? Where was the dark forest? Where were the monsters? How had he been transported back to this ghost of a normal life? With a practiced motion, he brought the blade down, the steel biting cleanly through the meat and bone.
Is it really? I don't know. It feels like I'm barely getting enough.
The customer let out a short, jovial laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes.
I was actually worried it might be a bit on the light side. But then again, it's only a side dish. The main event is what really matters.
A side dish? You're kidding, right?
Lin Yi felt the butcher's vocal cords tighten with genuine perplexity.
Who on earth uses 5 pounds of prime pork as just a side? What kind of feast are you having?
He swung the slab onto the metal scale. The needle settled with professional precision. His hands moved with lightning speed, wrapping the meat in paper and sliding it across the counter.
There you go. Threw in a few extra ounces for good measure. Don't be a stranger now.
You just don't understand the hierarchy of flavor, boss. The main course has to be special. It has to be the most delectable thing in the world.
The man's throat bobbed as he looked at the package. He snatched it up with a hunger that seemed almost predatory.
Catch you later, boss. Enjoy the day.
Lin Yi's mind raced, trying to bridge the gap. He remembered the forest, the possession, the desperate plan, and then nothing. The transition had been instantaneous, a leap from a nightmare into a dream that felt far more dangerous.
Cheng Dao, are you still working so hard?
A soft, melodic voice drifted from the storefront, cutting through the hum of the refrigerators. Lin Yi looked up and saw a woman he had never met before approaching the counter with a gentle smile. She looked exhausted but radiant, her hands resting protectively on the large curve of her belly. She was heavily pregnant.
Honey, what are you doing out of the house in this heat?
And Cheng Dao's voice was thick with worry. Lin Yi felt his body drop the knife and rush around the counter to meet her.
Don't you dare take another step. Just stay there. I'll help you into a chair.
Oh, hush.
I was just lonely at home. I missed seeing your face, so I thought I'd stop by and say hello.
The butcher let out a goofy boyish chuckle that made Lin Yi's skin crawl with the sheer wrongness of it. This was a version of Chengdao that had been buried under years of blood and silence. The butcher had a wife, a life outside the slaughterhouse. There was a child, a family that he had never mentioned to anyone. The man who had become his mentor and protector was suddenly a complete stranger. The suspicion wouldn't leave him. Was this a human family or another layer of the grotesque deception? And what kind of creature was currently growing inside that woman's womb? The world dissolved into a smear of colors. When the haze cleared, the blood-stained meat shop was gone, replaced by the oppressive emerald shadows of a thick forest. The perspective hadn't shifted, though. Lin Yi was still anchored, a silent passenger behind the eyes of Chengdao. A sudden cold clarity washed over him. This wasn't a vision, it was a memory, a living echo of the butcher's hidden history. Through the butcher's eyes, Lin Yi watched the frantic chase. And Chengdao was deep in the brush, struggling to catch a group of runaway swine. The animals were impossibly nimble. Every time Chengdao lagged, they would pause, letting out sharp, high-pitched squeals that sounded disturbingly like laughter. Fury flared in the butcher's chest. He gripped his heavy cleaver tighter, his breath coming in ragged bursts as he pushed through the thorns, until the pigs abruptly stopped. But as he moved to strike, the pigs began to change. Their hides stretched tight, their bodies bloating with unnatural speed as if some invisible pump was forcing air into their veins. And Chengdao halted, his cleaver forgotten. He stared in paralyzed horror at the distended, quivering shapes that had once been livestock. Lin Yi felt a jolt of recognition. He knew that grotesque phenomenon. The animals had wandered too far, tripping the invisible trigger of the city's perimeter defenses. For a man who spent his days knee-deep in offal, the sight of the carnage didn't break him, but the unnatural manner of it left a cold knot in his gut. Wisdom won over curiosity, and Chengdao stepped back from the red mist, deciding that this was a matter for the authorities, not a simple butcher. He reached for his phone, his thumb hovering over the screen, only to find the signal bars dead. The forest had swallowed the network whole. Desperate for service, he began the descent, but as he skirted a rocky outcrop, his foot brushed against something white and porous, a sun-bleached human skeleton. The term freaks meant nothing to him then. He glanced at the shredded papers nearby, scanning the mentions of mantis wolves with a skeptic's eye. Strange names on paper were the least of his worries. The real question was how a human being had been left to rot in these woods without anyone noticing. The bars on his phone finally flickered to life, and the call went through. It wasn't long before the crunch of gravel announced the arrival of 2 uniformed officers. With the butcher leading the way, the officers surveyed the grim clearing, the scattered white bones, and the red ruin of the exploded swine. The officers didn't whisper. They spoke with a chilling openness, as if Chengdao was nothing more than a piece of furniture in the room.
So what's the verdict? Does this count as him seeing too much, or can we let it slide?
Oh, it counts. In fact, I'd call it a stroke of luck. A perfect opportunity. He's already seen the truth. If we let him walk away, he'll start squawking to anyone who'll listen. Which means we might as well just sit down and enjoy our meal right here, right now.
The word hung in the air, cold and nonsensical. Eat? And Chengdao's mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Were they talking about the pigs? It was a butcher's logic. The meat was fresh, untainted by sickness. A quick cleanup, and it could still be salvaged, perhaps even sold to cover the loss. But the thought died the moment he looked up. The officers weren't looking at the pigs. Their eyes were locked onto him, unblinking and hungry. A cold sweat broke out across his neck. Their gaze wasn't human. It was the look of a starving beast that had finally found its prey. Pure, unfiltered gluttony.
He's right. Even if he talks, his fate is sealed, He's destined for the plate eventually. So why wait? We might as well enjoy the freshest cut ourselves while we have the chance.
As the officer stepped forward, his skin began to ripple. Something large and multi-jointed was thrashing beneath the surface of his face. His partner was no better. The man's jaw unhinged with a wet crack, the corners of his mouth tearing open to reveal something trying to claw its way out.
What? What the hell are you?
Terror, cold and sharp, pierced his heart, and Chengdao's hand flew to his cleaver, his knuckles whitening as he prepared for the unthinkable. The uniforms shredded like paper as jagged, scythe-like blades erupted from their shoulders. 6 spindly chitinous legs burst from their torsos, followed by the obsidian gleam of a beetle's shell. The horrific transformation triggered a memory. Those sketches on the bloody scraps of paper, they weren't drawings, they were portraits. The nightmares had stepped out of the ink and into the world. They were real. They were the things the papers called freaks. The things that had been men were gone, replaced by a blur of chitin and claws. They lunged at Chengdao, their hunger of physical pressure in the air, desperate to tear him apart. Lin Yi's muscles coiled, his instinct screaming for him to intervene. But he was a ghost in this machine, a helpless observer trapped behind the butcher's eyes. The only solace was the certainty of the past, and Chengdao survived this day. Lin Yi clung to that fact, forced himself to breathe through the secondhand terror. But the man he watched wasn't the fragile youth Lin Yi had once been. This was a butcher, a man built of corded muscle and a heart hardened by years of slaughter. The heavy cleaver in his hand was an extension of his arm. He stared at the monstrosities with a grim, unwavering focus. The shock was there, but the fear found no purchase in him. Yet, courage wasn't knowledge. The butcher didn't yet understand the nightmare he was facing. He didn't know that these weren't just animals, they were the world's new masters. He lashed out, the cleaver whistling through the air to strike the obsidian shell. The impact sent a bone-jarring vibration up his arm, leaving his palm numb. But the creature didn't even flinch, only a shallow white mark marred its surface. They worked with a pack-like precision, flanking him from both sides, outnumbered and outmatched by their unnatural speed. The butcher was pinned against the unforgiving edge of the thicket. Survival overbore pride, and Chengdao ducked a whistling scythe and threw himself through a gap in the brush, sprinting down the steep mountain path with the monsters at his heels. Panic is a cruel master. A loose stone skittered beneath his boot, and the butcher was suddenly airborne before slamming into the damp earth. His cleaver was wrenched from his grip, spinning through the mud. Before he could even gasp, the lead monster was upon him, its scythe-like arm raised for the kill. Death was a fraction of a second away. But in that frozen moment, a bizarre electric hum vibrated through the air. Lin Yi felt it too, the awakening of a power that defied the laws of the world. The cleaver didn't lie in the mud. It twitched, then flew upward, snapping back into the butcher's palm as if pulled by an invisible tether. There was no time for wonder, and Chengdao threw himself into a frantic roll, the monster's blade buried in the soil where his head had been. In that desperate blur of motion, he saw it, the vulnerable, unarmored gaps in the creature's joints. The shell was impenetrable, but the joints were soft flesh. The realization was a spark, and the cleaver responded, vibrating with an eager, murderous energy. A surge of raw physical power flooded the butcher's veins. He released the hilt, and the cleaver became a projectile of pure malice, screaming through the air toward the creature's elbow. The monster's reflexes were too slow for the telekinetic strike. In a spray of dark ichor, the scythe-like limb was severed cleanly, falling to the forest floor like a piece of discarded machinery. The blade returned to its master's hand with a satisfying thud. The shock was gone now, replaced by a cold butcher's ruthlessness. He wasn't the prey anymore. Blood soaked his uniform, but the battle was won. Amidst the emerald silence of the forest, the butcher stood over the twitching remains of the two monsters he had systematically dismantled. The blood on the forest floor was a grim confirmation, and Cheng Dao scrambled back to the skeletal remains, scooping up every shred of paper before racing back toward the sanctuary of his home. The full scale of the nightmare remained hidden from him. He had no way of knowing how many of those things walked among them, or that a ring of lethal technology now cut off all escape from the city. The predators had worn the uniforms of protectors. If the officers didn't report in, the hive would notice, and then they would come for his family. A cold, frantic urgency seized him. There was no time for police reports or explanations. He had to gather his family and run, as far and as fast as possible. He shoved the bloody documents into a tattered bag, his own wounds forgotten in the rush. Every second wasted was a second the monsters used to close the net. He paused at the threshold, his gaze falling on the heavy butcher knife resting on the blood-stained chopping block. Remembering the jarring impact against the carapace, he grabbed it, sliding the cold steel into his bag. Lin Yi watched the butcher's frantic preparations with a heavy heart. He knew how these stories ended in this world. And Cheng Dao's love for his family was a lighthouse in the dark, and lighthouses always attracted the things from the deep. The world around him dissolved into a hazy blur once again. When the fog finally cleared, and Cheng Dao found himself standing in the familiar surroundings of his own living room.
Cheng-er, you're home late. What kept you?
The sound of the front door had drawn his mother out from the kitchen, her face a mask of domestic concern.
Oh goodness, what on earth happened to you? You're covered in wounds.
She gasped, her eyes widening with a shock that felt almost too perfect, her gaze scanning the injuries marking his body.
Mom, where's Jia? I don't see her anywhere.
He scanned the room with desperate eyes. His father was there, seated stoically on the sofa, but the sight of his pregnant wife was missing from the scene.
She went out for a bit of fresh air, said she'd been cooped up all day and needed to walk around.
His mother offered the explanation with a calm, practiced ease.
She insisted on going by herself, just wandering around the complex to stretch her legs. I offered to accompany her, but she was quite adamant about going alone.
And Cheng Dao, look at yourself. What happened out there?
His father rose slowly from the worn fabric of the sofa, his presence heavy and demanding.
Where did those injuries come from? Explain yourself.
I'll explain that later. Pack your things first. I'm going to find Jia.
He let his belongings fall to the floor with a heavy thud, his movements frantic and fueled by a growing panic.
Something is terribly wrong here. We're in grave danger. We have to get out of this place right now.
Something is wrong? What could possibly be wrong, dear?
His mother tilted her head, her voice laced with a confusion that didn't quite reach her eyes.
Everything seems perfectly fine to me. You're just overwrought.
He spoke with a desperate, rapid-fire urgency, the words spilling out of him in a torrent of fear.
Dad, Mom, please, listen to me. This city is crawling with monsters, and they've already tracked me down. You have to trust me. We must leave this second, or those things will find their way to our doorstep.
Of course we believe you, dear.
Her immediate agreement caught Cheng Dao off guard, but the sudden shift in her tone sent a cold shiver down his spine.
It's just, there's something I find rather peculiar.
A sharp, jagged laugh erupted from her lips, followed instantly by his father, who joined in with a mirroring, hollow chuckle. Their faces twisted into grotesque, unnatural smiles, the maternal warmth in their eyes bleeding away into a raw, predatory hunger.
Tell me, Cheng-er, how exactly did you find out?
Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? You're scaring me.
The horror was undeniable now. Their human skin began to split and fray, revealing the dark, sickening glint of a chitinous carapace emerging from the ruptures. He stood frozen, his mind screaming in denial even as the nightmare unfolded before his very eyes. Lin Yi could feel the violent tremors racking in Cheng Dao's frame. a familiar sense of existential dread washing over him. To witness the people who raised you, who you loved and trusted, peel back their humanity to reveal the monsters beneath, it was a psychological blow that left him paralyzed.
Chang'e, we were never your parents. We are your masters.
Her voice had lost all pretense of domesticity, growing high and sharp with a terrifying excitement.
Think of it like raising livestock. Some prefer the tender meat of a suckling pig, while others like them fully grown.
His father stepped forward, his voice a deep, resonant growl as he took over the explanation.
As for us, we've always had a particular fondness for the flavor of mature meat.
Exactly. Just look at those muscles. I can almost taste how chewy they'll be.
She sighed, a wet, clicking sound that echoed in the small room.
It's such a pity, really. If only we'd let you grow for a few more years. A little more fat on those bones, and you would have been a truly exquisite feast.
When the livestock is ready, it's time for the slaughter.
He opened his mouth wide, thick strings of saliva dripping from the corners of his splitting, inhuman lips.
If humans weren't such precious cargo, I'd be indulging in this meat every single day.
Precious? Lin Yi focused on that single, revealing word uttered by the two creatures. It was a detail that didn't quite fit the established order of things. He knew there were massive, industrial-scale facilities dedicated solely to the cultivation of humans as livestock. So why would these two freaks consider them something so rare and valuable? The question hung in the air, a small but significant crack in the horrifying reality of the situation.
No, this can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare.
And Chengdao shook his head violently, his mind desperately clawing at any explanation that wasn't the visceral truth standing right in front of him. But no matter how much he tried to look away, the grotesque reality remained, cold and absolute. He wasn't ready to end here. He certainly wasn't going to let his life be snuffed out by these two abominations that wore the faces of his parents. The second the creatures lunged, and Chengdao threw himself into a desperate roll across the floor. Scrambling back to his feet, he instinctively reached out. As if answering his silent call, the heavy butcher's cleaver from his bag soared through the air and slammed into his palm. He white-knuckled the handle, his gaze momentarily falling on the empty husks of human skin that lay like gruesome confetti on the ground. A storm of conflicting emotions raged within him.
What in the world was that?
One of the abominations recoiled, its voice high and jagged with a sudden, sharp confusion.
How did that blade just move on its own? It flew right into his hand.
Do they really have no idea what a god chosen is? Lin Yi observed the creature's reaction with a growing curiosity. It was another anomaly in a night already overflowing with them.
It doesn't matter. I've waited far too long for a taste of fresh human meat to let a little trick like that stop me.
The other freak ignored the display of power, its hunger far outweighing its curiosity as it pressed the attack. Fleshy tentacles, coiling with reverse barbs, erupted from its midsection, whipping through the air in a desperate attempt to ensnare Chengdao. He stared back at the monsters, a single thought repeating in his mind like a mantra. They're not my parents. They're just things wearing their faces. He began to strike back, his movements fueled by a mix of survival instinct and raw desperation. Yet, compared to the lethal efficiency he had shown earlier, he was noticeably slower, his strikes lacking their usual precision. It was hard to tell if it was the physical toll of his mounting injuries or the psychological weight of the truth finally catching up to him. Just as Chengdao was driven back toward the apartment entrance, the sharp click of the door opening echoed from behind him. His wife, Jia, stood in the doorway, about to step into the carnage.
Jia, strike him now. He knows the truth. Kill him.
One of the monsters shrieked the command, its voice a jagged tear in the air. A cold wave of horror washed over Chengdao. Not her too, Please, not Jiajia. He spun around on instinct, his blade already whistling through the air, aimed squarely at the figure in the doorway. But just as the cold steel was about to taste flesh, he yanked the strike back, his arm trembling with a sudden, paralyzing hesitation. Standing before him was the woman he loved, her face a picture of familiar, domestic warmth that he couldn't bring himself to shatter. He stared at her, the butcher's cleaver frozen in midair, his heart refusing to accept the possibility that she was anything other than his wife. The world around him began to warp and blur. Lin Yi realized it wasn't a glitch in the memory. It was the salt and sting of tears welling in Chengdao's eyes.
Brother Chengdao?
A sharp, panicked scream pierced the air, ringing in his ears with a desperate intensity. In a sudden, desperate movement, Jiajia threw her arms around Chengdao, her strength surprising him as she spun him around and shoved him toward the open hallway. A heavy, wet thud echoed on the floor, followed by the sickening sound of liquid hitting the linoleum. Bright crimson blood began to pool on the ground, dripping slowly from a dark, jagged object. A freak's razor-sharp forearm had impaled Jiajia's body, the cold chitinous blade protruding from her chest. And Chengdao stood paralyzed, his mind unable to process the sight. Is she one of them? Did they lie to me? The realization hit him like a physical blow. The creatures had orchestrated the entire thing, using his love for his wife against him.
What a tragic waste.
The monster hissed with a cruel, mocking laugh, its mandibles clicking in amusement.
A fresh little piece of livestock was almost ready for the world. Once it arrived, we could have simply swapped our skins and continued the charade as its loving parents. If you hadn't been so nosy, you might have even held your child before your own slaughter.
But it's not too late for a little demonstration. Come here. Before you die, let's take a closer look at this unborn little livestock.
The other freak stepped forward, its presence heavy and overwhelming. A thick, barbed tentacle erupted from its abdomen and plunged into Jiajia's belly with a sickening squelch. In one violent, heart-wrenching motion, a tiny, blood-drenched life was ripped away from her body. Beasts, you goddamn monsters! Lin Yi's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ground together. A primal urge to surge forward and rip those creatures limb from limb tore through him. But he was a prisoner of the memory, a silent witness to a tragedy that had already been written in blood. There was nothing he could do but watch through in Chengdao's tear-filled eyes as the nightmare reached its horrific conclusion.
Brother Chengdao.
Jiajia's lips moved with agonizing slowness, her voice a faint, dying whisper that barely carried the weight of her love. Her hands, slick with her own blood, trembled as she tried to reach out to find his touch one last time. She desperately wanted to hold him, to tell him one final thing, but the strength had already fled her body. Her hands fell limp against the cold linoleum, her life finally flickering out like a spent candle. In that instant, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated fury crashed over Lin Yi. It wasn't his own. It was the raw, bottomless hatred of Chengdao, a rage that threatened to consume everything in its path.
Org.
A thunderous, primal roar erupted from Chengdao's lungs, the sound vibrating through the narrow hallway. At the entrance, his discarded backpack began to thrash violently, as if something within was fighting to escape. A series of sharp, metallic clangs rang out, and the heavy fabric of the bag suddenly shredded apart from the inside. A dozen razor-sharp butcher's knives exploded into the air, hovering for a split second before screaming toward the monsters with lethal, telekinetic speed. The blades bit deep into the creature's joints, their movements perfectly synchronized with Chengdao's unbridled rage.
Beasts, you goddamn monsters. I'll kill you. I'll butcher every single one of you.
He white-knuckled his heavy cleaver and lunged forward, his movements a blur of pure, unadulterated hatred. The blade swung high and slammed down onto the freak's armored head with the force of a falling mountain. The dark carapace held firm, but he didn't falter. He struck again and again, twice, 3 times, 4 times, each blow more violent than the last. Even as the cold steel began to chip and crack against the monster's armor, his relentless assault never stopped for a single second. The sharp click of a nearby door opening cut through the sounds of the struggle. A neighbor, drawn by the commotion, stepped out into the hallway. Seeing the monsters on the ground, the newcomer didn't flinch. Instead, a slow, grotesque smile spread across their face.
Ah, so you finally found out, did you?
And Chengdao's head snapped around, his eyes burning with a dark, murderous intensity. The swarm of butcher's knives gathered around him like a whirlwind of death before screaming through the air toward the new intruder.